There we go. YouTube is being slow today, too. Alright, we're back. Been a few days. Jeez, even my stream is slow. Look at that. Alright, we've got hauling to do today. Trailer is already full. Pretty much entirely with ammo. On the floor right here, we've got way too much loot to hand carry at all. So we are in triage mode. We need to find out what we're taking with us and what we're leaving behind. We're not fully in triage mode. We've emptied the van. That's right, we haven't necessarily finished here yet. We need to take another look at Guns Unlimited, make sure that there's not more ammo and guns further out towards the range. Yeah. Let's grab some food and we'll deploy for that. It seems like I'm not awake yet. No, I'm not. Alright, this is unexplored territory for me. I've never been this far up in the Guns Unlimited area. Sledgehammer head in the trash. Neat. Hey, box of sparklers. That right there is another aerosol bomb It shouldn't be. That shouldn't be the only requirement for an aerosol bomb, but it is. I've waffled at length about that. Alright, we got a few to the north, and a couple in the building there. The one in the building is smacking the door already. Thankfully, I can poke through the bars there. Still waking up. I don't want to take anything, I don't want to take any more than I can chew right now. It's been a couple days, so... Yeah, that doesn't work very well. Alright, so here's another option. A little bit more noise than I wanted to make this early, but we'll be alright. Should have done an ammo count. We're at 7 rounds now. Now that is successfully outed that there's a couple zombies still inside, which should not be that big of a surprise. We were getting a constant stream of them from the left side of the building while we were looting the sales floor there. So it looks like, oh yeah, okay, we still got plenty over there. Well, I need to clear my flank. I'm going to back up a little bit. Since I don't know how many more are in the building and could come spilling out of the front door area there. Yeah, I don't want to risk that. We're backing up a little bit. I'm pretty sure I got the whole sales floor looted. I'll probably take another look at it. I mean, it's, like I said, it's been a couple days. Going 4 days in a row without playing video games doesn't sound like something too difficult for a normal person, but, video games are like my only guaranteed stress relief activity. I have a lot of hobbies, but when it comes to the ratio of stress to stress relief, gaming is easily the best ratio for me, personally. Because even though, you know, I'm putting 340 hours on the line every time I fight a zombie in this game, my body knows what to do. So, just executing plans and being safe about it and just doing everything right. That's actually really, really relaxing, believe it or not. I heard some breathing to the right. There he is. Yep, okay. So no, we have no clear flank here. Where to kill him in this area? How about... It's already hard enough to drive in this area. Yeah, there's still definitely quite a few of them off to the left side of the complex here. Here I can keep an eye on them coming out from the inside. Let's talk meta a little bit. Having too many live viewers. This is mostly for the people who watch my stuff later on. Generally speaking, I have got more on my plate this week than I was anticipating. Nothing too much. I'll still be able to stream. We're probably looking at smaller streams, but that's what I wanted to do more. You know, I've wanted to do smaller streams on a regular basis for a long time now. It just hasn't worked. And what I really need to do, and this is important, I need to make sure that I don't fall into a defeatist mentality of like, okay, I couldn't stream on time today, maybe I shouldn't stream at all. No, I can't do that. Well, if I don't make my designated time, then I should just do it later, instead of not doing it all. I don't even know what's on this side of the building, really. A bunch of narrow hallways that I really don't want to fuck with. But I do figure I would rather find who's over here, kill them. Alright, I got an idea. Let's just get them outside. There's a part of me that just wants to use the sledgehammer to bust a hole in the wall up here somewhere, but we're not quite at that point yet. It'd be truly amazing if I could rotate these little barriers. Give them something to flip themselves over. Now the question is, how many of them just lost sight of me and then just gave up? That's why I was considering busting a hole in the wall with a sledgehammer. Because I would have to go in there to find out. Missed that opportunity. But that gunshot will further attract them from both inside and over here. I need to assume that there's going to be Zeds coming from multiple angles on the left here. These trees down here don't make it easy to see if there's anybody flush with the fence. I saw a single tree jiggle and I'm like, okay, what's going on in those trees? And my brain tells me I have no fucking idea what's going on in those trees. By design. Oh, hello. There's another missed opportunity to use that as a flip kill. almost empty, isn't it? 2. Slow ones should be coming around, yeah. 1. We are in the stink zone here. Bandana going on. I may have overestimated how many are inside, but with those tight corridors in there, yeah, I'm not particularly interested in underestimating it. Hello, Possum. How you doing? Ah, there we go. Reload time. Should probably ammo check both of these. Other one's good. See, I want to attract them out from inside. That would be nice. Instead of going in there and having all those tight corners. So using this window is their path of least resistance to get to me from the left side of the building there, so I just gotta be wary of there's a wide area of approach that they could come from on this side. Like this guy right here choosing to come from the side of the cars there. Yeah, doing alright, The streaming schedule is very far from anything standard yet. It does seem to behoove me to stream in the mornings like this, so this is still kind of morning for me. The vast majority of my audience is either going to be online in the mornings or the evenings for me. So both are an option, but I haven't really gotten any close to deciding which I'm going to do more of. And to add fun to that mix, I've got to cover our overnight guy again at the beginning of October. So regardless of what my schedule is now, it's going to basically be inverted at the end of this month. Or, sorry, that's in November. Early October. So yeah, the end of this month. I actually keep this on my desktop now. I made a little screenshot of the, where is it? Here it is, YT. This is my, this is when my viewers are active. What is today, Tuesday? Yeah, alright. Monday or Tuesday, actually. Yeah, today's Tuesday. So, we're actually right in the brighter bars basically indicate that my, my audience is, more of my audience is online. Wait a minute. Oh no, he's on the other side of the fence down here. Or is he stuck in the fence? In any case, she's close enough to the fence. Just poke him. Now when they're doing this, that means they don't know how to get to us. So I can just, easy peasy. Now that should attract, if there's any more of them in the woods, that'll attract them closer to the fence. Be a little shooting gallery down there. Okay. So this whole left side of the building here. Oh, we're awake, We are awake. Aye. Closest thing I ever did to that was the speed paint. I don't have the frame for a cosplay of Annie. That was kind of funny. Green shirt here noticed me before the other one ever did. She just... Oh, I see that. They're right around this corner. Okay. Now you notice me. Now you notice me. Okay. I opened the doors intentionally so that we don't get idiots like that back there just thumping and thumping and thumping, because he'll be there for a long, long time. Possibly. See, this corridor right here, I really don't like it. I can't look down the corridor. Like, how do I see if there's a zombie in there? I can't. The walls are, like, how do I see if somebody's standing on the floor right there? I can't. I'm gonna close that door. Ah, okay, so I gotta go all the way up to the doorway. Somebody to my left there. Multiple somebodies. I hate close quarters combat in this game, I really do. Because I don't have a clear 6 here. Anybody who's down that hallway, well, has quote-unquote don't have a clear 6. I suppose... Interesting. Oh, I see, okay. I didn't really understand the layout of this place until now, I guess. But now that I've seen the other side, a better idea. Now, I've been considering this whole time busting a hole in the wall to make my life easier. I am going to go get the sledgehammer. I'm going to go get the sledgehammer. I think I've decided I will make a hole right in this area. So we're looking at 1, 2 away to the left of the blue bins. Because I'm tired of, basically, by having the zombies, if they come out, if they hear me making noise outside, they've only got 2 ways to get outside to get to me. Come all the way down here, or go all the way down to the other side of the building, which is outside of render range from here. So I'm going to make my own hole in the wall. Because that is the privilege that I have as a sledgehammer owner. One of those very rare items. I just found a sledgehammer head in the trash, actually. It was kind of funny. Okay, we've got action on both sides here. We've got a Z inside the building. Just about to be hungry. Let's have a bite to eat. My spear is just about to be done. I can sharpen it one more time, but oh, on my 6, look at this. I was just saying before about this tree line and how I can't trust it. Vindicated AF. Clean this up. But I do have to be ready to replace this spear. Sword is on standby. So in about 1 hour, my new trainee will be online. Now, theoretically, I think he's ready to do his corporate training, so I might not actually have to do anything with him just yet, but if his corporate training isn't ready yet, then I will have to, we'll find something else to work on, so I will have to go at that point if that's the case. But, yeah, unlike my streams, I actually do have a tight time limit before I have to check to see if I need to go. So we got about an hour to work with here. So my current goal is, I think I can do this in an hour, hopefully, is to just kind of assert that there's no more loot here. That's our current goal. I don't know what's on the left side of this building. I've hit the sales floor. I've gotten more than 200 encumbrance of ammo, so it's amazing. But mostly, ammo is what I want, right? That's a primary objective. We are stockpiling for the assault on Louisville. I forgot which one of my homies in the chat it was that suggested to come to Guns Unlimited, but it was a very good idea. I think it was Richard. Not 100%, but yeah, the very good idea. Or was Diathan maybe? In any case, the this place has given me a lot more ammo to, and also possibly a chance for aiming level 5. I don't know if I've blown that chance yet, though. We've hit several bookshelves and found nothing. And this is my first time hitting Guns Unlimited, so I'm not sure if there are other bookshelves. So that's also what we're looking for. Okay, this spear is done. I'm retiring it. It can no longer be sharpened, and at this point, if I keep using it, it will just break on me randomly, and I'd usually like to get ahead of that if I can. So, replacement spear, and, magazines, and so I kept these types of ammo in boxes because I'm so close to another carton. If I could just find one more box of shotgun shells, it'd be amazing, because then I got another carton. Hello. Can you leave my van alone, please? The human is right here. Okay, we do still have some action down here on this side. Multiple actions. Okay. Did y'all come out of there, huh? See, just because this area is technically outside does not mean that I'm treating it as if it is outside, because this might as well be a corridor right here. You've got impassable walls on both sides of this. I'm going to kill whoever's inside here. There you are. Otherwise, she's going to keep making noise. And that's no good. Now, these ones sitting down, theoretically free kills. while they're sitting down. I usually have decided not to just run up and try to hit sitting targets with melee anymore. That ended poorly for me one time. Didn't actually lose a character over it, but I actually had to do a pushback. However, I'm thinking if I run up and shoot them at low range with the firearm, I may get free kills. I'm going to give that a shot. I'm going to run up to, like, here and see if I can't nail them before they finish getting up. Hey! Hey! Theory played out. Theory played out. Now that's going to definitely have attracted a number of them from over here. But that's okay. Now, I think I was far enough up that, if there were any, yeah, see, if there were any inside, look, ooh, look at all that. Ooh, look at all that. We're not done killing zombies at this place. I should have known. We're definitely not done with zombies here yet. Now, how far are those guys going to walk, I wonder? Locker rooms. Okay, cool. Good to know. Definitely going to need to hit those. I'm assuming that those are part of somewhere on the left side of the building here, because I have not seen the interior of that really. Really, all I've seen is the sales floor, the stock room, and then like the little hallway along this wall here. Yeah, I didn't know that would play out as easily as it did, but I was glad that it did. I had a feeling that I would at least get free hits. I just didn't know if it would be free kills. Because whenever a zombie is, you always have to ask yourself, are they vulnerable to gunfire right now, or are they fake vulnerable to gunfire, which is what they are when they're ragdolled. And that's a question I still don't have answers to in all situations. I've talked before about how fences seem to be the most reliable way to make them the most vulnerable. But I think what that really actually means is that they're most vulnerable when they're doing fixed animations that have them on the ground. And I think sitting, I think what I just confirmed is that sitting is one of those fixed animations. A zombie is, if they're like in a fixed animation that counts as being on the ground. So like that includes like getting up from a ragdoll. So like if they're in a ragdoll state but they start getting up, that's when they are just as vulnerable to gunfire as if they're flipped over a fence. So but of course, you know, the amount of time that a zombie spends before getting up is almost completely random. You can't really make use of that strategically out in the open when there's a lot of other zombies around in many situations. Because at least the way I like to play, I like to focus on predictability as opposed to unpredictability. Never shy away from exploiting a good attack of opportunity, but what do we got here? We got a I think that's just a hatchet. It's a little small to be an axe. Yeah, just a hatchet. But I'm always down for a little bit more axe skill. We're a little ways, and we just got level 5, so yeah. Aim level 7, by the way. And we are on our way to 8. We're like 7 and, we're actually just on the cusp of 7.5. 2970 out of 6,000. 30 more experience and we're at the halfway point. I don't know how much more, damage I can get. I don't know if I'm hitting any breakpoints. That's another important thing. And even if I am hitting any breakpoints, are they breakpoints that matter for zombies with differing levels of health? Because I know zombies do have different levels of health. I know that's kind of like randomish within a range. I've never looked too deep into zombie health, actually. I focus a lot more on feeling, feels over reels and that. I just I go by what feels like it works because in this particular game, the health pools and damage pools are both random enough that um, trying to focus on individual things just doesn't seem like a good idea. Feels like focusing on trends is much better. Hello. Interesting. Okay. Oh, I see, I see. Okay. So we've got these lockers, and, yes, this is what I was thinking of. You know, like a gun range with a bunch of, ammo and stuff locked up out on the range itself. It's been a long time since I've actually been to a gun range. There's an indoor gun range within walking distance of my house. And there's a gunsmith, an actual legit gunsmith, about 400 feet from where I'm sitting right now. I've only been there once. It's firearms are a very expensive hobby. that's what I learned when I visited them. I was like, oh, there isn't. Ah, that's unfortunate. What have we got? We've got 5 fatigue left to work with. Okay. Yeah. Well, you know what? I haven't even. I'm kind of going for a full clear just because I've never been here before. Oh, look, a long stick. Hey, I might actually need that for a replacement handle for this spear. I think I'm at the point where my spear heads will last pretty much 2 handles. Because the spear we just discarded, its handle was about to go for the second time. That's actually a decent ratio. Basically just have an extra handle for every spearhead that I make. Alright, I will see how many of these I can poke before I start getting tired here. Because at this point I am kind of focused more on just killing them to get them out of the way than getting firearm kills. Because trying to get firearm kills on standing targets right now is a little bit not as reliable. Not a lot of places to have them flip over here. Actually, I wonder. It's a little too late to be thinking about this. Maybe not, maybe not. Actually, so when I get tired in a minute here, it may behoove me to create a kill zone right here in this fence. Yeah, with the fatigue creeping up, I do think switching to a construction role for a short period of time here would behoove me to finish out clearing out the horde there, seeing as there is enough horde left to make that semi-justifiable. I don't think I left behind any nails here. I think every time I found nails, I just picked them up. Well, with the exception of one-offs. That's fine. There is a box of nails in one of my containers. I'll go ahead and grab that. Ooh. I thought I checked every one of these M9s I found for magazines, but I guess I didn't. I don't, I'm at the point where I literally do not want more M9s. I have about 50 of them back at base. So more guns themselves, not necessarily needed, but magazines I'll always take. Because they're nice and lightweight, and you can load lots of them at once. Okay, yeah, this, let's go ahead and, make ourselves a kill zone here. Checked in here, didn't I? Yes, yes. I see stuff on the floor. This is how I this is how I know. I always make sure to leave a mess on the floor if I've checked an area out. I remember I remember feeling interested about these tents because they actually had military loot tables in those tents specifically. I keep thinking that my vehicle is over here, but it's not. Right now I'm just checking to see if there are any logs left over here from my previous kill zone. Yeah, we got one left. I think it's possible to dismantle those. I don't think you get any logs back. That hatchet that I found is actually going to come in handy, because I don't got to run all the way back to the van to get a wood chopper. We are probably fatigued now. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So we are now just going to build a little bit and then head back to the temporary base. Do any sorting if necessary. I don't think we need to do any sorting, actually, which is part of the reason I started building here. I think we're going to be good on sorting. Oh, that's a bush. There we go. I don't think I can hit this guy. I'll try. Nah, he's outside of spear range. And if I discharge the firearm, it's going to bring more interest my direction than I'm really interested in right now. See, he's going to try to go all the way around the fence. Like, literally all the way around the fence. Like, he's going to go all the way around to the entrance. Because this is a indestructible fence. Come here, you. I left the van running again, didn't I? See, that's becoming less and less good for me now because I don't have any secure gas stations on this side of the map. I need to get out of that bad habit. Can't be doing that in Louisville. Alright, so I got a box of nails on the driver's seat. But I also have one in this whatchamacallit, in this military backpack. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to use this fence to the best of our ability. Yeah. See, I was considering making a hole in the wall right here. Still kind of am, actually, but, that would complicate things a little bit. Not too much, though. I mean, alright, I'm going to back up a little bit and, saw logs in front of the van. Right? Or... I should do it over here. Okay, that's 6 fences I can make. That's not too bad. And better yet, this is the correct direction to be fighting from. If you're going to use wooden fences, because the zombies are going to flip over the fence and then be fully visible to me on this side of the fence. Yeah. Zombies coming at me from the left. Much better for wooden fences. If I could build chain link fences, well, it's not a question of if I could, it's a question of if I should, because I don't have the welding book, so expending limited resources on making anything with welding just feels like a bad idea. So we can already see exactly how this is going to work. They're all going to come flipping over that way. But I'm not discharging the firearm yet because there's a lot of them just right over there. And we're not in fight mode right now, we're in prep mode. See, it's going to mess me up because there's a lot of Zeds inside still. There's at least 2 or 3 I can hear them. So, whatever. That's alright. Oh, hello. That's going to cause problems. Not being able to see them clearly through these dumpsters. I'm going to step inside and get some water. And then we're headed back in the direction of the temp base to sleep. Alright, so normally I would not... This is a place I've never been to before, so normally I'd like to explore this place naturally. I've kind of reached the point where I would like to just know what I'm dealing with. I'm going to go ahead and pull up B42 map and get a clearer picture of this place. We are... I was already in the right area. Oh, this is just sort of an indoor shooting range, isn't it? Neat. Ah, lockers. Okay. Okay. So I know where I definitely need to check next, right there. Isn't much of a second floor to this place, I don't think. Yeah, well, it does have high ceilings. And there's like a lounge up here. But there's nothing really in the lounge. There's like a... Yeah, it's like a bar up there. And an office. Yeah. Nothing particularly compelling there. Basically, most of the rest of this place, in terms of just general real estate, pretty much everything else here is just, shooting range of some kind, whether it's the indoor or the outdoor. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to hit these lockers on the lower floor here, and then we're going to call it for this place. Because I think these are probably what we've got left here. It feels bad leaving all these guns on the ground, but again, I've got more than 2 crates full of MSR 700s and 788s. The same could be said for most other calibers. Alright, we do need to do a little cooking too, so I'll make that my overnight activity. Oh, there's tomorrow's food. Didn't get enough. Wow, look at that. The habaneros just went stale. What a shame. Those are the ones I've been keeping refrigerated, just regularly refrigerated since I picked them up. Fascinating. Okay. Alright, there's some more 30 salads. We're going to call this a B series, because I've already got some 30 salads that are A series in the... Well, I haven't... They're unlabeled series in the freezer here. Remember, our whole goal of doing all this is to preserve what we can for as long as we can. So these two 30s that were in the freezer, they are my food for tomorrow. And now we sleep. So now that I look at it, I do remember some of these bags were actually supposed to just get left here for local use, and I think this is one of them. I think, yeah, like canned food. Stated this before. I'll say it again for the record. I have so much of that back at base that it does not even make sense in the slightest. Local use food and or cooking utensils. Now, certain things will probably make the cut and come back to Riverside with me. Especially the vinegar there. Vinegar, yeah, that's coming back with me. But until then, what I'm going to do, I am going to put anything that has a chance of not coming back with me into the crate here. Basically, I'll take a look in this crate before I leave this area for the long term. See what I need, and whatever I don't need can stay here for possibly forever. We'll see. I have 2 crates of magazines. I don't need more magazines back at Riverside. This far box here is now officially low priority box. Medium pri. Well, actually, okay. So I need to kind of separate these a little bit in my head. Okay, extremely low priority and just local use permanently will go in the corner. And then like medium priority stuff that I might take back with me. That is not food. Will go in the center there. Okay. I should have known that I'd be able to sort through this stuff. Wow. These tritium pistol sights are coming back with me. That should never have been a question. Electronics, except for these colored light bulbs. Right? Radio receivers and transmitters are now things I'm caring about a little bit more, so those are probably going to make the medium priority bin. Okay. That's a good overnight cleanup there. Still a couple of trash bags of loot out there. One of them is full of nothing but firearms. Um, at one point I had considered just making leaving a box here with all of the guns that I found in Guns Unlimited. So if I ever do, for some unforeseeable reason, need a gun that I don't already have in Riverside and West Point, which I can't even see that ever happening. But if that situation ever did happen and I needed to come somewhere to get a gun, it would be better to have it not in Guns Unlimited because there would be respawns. So possibly I might actually haul them back here and leave them in a crate. Possibly. We'll see if I have the action economy for that today. Low frame rate on my camera because I'm actually finding out that's entirely because of these trees. These trees seem to reduce my frame rate more than anything, more than zombies. That is fascinating right there. Oops. Okay. I'm low on proteins. I need to eat some meat. How long have I been out here? I thought I was full on proteins when I came out here. Okay. That actually makes me question whether my generators back in Riverside are still gonna have gas in them when I get back. God, I hate worrying about that. I really hate worrying about that. I'm just gonna ignore them. Gonna leave a zombie on the floor right in front of me and expect me not to take that. Now, if I'm gonna stand my ground up there and get into a fight, we're gonna armor up first. It may be overkill, but that's what I'm all about here. Alright, ammo check, we're good, or we're 12 rather. Okay. Here goes nothing. 9, 8. 7. 6. 5. 4, 3, 2, 1, switch. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, backing up. Backup weapon. Reload. 1, 2, 3. Convulse. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Backing up, falling back. I should have known. Those guys, those 3 came from inside the building. Maybe more of them too. We were just about out of ammo anyway. We had to resort to the M36 there. There's at least one still inside that I just heard. Alright, so primary has 4 rounds. Secondary, this is Guns Unlimited. We're north of Echo Creek. I was reminded that I have not actually hit this place yet. And if I'm going to be going to Louisville, then I would like to have even more ammo than I currently have stockpiled. So we've already accomplished that goal. Yeah. Unfortunately, I've lost my position because of these guys coming from inside the building. I probably should have sledgehammered a hole in the wall further up, like right here, before getting started with the big slaughter here. Yes, it is. Now, a lot of the real estate here is actually a shooting range. The main sales floor we've already finished off looting. 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's it, right? Yes, reload the primary. Secondary should already be good. That is all of the magazines I had on me. Yeah, it's great. Well, just take a peek at the sales floor right now. Look at all of this. This is a beautiful, beautiful place. If I did not already have more guns than I knew what to do with, I would be in heaven right now. But yeah, every single one of these weighs like 4 encumbrance. So you're looking at multiple step van trips to get this back to any of your bases. It's fantastic. Okay, I am not fighting in here. Sounds are muffled for some reason. This happens randomly inside buildings in Build 42. Every once in a while, sounds won't properly... You hear that? It's muffled as if she's like right next to me on the other side of a wall. Doesn't make any sense. Okay. I want to try to make use of these barricades if I can. Consolation prize since I had to 1, 2, 3. 2 to the south. Yeah, this is untenable. Falling back a little further. Right this way, please. Now the ones that have, they didn't realize how to get to me before. Now they're foot mobile. Oh yeah, Echo Creek is only B42. It is part of the westward map expansion, which is rather expansive. Yeah, it is really expansive actually. So actually, you know what? Real talk, guys. I'm probably just gonna fall back to my other defensive position. Assuming I can keep everybody's attention. That's a bit of a long shot. No, I can't keep everybody's attention. The zombies' attention spans are hard to work with right now. But thankfully, I've got these little barricades. So I can kind of turtle them in my direction. At least the fast shamblers. Slow ones are, well, they're always the challenge. Okay, I'm going to do it that way. I don't remember where it was, so this counting is literally useless. We're at 3. East of Irvington and Muldraugh. Could be. Could be. No. Slow shamblers are still sometimes annoying to deal with. Skills, but this is not a dance. And of course I stopped counting because I'm out. I'm completely out. Well, sort it is. Spear needs a sharpen. Stop thinking about barricades right now. Ooh, you know what? You guys are gonna walk that close to the wall, then sure. I'll give you a little poke. That's why we're getting some coming from the north here. These guys are literally walking all the way around the building. Surprising numbers, too. This is why I was just like, yeah, I'm going to fall back to my previous defensive position all the way outside of this place. But, no, that's just... It's going to take way too much waiting for everybody to... All these slow assholes to walk around all the way around the edge. Bendable fences framework, everybody. Bend these nuts. I got him. Sorry, I'm never gonna not giggle at the Indie Stone for hyping up. We've started the process of a bendable fences framework, and what has that amounted to so far? Zombies can hit certain fences, other fences they can't. So it's like, what did they really do? They just made fences even more confusing for the short term, and possibly useless for the long term. Well, I mean, indistinguishable from walls in the long term. Except for chain link fences like these, or the other one. I do enjoy the iron bar fences, but they're not all that different from what they used to be. You've always been able to poke them through fences with weapons, I think. All right, we are getting hungry. Eat. Hello, DJ. We are having fun today. How you doing? 45 left there. 19. Oh, that's 1911. M9 replenished. I don't know how much more of the mega horde we've got in this area. Definitely still the number. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've only gotten a portion of them. Now, I'm gonna do what I said I should have done before. I'm gonna bust a hole in the wall because I'm tired of them having only 2 routes to get to me if they're still inside the building. That the only 2 routes they have are to go all the way around to the front of the sales floor, or all the way down here through the loading entrance on that side. And I can fix that and stop myself from getting flanked by just giving them a way out of the building in the middle here. So that's what we got our sledgehammer here for. For anybody joining, welcome. We're at Guns Unlimited in north of Echo Creek. What are we at? Day 438 now, and we're still this is Guns Unlimited. I haven't actually been here on this character yet. Never even explored here. Okay, so here's what I do. I bust a hole in the wall right in front of this fence. So instead of coming all the way down through there behind me, they come out right there. I don't think I'm going to need the sledgehammer again while I'm here. I'm going to go ahead and put it back in the passenger seat. Do I have any 38 special just laying around in here? Because I need some. I do. Well, I have 1 round. I really wish there were more small form factor weapons. Just give me a 9mm with a smaller magazine for concealed carry. They had plenty of those back in the 90s. Maybe I wasn't a gun owner back in the 90s, but I was alive then. Alright, let's start attracting them. No, pal. Oh, well, that's not good. Forgetting to reload. What? Really, dude? I don't know how he started hitting that. I have no idea, because... Oh, it's probably because it's attached to a building that I built. Because they were never able to attack these fences before. These chain links here, these are the special ones. Or the ones that they can't attack yet. Alright, my guy's right on time. Forgive me, I do have to step away briefly. It is 9 a.m. I mentioned before that I have a new guy that I'm training, and he gets on at 9 a.m. So, going to reach out to him and see what his agenda is today. I don't know if I'm going to have to leave. Basically about to find that out. So, give me just a few minutes here. Sorry about this. We will be back momentarily, or we'll be calling it momentarily. So, just, yeah. Another funny thing about this new guy we brought on board, he's actually a transfer, so he might not even have to do his corporate training. That would be amazing. Nobody likes doing corporate training. It doesn't matter what job you're doing. All right, so checking to reload my. Oh, my secondary is good. Okay. I still hear a lot of people to my right, inside the building, so... False. They seem quite convinced that they can get to me still on that side, which, okay. Maybe they're actually coming around this way. That'd be nice. Ammo check. 4 rounds. Three. 0, switch. 13, 13, 12. Reload primary. There's a lot of slow shamblers. I'm gonna peel them apart if I can. Maybe some of them. What compelled him to start hitting that fence? I would very much like to know. Get up. Okay. So he didn't get up, he transitioned to being a crawler. Doing that gives him iframes. This game. Okay, maybe not iframes, but y'all saw I shot him 4 times. That's unacceptable. A 9mm at a aim level 7 from point blank range should never take 4 shots to kill a zombie. I'm just gonna say that as a hard statement. But, and the funny thing is, we can't even blame Ragdoll for that. He was, that was just good old-fashioned. Look at this shit. It's just because I built connected to these fences, I think. I think that's the problem. Yeah, oh well. That just means that if you build your own fence connected to one of these are no longer invulnerable if you do that. Good to know. Don't know if that's intended behavior. I'm assuming it's not. Ammo check. 4 rounds. Now, by standing here and discharging in this area, now that we've got the hole open in the side of the base, we're pulling them from the range as well as from inside. It's 3 rounds. You know what? That's actually a reload. Because I've got some room in my backup here. Alright, full on both. Is that all the mags in my... Yes, it is. Wow. We burned through those, as always. I should have just left some in my backpack. Oop. I don't remember how many M9s we started out with that were full, but I do know we're down below 20 now, yeah. Alright, there's 3 there. Let's take 3 in my backpack, it's fine. Gives me more wiggle room as we approach the range here. Not that I'm expecting to see very many good kill positions. But we might not need any more kill positions. Which depends on how much action we get from the south here. Now, Possum mentioned that these lockers out here, most likely, are not going to have a lot of stuff in them. Okay, stand by. It's like I'm already in contact, but he wanted me to... Okay, that ought to do it. Does that, just have him see if that works. Like I said, still TBA. I'm not 100% sure if I have to step away or not. Last thing I want to do is end the stream and then find out he needs to do his corporate training, in which case, well, I just get to sit there and wait for him to finish for the next 2 hours, so that's why I got started. Otherwise, I wouldn't have started this stream if I was 100% sure I would have to go. I don't predict that there's going to be any loot of consequence out here. I just kind of want to clear the area so I can peek in those, peek in these lockers to see what we're looking at. I don't think 90% of these trees would ever be here normally, but this is, what are we up to? We're up to a year and 2 months, 19 days. Coming up on a year and 3. Random plank on the ground here. Not sure where that came from. Okay, Possum was 100% correct. There's nothing. Like, pretty much nothing out here. Okay, I don't need to check every single crate. Because if the loot tables are like that for... Okay, one thing that I may want to take... warning, restricted area. There's a lot of these here. And they only weigh 1 encumbrance each. Don't know of anywhere else to find them that is extremely plentiful. Even the military bases only have a few, actually. But that would be fighting through a lot of zombies to get all those, so... So, another thing to talk about that I probably should mention, because it's actually immediately relevant. As of today, it will have been 6 weeks since the last update to B42. Updates usually come out on Mondays and Tuesdays after between 5 to 6 weeks. Well, anywhere between 3 to 5 weeks is the average. We've only had a 6-week gap once before. So we've already had, this is already, basically, if we don't get an update today, this will be the longest gap between B42 updates thus far. Yeah, it does. The spear is amazing. I fully expect it to be nerfed, sadly. I am shamelessly using it to its fullest ability until then. It can still one-shot zombies almost 100% of the time, even when I have a moodle like fatigue or hunger that would normally cut my damage in half. But yeah, so I've actually been checking religiously this morning. Yep, nothing yet. I don't even check the Steam page anymore. I just check for mod posts on the discussion board. Because whenever they release an update, they lock the event thread for it and post one on the discussions. Way too many clown farmers. It's kind of sad that game devs have to do that, but well, there's a reason those clown farmers are there. This game is easy to clown on. Typing. love it when people send me pictures. Okay, I'm no longer discharging the firearm in this area. I predict there's still quite a few of them out here on the shooting range. I'm not going in there because of all the trees, and there's no loot in there, so I'm not doing it. I'm not fighting that. There is one other source of loot here that I believe. Thank you, Possum, for mentioning. There is some lockers, and I do believe they will have some loot in them. Before I go in there and check that, I'm just going to see. I think my guy said that he had training, but I'm not 100% sure because he sent me an image. And what did that mean? I think it was probably just an image of the training he has to do. Fuck. Somebody's making really loud noise right outside the apartment. That's annoying. Okay, you know what? Actually, I have to step away very briefly. One moment. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. You know, when you live in a lower middle class apartment complex and you hear really loud noises that sound like one of which sounds like splintering wood. Yeah, no, one of my neighbors is getting an appliance reinstalled, probably a washer or dryer. Yeah, breaking and entering is not uncommon in this area. Not particularly common, but cool. Okay. So our destination, I think, is going to be on the other side of this wall here. Now, we've been doing enough shooting that I do think we are going to be okay back here. So everything in here, this is the indoor shooting range. Nothing that I care about in there. So I'm not even going to bother with that. This, probably just magazines, but one of my primary targets while we're here is the Aiming 5 book. But I don't see books spawning here, so I'm going to assume there's not going to be any books. For anybody joining, welcome. We are at the Guns Unlimited store in Echo Creek. And we're coming down the home stretch on any loot that this place has to offer. We've already hit the main sales floor. Ah, okay, so this is the lockers. I'm guessing people come here and put some stuff in the lockers and then go hit the shooting range or whatever. I don't know. In any case, there's a big iron, some jerky. Yes, okay. My new guy is going to knock out his video trainings. Anybody who's worked a job in a hell, even blue collar jobs these days will have those silly little corporate video trainings you got to watch. Yeah, that's what my new guy's working on today. God rest his soul. I hate doing those. I hate them so much, but we got to do them every year. Ah, shotgun boxes, perfect. Okay, so I had 11 boxes in my trunk. Now I've got a 12th box. Now I've got a another carton. Very glad I did that. Okay, I don't care about anything else here. I think, yeah. That's a okay. So we're not out of the chances yet. There's an aiming 3 book in this locker, so theoretically there's a possibility we could get aiming 5. But you know, that just means we got to clear every single locker in this area. Why would they come to a gun range and just leave all of their guns in the locker? I'm not going to question it. I'll take it. We might even come away with yet another carton of shotgun. Yeah, because one of these boxes is going to get packed in, but then we've got 5 more boxes after that. We're basically halfway to another one. So when it comes to the actual guns, I've got so many that I'm not really here for guns. In fact, I'm not. The only gun that I actually found that I'm actually keeping is I found an M16, which is something I haven't found anywhere else on the map. So definitely taking that back. But every other gun that I've found so far is just I'm just taking the ammo out of it because that's what I'm here for. 7, 8. Yeah, we're getting close to yet another carton of shotgun. That's glorious, and we're not even halfway done with these lockers. Probably going to need to do multiple trips. I'm perfectly okay with that. Pink beanie, sure, I'll take that. Oh, this double barrel shotgun does not need to be. I only just realized that I'm carrying around a double barrel shotgun. Hey, a multi-tool. I think that's functionally equivalent to a handy knife. I've got many, many handy knives, but okay, all the rest of that I don't need. An actual big iron, the Magnum. I don't have very many of those. In fact, I don't think I have any in perfect condition, so that actually will come back with me. Okay, and wow, save the best for last, why don't you? Damn, okay. This is going to fill us up, at least the secondary bag. And the primary bag is pretty close to being full. Yet another Magnum. Okay. Let's get, well, we do have, this is why we have our second military backpack. Just a reminder that you're witnessing peak logistics in Zomboid when you're doing this. Military backpack on the back in both hands. That's how we roll. Alright, the gear goes on the floor. All that. Unfortunately, no aiming 5. Probably should have known better to expect that. Gone this long without finding it, we're probably not going to find it. Okay, all containers are emptied, and now there's another locker room. We're going to have to make another trip. I'm already putting myself at risk by hand carrying this much. Alright, here's my hauler. I suppose I can go ahead and move it up a little bit. Well, actually, I'll just bust another hole in the wall. That's fine. Make this easier on myself. So, ammo, I'm just putting straight into the trunk for now. Very close to another box of shotgun just from loose shells I picked up. In fact, there's probably even more loose shells I can pick up from the... Oh, look at that. Okay, there's another carton of 44 mag. Probably not going to get another carton of 45 auto. That's fine. For context, 44 mag, that's the large handgun caliber. 45 auto is what I've been using for my my revolver so far, so I've got a lot of that. Hello, Scarrow. Welcome back. We are currently in Guns Unlimited. Now, unfortunately, the guns here are actually limited, but we're getting a lot of them, so I'm good with that. Yeah, we are really close to 2 cartons of shotgun here. Yeah, 2 more boxes of shotgun, and we've got a second carton. It's fantastic. Okay, both of these backpacks are full now. The trunk has plenty of room, so that's not an issue. Some of this stuff can come out of my backpack. Oh, yeah? That, I don't know who that is. I'm assuming it's a, one of their internal testers. One of the ones that were glazing B42 before it was released. That didn't lead to a very good reception on the Steam forums, but Steam forums will get mad about anything, so that hardly even matters. But if they did give it out to their internal testing, then that tells me that we're not too awful far away from it releasing. Now, again, I don't think they've ever violated the Monday or Tuesday rule. So that being said, we've either got another week or it's later today. That's usually what that's what I'm putting my money on for now. If only past performance had anything to do with future results for these people. Alright, there's the fatigue. We're thirsty, but we've been carrying around a 2-liter of water with us in the backpack to refill our canteen with. Alright, so we did pick up a couple of revolvers. I probably didn't need more M625s. I definitely wanted some more Magnums. Because back at Riverside, I know I have a few Magnums, but several of them are not in good condition. So 2 perfect condition magnums feels like a good usage of my storage space. Ammo is going to be first priority, but I'm pretty sure I'll have enough room left over for that. I'm also going to put furniture straight into the trunk alongside that. All of the magazines directly put into the trunk are empty, and all of the magazines inside of these desert camo backpacks are filled. So I'm trying to keep them all separate, to the best of my ability, at least. All these hunting knives are in perfect condition too. I'm gonna start putting hunting knives in one of these backpacks. I guess I'll put them in this one. The long stick too, that's a spare handle for my spear. I have just reached the point where spears are basically what am I thinking of? The head will basically last for two handles. Okay, I can take the heavy armor off. Probably the bandana too, because I'm pretty sure we're done with heavy combat for now. The rest of the zombies here that are out in force are down at the shooting range, which I've already decided I'm not going into. There's way too many trees there for line of sight blockage, and I don't think there's any loot, so there's literally no reason to go in there. We are past the point of needing to kill zombies. Our primary goal here is to get the gun, the ammo specifically. Yeah, that's all what I'm gonna do right now. I need food. Like, I need to literally eat this whole salad. There we go. Okay. I have several replacement batteries ready for my flashlight, because I know it's going to run out momentarily. A couple of loot boxes in here. No guns. I will take some rope when I see it. Even though I could forage for materials to make more. It's very inconvenient to do that. Nuts and bolts are a finite thing. I always pick those up when I can spare the action economy. I don't think these crates are going to have... well, these are just regular crates. They could have had... there was a chance that they could be a book crate based on this. Because whenever I see, like, old newspapers or empty bottles, same kind of crates you would find in a, ooh, full-ass box of batteries, okay. Same kind of crates you would find in a storage facility. Welding rods, finite thing. Car battery charger, actually, I need to start carrying one of those around in my vehicle kits. Because, whenever I enter new territory now, any vehicle that gets generated is going to have a dead battery, guaranteed. Okay, lots of stuff here. Is any of it going to be guns? This doesn't look like it. No, this is workshop. All this loot table here is workshop. Very little workshop stuff that I actually need. But radios, especially now that I'm making bombs. For whatever those are worth. I have a total of 7 bombs on me, and I just found materials to make an 8th. When it comes to bombs, there's 2 choices that I know of that are not the firebomb. Obviously, I don't like fire very much. Especially if I'm trying to loot something, because if I, set a bunch of zombies on fire, watch them wander into your loot, and set your loot on fire, right? No, I don't do fire. But explosives, regular explosives, are actually effective against zombies now. They have been since the introduction of ragdoll mechanics. And I've tested one bomb. It worked all right, but the bombs we can make, they're basically bottlenecked by two different resources. One of them is, I've actually found one while I'm out here, is a box of sparklers. Where the hell is it? Radio. This thing right here, box of sparklers. You gotta have those to make an aerosol bomb. I have like something like close to 60 cans of hairspray to make aerosol bombs with. I've found less than 10 boxes of sparklers. We've been on this character for 350 hours, by the way. Yeah. Make of that what you will. I don't have anything nice to say about that. Now, on the flip side, pipe bombs. I don't know if there is a single magazine in this game I've not found. We have 2.5 crates full of skill magazines, and we've read every single one of them. And I do not have the recipe for pipe bombs. I'm electrical level 7. The highest level recipe to make electrical stuff is level 6. And I cannot research pipe bombs. So I don't think there... I mean, like in this, there's some... I'm just going to assume that it's just unfinished. That's the only assumption I can make, because bombs are just... It feels like they're a massive oversight right now. Unstable beta stuff right there. I'm going to go ahead and dismantle these radios, because we want those receivers to make detonators. Always down for batteries, too. And if nothing else, that just opened up more storage space. Now, I'm going to establish a garbage bag of loot here from my main backpack so I can empty that out. That way I can go back in and finish off looting the lockers. Nails are immediately being used, so I'm putting those straight into the trunk. Actually, I need to be eating some of this jerky. Jerky is high in protein, and my proteins are embarrassingly low. My proteins should be double what they're currently at. I'm just going to literally eat 2 of these sticks of beef jerky. There we go. Proteins went straight from 0 to 70. Perfect. We're very close to the next level of strength. I shouldn't need to... I can't wait to never again have to worry about my proteins. I mean, I'm probably going to continue worrying about them just because I've habituated myself into worrying about them, but... Okay. So this garbage bag is basically just medium priority loot. And that's the trunk full. So the trunk is now full, so everything else that I pull out of this place, I'm going to be hand carrying it anyway. So... Hammer out. We've only got one more locker room. Realistically speaking, there probably is not going to be that many women with massive gun collections all going to a place at the same time. But I'm 100% in favor of that representation in this game, because that leads to both locker rooms having nothing but loot. So that... Hey, we're getting close to another carton of 45 auto here. Right. Well, for all we know, the patch notes have probably not even been compiled yet. If I remember right, NASCO writes all the patch notes, and he's probably Like, I'm assuming that every time something is fixed, he'll get that added to the notes. But if they're not done fixing it, then he probably hasn't shared it with everybody. It's probably just a work in progress. Um, something that I saw the devs on one of the mods on Steam. I think it was an actual Indie Stone guy, not a Janny. They confirmed that the Indie Stone was aware of the silly problem with frame rate reduction when you're in front of a loot container with a lot of small items in it. Yeah, we've got another carton of shotgun. If we just get a couple more boxes of 45 auto, we may have a carton of 45 auto too. I'm not 100% sure how many more of those we need though. But we're on track. Need none of this, no. I think that's the same Western canteen I already have. If that's the case, I'll take a backup, I guess. So every time we open one of these lockers, we have a very small chance of aiming 5. But I do think that's going to be the last chance for aiming 5 in this structure. At this point, I'm not expecting to come home with it, but hey, we need it. We desperately need it. Again, 350 hours, and we are still missing. What are we missing? I've got my little note here. Well, can I open the note? No, flashlights don't work indoors right now for some reason. There we go. There we go. Long blade 5, aiming 5, glassmaking 5, pottery 5, welding 5. And we're still missing 5 volume 5 books. Yeah, that's just bad luck on my part. Now, another thing that I was recently, if anybody is subscribed, like and subscribe, the usual YouTuber thing. One of the latest videos I put out, something I was working on over the weekend, I am working on a script that pulls clips from videos based on words spoken, using the captions, the auto caption system from YouTube. And I was able to do that, and that actually that brought me to a spot where I noticed there's a survivor house that I probably have not hit yet. So I've already located a potential source for more books, but I don't remember exactly where that was. I'd have to go look at it again. All right, that is the last locker, so now we're just pulling stuff out of these boxes. Military backpack in the offhand here. Yet another box of shotgun. We're well beyond another carton here. Is there any in the chamber? No. This one does have one in the chamber, though. Okay, that's everything. This gun case over here, I think this is actually one I don't have yet, just visually speaking, so I'll take it. So I got out the other backpack, but I don't think I'm going to need it. As expected. Well, this is not... There's not as much in this one as there was in the previous one. But that is every locker in here, and we are close to our bedtime anyway. In fact, we'll probably be a little bit past our bedtime. No, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and sleep here. I actually did when I was first looting the sales floor here. Hold on just a moment. I have the key to this place, so I can check back here. But, of course, look at that. There's nothing. Nothing in those crates. And electronics in that one. So, nope, no guns in the indoor shooting range here. Okay, whatever. An empty M9 magazine, okay. Hey, look at that, okay. Couple of boxes. Hey, 9mm, sure. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We haven't seen very much 9mm here. Empty and an M9 with a magazine. Okay, backpack is completely full, but yeah, we don't really need anything else from here. Yeah, I just hadn't cleared this room yet. But so what I was saying before I got distracted there, is we do actually have a place to sleep in here. I established that when I first was looting the sales floor, so we can go ahead and hit that. We are a restless sleeper, so we're going to wake up in the middle of the night, and then we'll have to sleep again. So let me hit the sleeping spot really quick. Yeah, this I just literally just went into a closet and picked up one of those tents. Better than nothing. There it is. Sleeping comfort's only average, but that's actually okay. We can augment our sleep with a little bit of coffee, because we're carrying around coffee now. So overnight activity is basically just going to be to drive back to our field base in the area. Now, when we drive back to that field base, let us also bring with us 2 big old backpacks full of guns. Now remember, like I said, I don't really need more guns back in Riverside. So bringing them back to Riverside with me, pretty much pointless. However, getting them out of this place, where there's going to be many respawns in the future, is potentially beneficial, because I'm going to stock them in my field base that I have here. So basically, just if I ever, for some reason, if I ever need more guns that I don't have back at Riverside, where my main base is, where I've literally got boxes full of MSR 788s. If I ever get to the point where I literally need more, I can come back here and visit my field base, where I will have the guns that I'm picking up off the floor now just neatly sorted into a local storage. So basically, we are creating a long-term deposit here that may or may not ever pay off for us in this character's lifetime. Again, MSR 700s and 788s, both of those I have entire boxes of back at base. So maybe I'll grab one of each if they've got a full set of mods on them. There is a good 700. Kind of looking for shotguns more so than rifles. Yeah, I know I have a double barrel in several locations. I don't think you can put like a choke tube on a double barrel. I'm pretty sure if there were any, when it comes to knives, you'll find a lot of knives in a gun store like this. The only ones that I actually care about are, ooh, how have I not hit these lockers yet? I am an actual literal doofus. Okay, I could have swore I already hit these lockers. This backpack is full. We've got another one here. So there's a couple more boxes of ammo we haven't hit yet. I'm pretty sure these are the last possible ones, though. Excellent. It was in these center lockers here that I found the M16. So I don't know if that's like a consistent thing, but yeah, these really tall lockers in the center. 350 hours, multiple military checkpoints, stendos, multiple smaller gun stores. Never found an M16 until we hit these lockers here. So whether that's just pure luck on my part or an actual repeatable thing, in any case, always worth checking this place. Very lovely place. But we're done with it now. Fully done with it. This will be our last trip here. We're going back to the field base now. Spend the rest of the evening here sorting through our haul, finding out what we can afford to bring back with us. We're going to be shit. Okay, my plan is I need to get back to Riverside sooner rather than later, because my generators back at Riverside are probably going to be running out of gas soon. I've spent a little too much time out here. If anybody watching is not familiar, I have 6 generators in Riverside right now. That's just the consequence of agriculture and not having anybody else to help me eat all the food that I'm growing. I grew way too much. Crop plots full of 10 wide crop plots. It's too much. It really is. It helped me get to agriculture level 10, but I got to level 10 long before I harvested everything. I could have planted a quarter of what I actually grew. Could have planted a quarter of it and still come home fat and happy. Definitely not going anywhere near as big with agriculture next time I make a character from scratch, which could have happened sometime soon, but we don't know. Basically, we want to find out if the next patch is liable to be one of those that will break your save and force you to start over. I'm not too mad about that when it happens, because it actually gives me an out. Gives me a happy ending for my characters. If their save gets broken through to no fault of our own, then we can just say, hey, they sailed off into the sunset. Alright, extracting all boxes of ammo. There we go. Now what I want to do first is make sure that I've packed as many boxes into cartons as possible. Should have another shotgun, so we've got another shotgun box from the loose rounds. Because we've been picking up every shotgun we find and extracting the round, or the shells from them. There's our carton of 45 auto, or box of 45 auto. Where's our carton? There it is. 12 boxes of 45 auto into carton. If you're not familiar with Build 42, the carton system, 12 boxes equals 1 carton. Cartons are easier to transport than boxes. And therefore, we should have room for these cartons in the trunk here. Well, one of them. So the loose ammo is going to go into my backpack, along with the loose boxes. Until I can fit this carton into my Okay. So all of the cartons are now in the trunk of the vehicle. I would like to keep the vehicles. So I've got the trunk of this step van, and you can't see it because it's on the other side of the building, but there is a full trailer as well. So in addition to this 200 encumbrance of firearms, we've also got a 130 encumbrance of other stuff. Now, there's also this garbage bag full of miscellaneous stuff. I'm going to have to deal with that after I sleep because it's bedtime. So actually, I'm just going to Drop this so I don't over-encumber myself to death. You can't, but I don't like doing it. Alright, we sleep. Alrighty then. Those revolvers I picked up, I'm just going to leave them here. Maybe the Magnums I'll hold on to, but the M625s, they can stay here. I am leaving, like I was saying before, I'm leaving some guns that I found. But we were just really here for ammo more than anything. Now we're getting hungry, but I should just be eating this. I found some jerky, didn't I? Where the hell did I put it? That's right, there's a garbage bag full of miscellany that I need to get out of the way. There you are. Beef jerky. High in protein, and I need protein. It's, again, the protein decay is how I know that I've been out here longer than I should have been. It happened, proteins decay over time, slowly. And I was really high in protein when I left. Like, I was close to the cap, if not over it, so that's how I know I've been out here for long enough that I should be concerned about the generators. So this crate is all food. Some of it is going to stay here, some of it I'm just going to bring back with me. I just need to do a passover once I've sorted everything else. Medium priority stuff goes in the middle box here, stuff that I'm likely to go ahead and take back to Riverside, assuming I have room. If I don't have room, then this can stay here. Except for the vinegar. The vinegar absolutely needs to come back with me. So that's going in my backpack. Yeah, comic books, magazines. Well, actually, comic books probably. Comic books are one of those things that I have no idea how I can possibly keep track of all of them, but I do kind of want to bring them all back with me if I can. Use electrical crap. Fire source and first aid, that's all medium priority, that goes here. This car battery charger, I was going to try to find a way to fit that into my vehicle repair kit. That's going to be easier said than done. It requires generators anyway, so I really should just leave it. I should just leave it here because I've got a generator here, so. They're only really good if coupled with generators anyway. Okay, there's that garbage bag of loot taken care of. I have so many batteries, I'm just going to preemptively get rid of the one that's almost empty from my flashlight and just toss it out, place it. Alright, are we in triage mode yet? Not just yet. I want to get another box down. Well, you know what? I need to be sorting through all this shit too. So this is another garbage bag full of guns that I probably don't need more copies of. So I can put that here. Again, some of this is going to come back with us. These tiger stripe camo military jackets are actually not that bad. I just wish I had something that actually matched with them. I don't. The hoodies I picked up specifically because it's another black hoodie right there. I'm always in the market for those. Hunting camo. Now I do have an orange vest. Literally no way I could ever wear a vest and not overheat. It's basically impossible. Once you start getting, you know, a lot of body heat generation up. If you wear a vest in addition to other layers, vests, your body heat generation, I do like how the game models this. It's all in the chest and head. If your body is, you have a lot of body heat being generated, the chest and the head is where it's all going to radiate from in the, you know, the core region. So if you are doing a lot of work and you've got a lot of layers on, having your chest and head covered tightly is going to lead to a lot of heat retention and make you overheat. And this game does do a pretty good job of modeling that. It's an annoyingly good job of modeling that. Jigglers, fishing hooks, bobber, and rope. Everything else is low priority. Well, these water tablets are low priority. It's like water purification tablets sound useful in theory, but both in game and in real life, I would sooner just boil water. Tablets seem like one of those things you would carry around, maybe IRL if you ran into a situation where it was a hell of a lot less convenient to boil water. Those are very few and far between, though. Survival situations that match that specific criteria. Okay, so by getting rid of that box, or that garbage bag, we've got a little bit more room here. See if we can at least get all the ammo and magazines out. Yes, I think we will be able to fit all of the ammo into the trunk here. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. In fact, I can probably fit the magnums that I picked up. Perfect. And the vinegar. Believe it or not, vinegar is one of my highest priority items right now because every full container of vinegar is another 5 jars of produce that I can make, because we can't make our own vinegar right now. So if I want to be able to make more jars of produce and actually preserve some of the food that I've grown without having to waste gas on generators, vinegar is the linchpin for that. So. Okay, triage completed. Triage completed, yes. Everything that's still in my backpack is something I am absolutely going to bring back with me. So I no longer have to think too hard about that. I mean, I'm going to think hard about it anyway, because that's what I do. But we will build a another crate for local storage, and this will be the firearm crate, and then we're done here. I suppose the only reason I would come back here would be if I wanted to loot Echo Creek. Small place, a couple things I might want, I don't know. The min-maxer in me is telling me that I need to min-max my storage here. I'm going to use this big hiking backpack to fill up all of these magazines and loose ammo, just because it's cluttering my field of vision here. Beautiful. And then the backpack itself is pretty much a full trunk. Yep, trunk is full. Like 100% completely full. So also the trailer is, I've already done this. This is 100% completely full as well. 90% of it is ammo, boxes and cartons. I don't think, okay. I've got 8 boxes of shotgun shells back here. If I have 4 boxes of shotgun shells over here, then there's another carton and I can optimize that further, but no, of course not. I did not. I've been pretty diligent about making sure that my shotgun ammo is cartoned up, so we're Everything's cartoned up. We can't optimize that any further. So now, everything else that we could possibly bring back with us is hand carry. Everything I had to drop here is going to very easily fit in my backpack now. I don't see any more loose logs, so I'm going to go ahead and pick up my field axe here and chop another tree. And that shall be used to make our last couple of crates to store all those firearms, and I can empty out those backpacks. Then we're in triage mode, then we're going home. We'll be back at base by the end of the day today. That's 6. Seven, and there's 8. 8 planks. It's crafting menu, man. There's our 8 planks. And of course, I already put my nails away because I'm a doofus. Drop those there. I'll go get some nails. This crate's put up, and then we're out of that. Looking good back there, looking good. Hungry, we still need proteins. I'm annihilating this beef jerky, but that's okay. Well, actually, okay, so here's the thing. I will use what remains of my beef jerky and make a couple more salads. The fresh ingredients we brought back, or we brought with us from Riverside, are probably getting closer and closer to stale. The habaneros actually just went stale. And I almost forgot that we can add beef jerky to salads. Okay, so broccoli, tomatoes, and beef jerky. I might actually eat that IRL depending on what I add to it to soften it up. We'll slather that with some olive oil. It needs a liquid binder. The beef jerky would dry it up too much. Yeah, I would definitely IRL. I would want to put some mayo or ranch or something saucy on it. Can't find anything like that, but yeah. Whenever I'm cooking for myself in this game, I'm always thinking about, would I ever eat this IRL? And in this particular case, now the jalapenos might be a bit much. I'm not particularly a. I always make fun of my dad for this. He's a spice enjoyer. Me, I have not actually nuked my taste buds to the point where the only thing I can enjoy is something spicy. He has, so I always make fun of him for that. Where's the flavor? Where's the flavor? I don't know. Have you tried not burning your tongue in your youth by eating too much spice? I mean, I'm being facetious when I say burning your tongue, but really, what I mean by that is you get addicted to spicy foods. Then things that's not spicy, which is the vast majority of normal foods, just start to seem bland. And the next thing you know, you've got a bottle of Cholula on the dinner table, and you're constantly adding it to pretty much everything. I love my dad, but I'm never not going to make fun of him for that. Okay, yeah, everything else in my backpack is good. So, all these backpacks on my bed here, full of stuff that is most likely going to stay here, but needs to be sifted through to be sure. In fact, this canteen is coming with me. I don't even know if I have that color yet. So guns and stuff go in the upper crates. Cosmetics go in that one. So that one's empty. Get the other one. I can't. It's too heavy to pick up. So we need to directly transfer it to the second crate from the top here. Okay, now I can just put that in my backpack. Probably the same deal with this. This garbage bag full of guns. I don't remember exactly where I found them. They're going to have the same fate, though. They're getting stored in the crate here. Okay, so again, nothing but guns and attachments in here. All of the guns and all of the attachments we're looking at are things that I have so much of back in Riverside that you could not pay me to try to create more storage for it back in Riverside. So they'll stay here. These guns will stay here. If for some reason I find myself in need of more guns in the future, now I can much more easily get access to them. So we're now finally in triage mode. Triage mode, it's just what I call loot triage, is when I'm full completely and I need to be very discerning about what I'm going to pack myself up with for the hand carry for the journey home. So again, we're talking peak logistics in Zomboid right now. So we got the van is completely full. Driver's seat, passenger seat, glove compartment, trunk, completely full. The trailer over here, also completely full. But my backpack is as empty as it can be, and now I've got a military backpack in one hand and a military backpack in the other hand. Now, with all of this, my character has about as much storage space as this trailer. So, now we're in triage mode. We see what we want that I put in these crates. We see what we want to take back with us. We take that. Everything else stays here. So, apricots, coffee, 2 of these cereals. Soda I've got so much of. Granola bars are easy, absolutely. Chocolate bar. Rice. Tea. Olive oil, always. Easy calories. Maple syrup, easy calories. Ketchup, I got a billion of. Marinara, I don't have very much of. Sugar, why not? Crackle bars, rare. Crackers, whatever. Barbecue sauce, no, I have plenty of that. Mugs, I picked those up for a reason. Mostly so that I could make coffee if I needed to while I'm out here. But also, I didn't realize how many colors there are. There's a lot of colors of mugs. So I'm going to start a full color collection. So there's our light blue and our dark blue. Now, cosmetics. Those go last, because they have a chance to be pretty heavy. Welding stuff, absolutely. Welding rods are a very limited quantity item. There's no way to make them, so once you use up all the ones you've looted, that's it. Red, I can make more of that very easily. Rope, you can find materials to make it by foraging, but it's also really, really useful. I'm going to take it, but I'm going to leave it at the drop point in West Point. Nuts and bolts, limited quantity, cannot make them. Duct tape, limited quantity, cannot make it. Copper, there's places you can scrap it from, but I'll take it. Hotties, always. Memorabilia, rags, those are staying here. Jigglers, very, very good fishing item, reusable. Cannot make them. Bobbers, yes, same thing. Fishing hooks, an entire box of them. I don't really need it. Iron fishing hooks are equal to them. Cold packs. I don't know if I'll ever make smoke bombs. These are the linchpin item for those. Suture needles, I can make my own. Alcohol, cannot make. Yet. I do hope we'll be able to do that eventually. The devs have added a crop, sugar beets, that have no use yet. Once you grow sugar beets, zero things you can do with them yet. So I do think that's on the way. But that being said, this is all the room we have in this backpack. So that's our main backpack. So now we're on primary hand. Most of these batteries, because they're all full. I'll leave like 2 behind. Can't call it a field base if I haven't left behind a few basics. Get it? Basics. Almost empty leg, no. Painkillers, I'll leave them here for the field base. Box of nails coming with me. Nails have been way too useful out in the field. Sacks, those probably will go back to Riverside eventually. Medical shears, actually surprisingly very useful. They double for pliers in certain recipes. Like if you ever try to scrap jewelry from collected from zombies, yeah, those are those qualify. Okay, so that's all the food. That's all of the non-cosmetics. So we're now looking at cosmetics. Okay. Beanies, I picked up a couple of them because they looked cute. The pink one particularly. And this one, this beanie right here, might actually be a better match for military gear than anything else I have. Peaked military hat, I'll take 1. I've already got 1 back at Riverside, so. Officer jacket, actually best in slot. Well, actually second best in slot. Military jackets, always going to be best in slot, but they don't have as much water resistance, and they don't, military jackets don't go down to the thigh. So, this officer jacket goes down to the thigh. It's a long jacket, like trench coat style. But it provides protection to the thigh area. So basically each one of these military jackets, they're all coming with me. Tiger Stripe camo is extremely rare. Come away from several loot areas with military cosmetics and never found any, so. Padded pants, yes. Both of these hoodies. The chemin, it's small, at least. And the shirts. Okay, I have more room than I thought. So what can I do? Oh, forgot that, Okay, so some of the stuff in the corner box can now go into the bottom box there. Now I do have a destination for the gun and ammo there, so that goes to the second to the top. Hatchets, no, but magazines, questionable. Questionable. One of the reasons I've actually been collecting these is just so that I can show exactly how many I've found. Because I've found so many, and yet I'm still missing some. I'm still missing the one that teaches you how to make pipe bombs, if it even exists. Maybe it doesn't exist. That's always possible. Whatever. Alright, that is everything sorted. Everything else that is not currently on my person is either going to stay here or perishables in the fridge, of which there shouldn't be too many left over. I've already got a couple of salads in my backpack. These tomatoes are not long for the world. These tomatoes are probably going to go bad not long after I take them out of the fridge. So I probably am going to make a veggie roast with the these pans that I still have here. Yeah, I'm going to make a veggie roast now. while I'm here. You can add beef jerky to roasts as well. That's actually pretty cool. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so we've actually used up all the substantial produce we brought with us. There's still tomatoes, but they're actually leftovers. As in, we've already used part of them. Okay, that's all the substantial stuff we brought with us. Now it's just a bunch of leftovers, basically. Like leftover tomatoes and whatnot. So these roasts, I'll just, if I got this olive oil, I might as well use it because, it wouldn't hurt to go back into weight gain briefly. I'm down to 81 kilo right now. So if I gain some weight, it's no bad thing. So I'll have those start cooking, and then I guess to get rid of the hunger now, I'll just straight up eat some of these leftover tomatoes, because I'm not bringing them back with me beyond that. Well, actually, I'll probably... Do I need more seeds? I don't need more seeds. Okay, the stuff in the freezer is coming with me. And that's it. When this stuff is done cooking, we shut down the generator, and we're out of here. And since I do have some more room, the rice is coming with me, and the corned beef, because the corned beef is actually an amazing source of protein. So are these cans of oats, actually. I may need those. So now I'm thinking about stuff that I'll take with me, but then like leave at my drop point in West Point. That's probably going to apply to most of the food that I'm picking up right now. And you know what? The warm clothes that I was going to leave here, I'll go ahead and take those and leave them at West Point. So I need to keep in mind that military backpack O Bravo is going to be left at West Point, the drop zone there. Some of these hatchets, they could probably get left there too. I'm always down for a backup weapon to level axes with, in case I need to do clothing repairs. And that's the sound of the roasts being done. Came away with a 60 and a 40. This is a 60 roast. We're going to call this B series. Same as the other salads that we froze from yesterday. So 40 roast B. If you guys are not familiar with my food system, I name food after an approximation of what it restores when I eat it, and then the series, like in this case B series, that's what order I need to eat them in. So in this case, this 30 salad that's still thawing, I made that a while ago. Same with the 60 fries, so I need to eat those before the ones that are labeled B. And that is everything cleaned out. The yeah, I'm just gonna leave these the perishables. We're done with the perishables. Okay, we're done here. On our way to West Point. Oh, this is going to be complicated. This is going to be a little complicated. We're at 1,500 hours now. And, I don't know if I can make it to West Point 1,500, before bedtime. We'll see how that plays out, I guess. And yes, we are leaving the generator here because we literally don't need it. I've got at least 2 more blue generators in Muldra and 3 more in Riverside. So I'm literally at this point, the blue generators are from my field bases. And once I establish those field bases, I leave them there. Alright, back to, we're not, we're pushing on to West Point. It's a little bit awkward being hand-carrying stuff and being so full. And it's awkward because if we have to get out and fight on our way to West Point, non-zero chance of that. Also, making it to West Point before we have to sleep is another thing. So if we have to sleep on our way there, that's what the coffee's for. I made some coffee. If we have to sleep on our way to West Point, the coffee will sustain us. We're not gonna stop for that. That is quite literally why I have the coffee. It is to get me out of situations that would make it extremely inconvenient to go sleep. Okay, here's a bit of a slight problem. Well, actually, hold on. Come to a complete stop before opening the map. Otherwise, you might drift. So, Echo Creek is not clear. In fact, I have not even started to clear it. So, trying to get back to the highway from here is not the best of ideas. Did I really do that? Okay. Okay, interesting. Yeah, it's, well, that's all the base game has. We've got those little trailers and then the, whatchamacallits, and then we've got the animal trailers. In terms of raw real estate, you should be able to fit a lot more into animal trailers, but that's not how the devs think. So, because Echo Creek is not clear, I'm not going to try to drive through it. It's not like the zombies in there are untenable, but I don't feel like getting out and fighting. And if you are driving a vehicle that you care about that has a lot of storage space in it, you don't want to be running into zombies with it, ever. Because every time you hit a zombie, you run the risk of them smacking the side of the vehicle and causing damage to it. So actually, we should have gone the other way. Because... Oops, wrong button. Wrong button, now we gotta start. Okay. So the road where we made our field base, which I do need a label on the map, actually. I am liable to forget this if I do not have it labeled. I am a big fan of the new map labeling system. It's not quite as free as Draw on the Map. That mod is still probably goated, but I do like the flexibility now. See, I don't have a perfect circle, but if I need just a ghetto circle, then I can just take an O and rotate it. Look at that, now we got a circle. So there's our field base marker for this area. So what I'm going to do is go down Freedom Road here on where I've got this and connect to KY144, which I have explored. That doesn't mean it's going to be clear, but it does mean it's going to be a lot less heavily populated. And then when we get down here to KY60, there's going to be a little bit in this area, I think. And then Mad Dan's Den here. But that's no problem. Now, our destination is West Point. The cut through here to Jamiestown is not secure. There's no chance of this. Because this road here, I used it as a road to lure zombies out of Jamiestown. So this road is actually going to be swarming with them once we get to the straight point here. So that's just not happening. Now, I think we could just take KY60 a little further down here into unexplored territory and then cut north at some point here. Taffin Road. Yeah, okay. So, you know what? Hopefully nobody considers this cheating. I am going to go to b42map.com and we're going to see what roads we have that connect here. So here's KY60. we would be going south this way. Now this road right here would take us to Jamie-Town, which is not secure. I'd rather not do that. This gravel back road couldn't hurt too much. Well, I want to say that. It wouldn't really give us any benefits to... Yeah, none of the back roads look like a good option until we get to Rosewood and then just cut north. Oh, this map, B42map.com, it's fantastic. It is highly recommended website. I'll post a link in the chat. It is, they actually just updated it. So I'm actually kind of glad that the game itself did not update. Right? No, okay. It's almost late morning, and it has not updated. I don't think we're getting an update today. So that's good. That means that the B42 map folks didn't do it right before right before the silly update dropped. But yeah, Muldraw to West Point, this highway here, there's still a roadblock somewhere. I have not fully cleared this. So it is going to have a little bit of hairy maneuver space. So if we are going to get onto the road to Rosewood here and turn north, we might as well... This gravel road should be okay-ish. I say that without being very familiar with this double warehouse. There could be some zombies there. I'm going to stick to familiar territory. We're going to turn north at Rosewood here and go down this back road. And then, oops. And then we are going to... Yeah, we're just basically going to go through the heart of the map at that point. That's okay. Now, that being said, it is now 1750. Since I'm going to have to drive past my field base again anyway, I'm going to pick up the tent that I left there. I'm going to pick up the tent that I left there, and I'm going to take the pillow with me, one of them, so that we can camp on our way, because we're not going to be able to make it most of the way across the map in a single night. We're not going to do that. We're not even going to make the Muldraw tonight at this rate. But I do want to get started, so we're going to go ahead and camp tonight. It's been a little while since I've camped. It's always fun. Wait, what? You just check... Hold on a second. Did you... You mean the game itself? Don't tell me. I actually don't think I have a way of knowing whether the game has an update if it's running. The patch, and there's no patch notes. So basically, if they whatchamacallit, if they released a patch, but we don't have patch notes, that just means NASCO is being slow. It wouldn't be the first time. Shit. If we do have a patch today, I don't know how I feel about that. Because I really do want to see the... Well, actually, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. If we do have a patch today, I'm going to read the patch notes and see what changed. And if it looks like it is a potential save breaker, I don't know how I'm going to feel about that. I might actually prevent my game from updating if that's going to happen. I don't know. We'll see. But, yeah, if we're going to drive past this place again, I'll have another couple tomatoes before they go bad. They're going to go bad any minute. And then we're going to take... I did leave a tent here. Did I leave a sleeping bag? I don't think I did. I don't even know if I need... Do you need a sleeping bag? I don't know if you need a sleeping bag with a tent. So with the roads being eroded, I don't think so. Not at the current stage of erosion. Now, I've never made it past, actually, I think this character right now that we're looking at, I think this is the longest I've ever had a character in this game. And I've never done the whole, start 10 years later, whatever the sandbox settings are available for that. I've never done any of that. I'm considering going back to the place and getting a high quality sleeping bag, because I know exactly where there is one. But I could have swore that I actually did that already. I thought I got some and then left it here. But maybe not. In any case, yeah, if I did, it would be in there. I do kind of want to have a camping kit in general. So one thing I want to check before we head out is I want to see what the do you even need a sleeping bag once you have a tent? So I put the tent down. Okay, sleeping comfort is poor. So I really do want to have a sleeping bag in it. So I'm just going to leave that there. I'm going to go back to the I'm going to go back to Guns Unlimited, where I know exactly where there is there's a tent with a high quality sleeping bag, and then I'm just going to grab a pillow from here. Right. There we go. But yeah, so travel, it depends entirely on the roads, right? So we are now 1 year and 3 months in, I believe. Something like that. 1 year, 3 months, getting close to 4. Or is it the other way around? Yeah, just 1 year and 3 months. None of the roads themselves have eroded to the point where my travel is being disrupted, except for dirt roads and sand roads. So if you're trying to take a road that is made entirely of dirt or sand, it's going to be full of small trees. You're going to have to get out at every like, I don't know, 10 or so tiles on average. You're going to have to get out of your vehicle and chop trees to have a clear path, or try to navigate around them. If I'm trying to get from one point to another more than once, I'm going to cut the trees in my way. Now, they're going to be small trees, even smaller than this one here. So that's not a problem if you have like a fire axe and you're like axe level 3 or 4. That should not be a problem for you. But actually, we can see it right there. See this dirt road right here? Look at that. There's trees all over it. Now, sometimes you can navigate around them. Once you get down in this area, though, good luck. Good luck navigating around that on foot or on. I wouldn't want to do that on foot, just because of how dense those trees are, and because that leads to a house. There's likely to be zombies on that road, so I do not want to deal with that ever. Now this is complicated. I should have known that we will have zombies. Not respawns, but people who have walked around the side. I probably could run inside and before they get to me, I might be able to make it back out. I'm not going to chance that. We have not survived this long by taking ridiculous risks. So sadly, I'm going to have to... Yep, going to have to drop the equipment and fight. It's hardly a big deal once the equipment is dropped, but then I got to spend another minute or so getting all that stuff put back on. Because remember, I can't just pick it up. Both of these backpacks are too heavy to just pick up. I've got to take shit out of them, and then it's... It was in here and around the corner. Yep, here it is. High quality bag. And yes, that is a bunch of paper on the floor, because I had to empty a bunch of boxes. So now that I got the tent and the sleeping bag, and pack them up. So I'll drop those on the ground. Now we've got this high quality tent, this high quality sleeping bag with a pillow. I think that's sleeping comfort average with pillow, pretty much anywhere, very easily. So that's actually a great camping kit. That's probably going to come into Louisville with me. So we did not backtrack or waste too much time doing this. Now, something I probably should have already done. I'm going to optimize these bags for optimize these bags for travel. What do I mean by that? Well, so if you're reduced to the point of hand carrying stuff, then you're better off taking some of the small form stuff and bulkier stuff and just putting them in smaller bags and then putting those bags into the backpacks. Because that way, if you have to drop the backpacks, you can pick them back up more easily. See, right now, this backpack weighs 21.8. I can pick it back up as is. And then the rest of the stuff that was in it is in this duffel bag. I put the duffel bag into the backpack. Now, problem, I've got another backpack to pick up because I overloaded myself to high hell. So this is the problem of, I call this loading for bear, because you are putting all of your eggs into one basket here. So what I do is I've got another little container here, or just a garbage bag. Garbage bag's fine. And I'll take all of the loose stuff, preferably non-perishables. There we go. Yeah, I don't want to mix the contents of the bag. So I'm going to call this garbage bag WP because it's going to West Point. So I drop that. Pick this backpack up first because it's heavier. Pick the other one up next. Now I can put those bags full of small crap into the larger bags. And look at that. Once again, we're loaded for bear. And we've made it easier for ourselves if we have to do that again in the future. So the tent, one of the very rare times where I can actually use the 9th slot and have it be useful. Don't get me started on how many times I would love to use the 9th slot, but can't. I have a hiking backpack right here, IRL. I actually just recently brought my external frame backpack out of storage. The sleeping bag carrier on the bottom, there's a lot of things you can do with that in real life. So it actually makes me really mad that the game doesn't give you anything but a sleeping bag or a fucking tent. I'm actually salty about that. That's really annoying to me. I would love more improvised storage systems. I mean, just to be honest, limiting us to only being able to have a flashlight that doesn't have to be handheld, having our only option be an Alice kit with an Alice webbing with an angle-headed flashlight. You would think the devs of this game never went on a hike in their lives, at least not a night hike. That was one of the earliest things I learned in the Boy Scouts was to attach a flashlight to your backpack strap, the shoulder strap. Literally one of the earliest things I learned. I was still a weeblo at the time. That's how long ago it was. I was a weeblo, and I went on a hike with a troop that was courting me to join them, and that was one of the leaders there. He was like, "Oh no, you don't have to handhold your flashlight. Do this," and he showed me how to use a spare elastic strap to strap it to the shoulder of my backpack. Anywhere that I was looking, I had light after that. Less annoying than a helmet light, but still just as convenient for the most part. Fantastic little solution. Literally learned that before I was a teenager. And yet the devs of this game, no. You gotta go loot a military installation and get Alice webbing before you can have a flashlight without hand holding it. It's silly. But anyway, speaking of silly, it's our bedtime. As you can see, some of the tomatoes are already going stale, so I should have left this place already, but in our dilly-dallying, we're going to go ahead and get our first sleep here so that we can travel as an overnight activity. For anybody joining, welcome. We just finished looting Guns Unlimited, and our current objective is to bring all of the ammo, which is the focus of our looting activities, bring all of the ammo to a staging ground in West Point for the Louisville assault. So that is our current objective. We've got a base at the south side of West Point, in the warehouse there. And that is where we're going to go. We're going to leave this vehicle here once we get there, or we're going to leave it there. And the reason for that is we need to go back to Riverside with a throwaway vehicle. Should have a couple easily sourced in West Point. That shouldn't be a problem. Once we get back to Riverside, we need to bring a different vehicle down to West Point with us. And that's going to be the ambulance. We've got a combat vehicle ambulance, fantastic little vehicle. And we're going to use it to tow a animal trailer with a breeding pair of Holstein cows. And we are also going to fill it with the entirety of our bridges, so that we can actually shut down all the generators at our main base in Riverside. I don't know if we'll be able to do that, actually. We might not have enough. We might not have enough room. Okay, so anyway, we're on KY. What is this? KY 144, and we're headed to KY 60 here. And then we are turning south, going past the road to Jametown, basically all the way to Rosewood, and then we're taking north to Shotgun Road here. And we are doing what we should have done last time. We went this way, which is at the beginning of the game. We're going to stay on Harley Chase Road until we get to 163, and then cut north to Pony Trot, and basically just it's straightforward to get to West Point from there. Maybe I will take Riverside Road to Dixie, because that would be a straighter shot. This is our field base in West Point, and also the staging ground for the Louisville assault, so this is our destination. Yeah, it does feel more sensible. Just take Shotgun Harley, 163, Pony Trot to Riverside Road, and then to Dixie. Because the roadblock that I'm concerned about is in this area. This is the trailer park between Muldrow and West Point. I think this is like a guaranteed traffic roadblock thing, where there's just a bunch of burnt cars on Dixie. I think that's a guaranteed spawn. Some of them are random. I'm pretty sure that one was guaranteed. I cannot remember if I've ever been to that area without there being one, so. We've got our route. Let's follow it. It's going to take us through territory I haven't explored before, which is cool, but also potentially it may be very deeply concerning if we run into if we run into a survivor zombie event, which is basically a chance of happening anytime you drive on a road you haven't explored yet. If you run into a survivor zombie event, you are almost more... See, look at this. We ran into a survivor zombie event here, and the survivor zombies have backpacks. Those backpacks have books in them. All these books, I left them on the ground because I already had copies of them, and I still do, so I don't actually need any of these books. But this is how many books you can find in the average backpack of a survivor zombie. Just to give you guys an example of why you're basically morally obligated to stop and kill those if you are missing important books, which I am. I'm missing several now. And that's one of the only ways to get Longblade that I know of, is survivor zombies. I've never seen Longblade spawn in a library. So, LSU might have it, but I've never been to LSU, so I got nothing on that. In any case, we are now entering unexplored territory as soon as we turn south on KY 60 here. If it looks like my frame rate is a little bit low, it is, yeah. She's, I don't even know if she saw us. That was a dumb one right there. I was expecting more to be on this road, but, oh yeah, look at this. Cabbages. There's something weird about the cabbages that spawn from the very beginning. Like, these cabbages were part of the map. They don't look like they've rotted. Yeah, I don't know. We harvested some of them when it should have been impossible to harvest them. Like cabbages in late fall shouldn't exist. Fucking rabbits, man. Okay, turning south. This is where things get a little bit interesting, at least for me. Usually what I do when I first start a new character, ever since early on in B42, what I do is I go, within the first couple of weeks, I'll go out and start exploring the map, and basically do a circuit around the entire map. That is because the looted and trashed mechanic does not apply to places you've already explored. So if and the looted and trashed mechanic gets worse as time passes. So basically, if you want to maximize your chances of loot for your character, you have a ticking clock over your head. You want to explore as much of the map as possible, as fast as possible. Otherwise, everything you explore has a much greater chance of just spawning with most of its loot already gone, and just generally looking fucking ugly. Sorry, but looted and trash buildings just look ugly. Bunch of trash all over the floor, all the windows busted out. I don't like it. It's not pretty. Now, okay. Why are these corpses here? There should not be corpses on this. Oh, okay. So we actually came this way on our way in. Oh, no, the week 1 mod, I've seen the memes. Yeah, week 1, it's funny, but, you know, there's a lot of silly stuff that you would never expect to see in Zomboid that the mod dev added, which is neat. But yeah, it's there's a limited pool of things. Once you have seen them all, then they if you spend a lot of time on the Project Zomboid Reddit, you'll have had the entire thing spoiled for you. Week 1 is interesting. Like I like to think of it as Gary's mod versus Half-Life. It's the same game, but it's so fundamentally different. The appeal is actually different. People who are interested in Week 1 are, well, I mean, you know, people want good NPCs, so they see a mod with NPCs and they're like, hell yeah. Week 1 is not a very good mod with NPCs. It's goofy meme material in terms of its NPC viability. But that's not necessarily the mod dev's fault, because you need much lower level code to be added to this game to actually add good NPCs. There is one workshop mod that's trying to actually go that far. Like they're literally as part of the workshop mod description, they tell you that you have to add some extra Java binaries, which normally I would never recommend. I think they put it open source on GitHub, though. I'm not 100% sure on that. But there is at least one mod project that I know of that is trying to add actual proper NPCs to the game, instead of what every other mod that does it, that you can just, for example, if you can just download a mod from the workshop and it adds NPCs and it actually seems to work, what that means is that mod is actually just using code that's already in the game from NPCs that the devs have removed. So that the code is the code for the NPCs that most of the workshop mods is using is currently in the game, just unused. But it's unused for a pretty good reason. It's not that good. The devs removed the NPCs from the game, and I think they made an okay decision with that. I don't know. And whenever I think about whether I'd rather have NPCs or not, but the NPCs that I might have are going to be buggy as hell. That's just a dead guy. Okay. Since we're in unexplored territory. I really shouldn't be driving this fast in unexplored territory. But yeah. Jamie-Town is insecure, so I can't turn north yet. We're going all the way down to Rosewood, rather. Oops. Started turning. Okay, we are... One of the reasons I zoomed in further is because these trees are devastating to my frame rate. Who would have imagined that trees would be so frame rate affecting? It's the little effect that the devs added to them. They added a little sway to the trees. It looks nice, but when you zoom all the way out and play the game in 4K, it actually unironically taxes your GPU quite a bit. 4090, by the way. This game needs a little bit of optimization, just a little. I have mixed feelings on that. What they did, okay, so this is what they said. Does reality match it perfectly? I don't know. But what they've said is that they're working on B42, which is what we're playing now. They've said that they're working on B43 simultaneously, and we've seen a little bit of evidence of that. I do recall watching a video with a little bit of interest, a tech demo that the Zomboid devs put out of the NPC car driving system that they've already basically got finished. They showed a high-speed chase where the player was just trying to drive up behind an NPC driver and mess around with them. So that's interesting. We can see definitively that they're doing stuff. So it's not a meme. They are actually working on B43 simultaneously. That being said, they probably have a lot of stuff that they're putting in for NPCs that we can actually see right now in the game if we were to explore through the code. But because the NPCs themselves are not ready yet and won't be until B43, yeah, we won't actually see the effects of that for a very long time. But it is interesting to know that they're not talking shit. They are actually unironically working on NPCs in the background. Is what we're seeing now, B42, and its slow iterative development is not all they're doing at once. So now, does that mean anything for their overall pace? That's another question that I have nothing on. It, at the very least, I want to say that when B42 goes stable, we won't see anywhere near as big of a downtime between the release of stable B42 and the unstable release of B43. That's my current prediction. That's what I think we're going to get out of the fact that they're working on things in parallel now. I think we're going to see B42 go stable, probably with multiplayer, so that people can, actually play the game as it currently is, or, as it will be at the time, in a much more stable form, with friends. That'll satisfy the current player base that's screaming about multiplayer and B42 stable and whatnot. But then, of course, they'll go straight to yelling about B43 stable. So, but in any case, there's less reason to believe there's going to be as big of a downtime. There were many years of downtime between B41 stable and B42 unstable. If anybody watching is new to Project Zomboid, it has been a long time where we just had nothing but radio silence. Well, not radio silence on the updates. Update progress. Now I'm pulling over because it is 4 a.m. and I need to sleep, and I have a camping kit now. So I'm gonna kill these zombies. We're gonna sleep here. So what they've said in their roadmap is that B43 is going to be less complex NPCs. Now, what do they mean by that? Possibly companion animals. So we might not see people. In fact, I'm probably skeptical that we would see people. But I do think it is possible that we'll see doggos. We may see doggos, we may see horses. I do believe it's confirmed they're working on horses and dogs. So it's just really a question of what time at what points are we going to see more advanced animals. I expect that as a bare minimum for B43. Maybe they will defer human NPCs a little while longer. I don't need light to unpack this stuff. That's great. I was afraid I was going to need light for this. Alright, so we've got our tent unpacked. Sleeping bag is unpacked. I now put it in the tent, along with the pillow. And we now have... first of all, because zombies can wander up at you from anywhere while you're asleep, best weapon equipped in my inventory, facing away from the tent. Because if they approach us, they're most likely to come from any one of these directions. And if they come from behind, they'll start smacking the tent, because as we can see, the tent blocks movement. So if you're gonna use a tent, have your best weapon equipped and be facing away from it. That way, if God forsake it, a zombie grabs you while you're trying to sleep, you'll be facing it, and you'll have your best weapon into hand. That maximizes your chances of pushing him back. So, average with pillow. Not my best sleep, but far from my worst. Yeah, Deidre, I believe you have 100% likelihood of this NPC update not being the one we're looking for. What form that'll take, big question, but you know. We actually got a decent night's sleep out of that, all things considered. I'm below 30 fatigue at about 7:30. It's not bad. That's not bad. Pack 10, there you are. Okay, and now we got to pick our backpacks back up again. In order to do that, all we got to do is have a bite to eat first. We need to actually do a quick renaming. Or no, we're going to finish off this salad. And then we're going to name this 60 fry, we're going to name it A, because that 60 fry has been exposed to the elements not as long as these 40 salads. So we know now that we need to eat the 40 salads first, the 60 fry A next, and then we're eating the B series. Because the B series are basically were all made within a couple days of each other. So, how do I pick these backpacks up? I just drop the stuff that's inside of them, particularly the duffel bag and the garbage bag. Then I start with the heavy one, and the lighter one. Lighter one gets the duffel bag. Heavier one gets the garbage bag. Or right, no, other way around. Okay, no, I should have done that backwards. So I got to drop the duffel bag because now the garbage bag's too heavy to pick up. The garbage bag goes in first. Or no, it's the sleeping bag, so. This logistics is complicated sometimes. Sleeping bag, probably the tent too. Okay, now I can pick it up. And the duffel bag goes into my backpack. Then the tent goes back to the bottom. Then the sleeping bag goes back into raw dog inventory. Then we're good to go. Okay. Peak Zomboid logistics. But I never said it's convenient. It's the only thing that I can say is it's more convenient than multiple trips. This is a kid carrying groceries up the stairs all at once, taken to its logical extreme. So this is Rosewood to the south and mid-map back roads to the north. Yeah, okay. So here now we're on the mid-map back roads. Means we need to take, or is it the first turn north? Did I make that mistake last time? It's just a random house there. Second paved road north and then stay on that one until we hit a T intersection. For anybody joining, welcome. We're on our way to West Point, and we are coming from Guns Unlimited, which is Echo Creek. So we're doing a bit of a cross-country trip here. And we are so heavily loaded with stuff that we are not very combat effective right now unless we want to waste a lot of time. So, unless we have a brick wall of zombies in front of us, we're not going to try to go around them if we can. This is our good hauler right here, so I don't want to get any damage if I can avoid it. Like that. I mean, what the hell was that? I think it bottomed out. It bottomed out because I took the turn too hard. I've seen that happen before, but I haven't been able to replicate it. I actually do think it damages the front of the vehicle. Yeah, because I've seen my... Okay. Did I really leave that there? I guess I assumed that I won't be taking this road very often. Usually, if I'm on a road that I feel like I'm going to be on again in the future, I'll usually go out of my way to get rid of those. But now that I think about it, last time I was on this road, I was probably loaded for bear, just like I am now. And therefore, it is very inconvenient for me to get out and try to do anything. Okay, I turned north last time there, if memory serves. Yep, so we're now entering unexplored territory once again. Keeping our eyes peeled for survivor zombie events and or whatever the hell else could spawn in the middle of the road. If it sounds like I'm considering unexplored territory to be a bit of a novel thing, truly, it is at this point. About 350 hours on this character. We started with a map tour. So we have always had quite a bit of the map explored. But there's still plenty of roads that we have not hit, and therefore must be cautious when traversing for the first time. I think this is our turn. Let me just double check that. Yes. Okay. We're on 163 now. When we see the next T intersection, that will be familiar territory. Muldraw is to the south. I do have a very substantial presence in MassGen Fatco there, but I don't think I have much of a reason to go there yet. We'll probably want to stop there, like, you know, at some point to pick some stuff up from our drop point there, our base, and ferry it down to our drop point for West Point, because the West Point drop point is that's the staging ground for the final push into Louisville. So we definitely want to do that at some point, but we have no room to carry anything with us right now. So it's pointless to go out of our way to do that. So we will take Pony Trot to Riverside Road here, connect to Dixie here so that we bypass the roadblock, and then from Dixie it's a straight shot to our base. So we've got our route, minimal unexplored territory to get there. Now once we get to West Point and drop off our stuff, I'll probably power the fridge and then should I take both of my haulers? I'm going to take both of my haulers. So we are going to do a third trip. Kind of was hoping to do, you know, not as many trips between Riverside and West Point for the staging operation. Just trying to avoid doing too many of those. But at this point, I'm starting to think that if I want to have my animals with me, or just, you know, if I want to have the cows, and if I want to have all the guns that I can possibly have, and if I want to preserve my crop harvest, then I'm gonna need to do 3 trips. So I have another hauler, actually an identical van to this one, and a trailer that's slightly not quite as expansive in its storage capacity. But I also have an ambulance. The ambulance is what I intended to go get. I'm gonna do both. So we have now re-entered familiar territory. No zombie survivor events, unfortunately, but it is what it is. So we should be on Pony Trot now. Yes, on Pony Trot, headed to Riverside Road. We've traveled these roads several times at this point. Earlier on in the save, probably about 100 hours ago or so now, but yeah, many times. So we're not going to have too many surprises here. We have not, unfortunately, had a chance to clear any of the respawns off of this road, if any. So there is a possibility of respawns. In fact, a not insignificant possibility of respawns. Kind of surprised to see that there's any cows left in the world. Like that bull right there, I'm surprised it has not starved to death a long time ago. Because I have, you know, drove past it back when the game started. I guess it just, there's plenty of grass on it. Oh, great, rain. Even more frame rate reduction while we're driving. So, what is this on the side of the road? This is rabbit meat. I despise rabbits so much right now because, well, it's really the Indie Stone's fault. It's not the rabbit's fault. In real life, I have no problem with rabbits. They're cute little animals. But in this game, they're not living, breathing creatures. They are tiny little things that spawn in the middle of the road that cause 5% damage to your hood and windshield when you run into them. I have gone through probably more than a dozen windshields between all of my heavy-duty vehicles. In no small part thanks to animals, particularly rabbits. Zombies count for a little bit, and there were a couple of collisions that were just purely skill issue. But there have been plenty of stupid little animals that should not cause damage to your windshield at all, let alone 5%, which is basically the problem is, and I've talked about this at length before. The problem is animals in the game as it is, for collision purposes, for vehicles, and I'm guessing for other purposes, they might as well be zombies. If you run into a rabbit, you have the same effects as if you ran into a zombie right now. I'm hoping that is just a silly little B42 thing that will not be a thing when the game goes stable. I'm hoping. But we have seen with other systems that the devs added to this game. Look no further than nutrition. Hello, Hassan. Bro's just yapping about the devs again. Been a few days. How you doing? Hopefully things going all right for you. But yeah, no, that just ranting about animals because that's, yeah, we have problems with them sometimes here. Yeah, Riverside Road to 31 West. We basically, without even thinking about it, I took the right turn there. That's right, it's evening for you. It is just about to be noon for me. The day job has been quieter than I had feared because my new guy is currently probably bored to tears by watching corporate training videos. I got a new hire at work, so I was afraid I would not even be able to stream for more than like an hour today. But no, unfortunately, I cannot train him. I cannot teach him anything useful. He's got to waste his time staring at videos for a couple of hours. And I really... I have a very deep hatred in my soul for these things. I was just talking about it. And again, it's not necessarily their fault. Rabbits are cute little animals in real life. But in Project Zomboid, the devs decided to spawn them in the middle of the road and make sure that they do 5% damage to your windshield. So I have taken the approach of a Night Lord to these things. I will butcher them, and I will leave their skulls and their flesh on the side of the road as a warning to their kin. It won't work. It won't work, but I'll do it anyway. The rest of them fucked off. Was it overkill to get out and start shooting them? Yes, it was. I'm not particularly proud of that, but I was, yeah. Oh, armored cars, huh? I have something very sad to tell you about cars in this game. I don't think we're ever going to see new cars of any kind, ever. Because when the devs added cars to this game, they added cars to this game, which is cool. What have they done since then? How many cars have they added since they added cars to this game? Is there any update about that rabbit? That rabbit is in the ground now, as it will remain. But yeah, no, we're never going to see new cars. Because if we were going to get new cars, we probably would have seen them by now. So I hate to be a negative Nancy about that. Alright, so I want to pick these backpacks back up. I gotta pull the heavy shit out of them first. This is the heavier one, primary. The lighter one into secondary. Now I do reverse. Lighter one gets the heavier garbage bag. Heavier one gets the lighter duffel bag. Once again, loaded for bear. Now we can put the stuff back in our inventory. I literally have no need for their bones. I used to collect them habitually for tailoring purposes. Now I shall leave them on the side of the road as a warning to any other rabbit that dares tread on my precious roads. Cursed creatures. Just to give you guys some frame of reference here. I don't remember exactly when it was the last time I've repaired this hood. I've repaired it several times now. It was at one point at 100%. And we almost never run into zombies here. The things we do run into are, you know, terrain every once in a while. Every once in a while we'll bottom out and some stupid physics will happen. But more than any of that, the only thing we run into regularly, I will get out and start shooting without hesitation. If I see another group of them in the middle of the road. Well, okay, we do have vanilla armor. But they added many mechanisms to disincentivize it, to the point where, you know, the most efficient thing to do is not wear armor. Most of the time. I do have armor on standby for high intensity combat. I think I should have turned north there. Let me double check. Yeah, I got so angry at the rabbits that I forgot that I need to turn here. I didn't lose any storage, of course. No, thank goodness. At the very least, hood collisions just damaged the hood and windshield. If I ever took a side collision from an animal, oh boy. Oh boy. I might have to rage quit for the sake of my blood pressure if that ever happened. Oh yeah, no, vehicle armor is never going to happen. In vanilla, at least. I don't know if we are even going to see, the most basic of things, like, vehicle animations for opening doors, or, leaving the hood open. It might not look like it, but I mean, all the doors, all the hoods, all the, anything that can be opened on a vehicle, there's already a mechanism for it to be open or closed. But there's no animation, so it doesn't look like there is. There's even a visual for the interior of the vehicles. There's more respawns on this road than I was anticipating. But it's okay, as long as I remain aware of them. No, I was supposed to stay on that road. I've just made my life very difficult, actually. I have made my life more difficult than it needs to be. I mean, yes, our destination is in West Point, but we wanted to get down to 31 West. So in my fever dream fury at the rabbits, I actually did make a stupid mistake. But at this point, it's not just necessarily the fact that they spawn in the roads. It's that they go to the Prometheus school of running away from things. They run in a straight line away from something. Real animals don't do that. Real animals seek shelter. Or they seek line of sight. They seek cover. This is why animals don't usually, I'm sure it happens because animals are stupid. Most of the time animals will run out of a road towards the nearest tree line or grass. In the case of rabbits, they would run for grass. Because grass, their instincts tell them to run for the grass, because that makes it harder for big predators to see them. They would not just stay out in the open in the middle of the road. That's just not how small animals work. Otherwise, we would see about 100 times more small animals being roadkill than we already do. But I digress. That is yet another thing the Indie Stone could be doing a lot better, is just making the dumb animals behave just 2% less dumb. I mean, there's a reason I picked up one of the rabbit corpses. That's my protein. I'm actually going to need it when we get to West Point. Like, I'm actually unironically going to cook that up and eat it because rabbit is pretty decent for protein. Probably tastes okay, too. Never actually, to the extent of my knowledge, I've never eaten it IRL. If I have, I completely forgot about it. So we're going to actually make it into West Point proper, which means respawns everywhere. Not the worst thing in the world. See, why can't all of them be like those? Those rabbits, they weren't in the middle of the friggin' road. There's nothing for them in the road either. There's no reason that a big pack of rabbits would just be in the middle of the road if there's nothing to eat. There's nothing to, there's nothing for them to... Okay, that was just a pure skill issue. Fucking tree blocked it. I can't even get too mad about that. Just that right behind the fucking tree. There may have once been a survivor zombie here, but now there's not. So going around this, we are doing this maneuver. Easy peasy. I've never been the kind of guy to go on the internet to look for nasty, violent videos or anything, but just by pure accident, I saw a YTP a long time ago where somebody showed some footage of a small animal, not too much bigger than a rabbit, hopping onto a racetrack and bumping into the hood of a race car and just getting annihilated. I don't know why, but I found it very, very, very funny. Probably because they overlaid Ganon's voice saying "die" right as it got hit. I'm laughing about it just thinking about it, even though it's actually kind of horrible. I would never want to see that IRL, but because it was a video and therefore just pixels on a screen, I couldn't help chuckle. I have to phrase it like that because people are watching this. It's not like nobody's watching me here. Some people watching these streams actually know me in real life, so I don't want anybody to ever come away with the impression that I just have a hatred for small animals, because I don't. Actually, we have gone a little far. We want to stay on South Street, take a right on 7th, and get back on 31 West where we should have been. There we go. If that looked skillful, it was actually kind of just luck, because I've tried to get good at that. I'm actually not reliable at it yet. Backing up with a trailer attached is, you gotta turn your brain around, basically. Oh shit! This is why I did not want to go into West Point proper, but I think I can make it through this. Done it once before. I'll do it again. That was a trailer hit. I think that's okay. I don't know. Been a while since I've actually had a trailer take a collision. Anyway, 7th. Here's 31st. I'm gonna laugh really hard if my trailer actually took trunk damage because of that, because that was a side hit on the trailer. A side hit on a trailer is something so rare. I don't know if I've ever really actually seen that before. I saw that fast shambler. I saw him closing the gap, and I was like, no, I can make it. And my brain was saying that I could make it because it was only really processing the vehicle itself. It was not processing the trailer. Even though I'm towing it, but I don't tow quite often enough. Usually I don't tow trailers around large groups of zombies. Like, I usually plan so that I don't do that. It's only when I make mistakes in planning that that happens. Okay, anyway, we're here. I never did really establish a perfect way into the parking lot from here. All this garbage grew on the, this used to be an open field, but now it's, of course, dotted with a bunch of saplings. And, as expected, I should have expected this, we've got, I didn't remember that I had a fucking, Okay, I'm going to cut the engine here, get out, I'm going to drop my bags close to the door. As you can see, this is a base of mine, but it's been so long. Been so long since I've been here that, respawns. Not entirely unexpected, it's fine. Just got to make sure we clean them out nice and easy. Don't leave any bang in the walls there. I completely forgot I had an ambulance here. That must have been a local find. Now, that being said, it's not going to be a good ambulance. Its engine quality is probably not that good. I think probably when I found that, I didn't even know what engine quality was. One south. Oh, that's comforting, except not. I do have some food to eat, but I'd rather eat those perishables. I need to be eating 40 salads, right? Okay, so I have multiple yellow generators here. Unfortunately, before I fire those up, I need to do a perimeter check. Because if there's respawns right in front of the back door, then there could be some inside the base. So, perimeter check of the exterior first, and then the interior. I never even finished boarding this place up, did I? I know I did. So, theoretically, there should not be any inside unless there's a, you know, busted holes somewhere. But that doesn't mean that there won't be any inside. Because that's not how this game logic works. Rabbits. Yeah, I actually very heavily modded the interior of this base. I took the sledgehammer to several walls. But none of that means that there won't be any respawns, so... Alright, we're looking good. So I left that garage door over there on the other side. I left that open intentionally. Because I can do this, and it's really cool. Normally, when you try to base here, you could drive in, but then there's nowhere to go. Now, thanks to the sledgehammer, I can drive around and park right next to all of my storage. It's great. I love it. Let's see. We've got... I'm just going to start pulling this stuff out. And perishables come with me. I'll drop them off in the fridge. My camping kit, not needed at the moment. I'm going to go ahead and drop it right here. So that is a camping kit, a good tent, high-quality sleeping bag, and a pillow. Got several of those in Riverside. I just didn't think to bring one with me down to, look at that, I have another one here. This one is probably not a high-quality sleeping bag, though. It is not. So, Therefore, this one out here is better. We are closing this door, putting this stuff in the fridge, and then we'll go power up the generator. The B series goes into the freezer, and the A series and the unlabeled will be eaten next. The generator for this place is on the roof. Barely even needs to be topped off with anything. Already got spare fuel. And there's the fridge up and running. We've got some eggs that went rotten. I left them there because I literally could not fit them anywhere else when I went back to Riverside last, so I'm just going to toss those. Why did I leave a carton of shotgun shells all the way back there? I should have put that somewhere else. Yeah, absolutely. Big fan of that, personally. You know, as a level 10 cook, it'd be kind of cool if I could actually make guacamole with a rotten avocado. It'd be kind of cool. We can't grow avocados, so that means it's literally impossible to make them, make guacamole once all of the avocados on the map become rotten. Maybe you can find them through foraging. Never tried. Wouldn't really make much sense, but maybe. We have enough loose shotgun shells in here to make another box. That's always cool. Wait a minute, I opened one. I need to pack them. There we go. Do that twice. So, for context, this base here in West Point contains tons and tons of guns and ammo because we looted Stendo's Firearm Emporium, which is this little green thing right up to the north of us. We hit that, and that was cool. Yeah, that was a good time. And then we just transferred all the weapons and ammo here. We never brought, vast majority of it, we never even brought back to Riverside because I decided to use this place as a staging ground for the assault on Louisville. So, some 38 special there, right? There it is, yeah. I need to refill my backup gun here. 38 special, the only thing that will fit in your ankle holster. Okay, now I think, yes, I did, okay. For the most part, I took almost all of my loose boxes with me back to Riverside. Almost. Cool. So, I've got a lot of sorting to do with that. I've also got to step away briefly. Transfer some liquids IRL. Just gonna get this, get what I've got in my backpack put away. That's 5 cartons of 44 Magnum. We might be able to use the actual legit Big Iron soon. Actually, there's no reason not to. Because the only reason I haven't used it thus far is I wanted to be really high-level aim before I started touching the higher calibers. Because the higher calibers, they only come in boxes of 20. So it does not make sense to me to use something that you're literally going to have a lower chance of finding high quantities of. Just by dint of the fact that every time you find a box, there's 30 fewer rounds in it than any other type of ammo. Shotgun is different, 25. That doesn't have the same paradigm, but at least you can say that there's a lot of shotgun shells in a box. More so than 308. Okay, the rabbit that we picked up. Let us butcher it. Steal its flesh, put that in the fridge. I have so many bones down here, more than I'll ever know what to do with. I'm literally just going to add them to the pile over here. I've already killed tons and tons of other animals down here, some out of necessity, some out of malice. And of course all the meat is long rotten. That's not a problem. Okay, now the fresh rabbit meat that I picked up, can into the fridge. This bucket of water I left to get filled up by the rain, we're going to use that to clean up the friggin', yeah, clean up the vehicle. Now, if we needed water, we didn't still have pressure in the pumps in here, which we do. We still have a little bit of pressure in the sinks. If we didn't, we could just boil that entire bucket of water. It's great. Metal buckets of water, leave them outside, catch the rain. When they're full, bring them inside, stick the whole bucket in the stove and boil it that way. Fantastic way to get yourself lots and lots of fresh water without even relying on rain barrels. So we're going to go ahead and eat the rest of this salad now. And then we're going to, I even have milk down here. We're going to, I actually have to, yeah, I was just saying I have to step away. I was hoping to cook up some rabbit, but that's fine. So I'm going to go ahead and step away. I'm going to read a book while while I've stepped away from the con here. Got a little bit of pottery left to read here. Alright, I shall be back in approximately 3 or so minutes. Here is my message. That's not my message. This is when I'm going to die. Okay, so, just a fun little fact on I take random notes. Sometimes I forget to save them. This note is rather significant to me personally. What is Thursday, November 9th, 2056? That's how old I will be when I get to the age that my mother started having memory issues. Thursday, July 9th, 2071. This is the year that I will be the same age that my granddad reached the point where he was no longer mentally efficient enough to drive his own car. And 2080, that's how old I will be when my granddad passed away. So, not a guaranteed thing, but I need to keep myself aware of these dates because we have very finite lifespans and we don't often think about what's going to happen near the end. These dates are more important to me. Like I'm not worried about what year I'm going to die, but I am absolutely worried about what year my memory is going to start to go, because that is literally my strongest suit. One of the reasons I'm so good at this game, or just one of the reasons I'm not bad at this game. I guess let's put it that way. One of the reasons I'm not bad is because all the dumb stuff that I remember, all the dumb stuff you have to remember to actually keep track of everything in this game. If I drive past something that I haven't driven past in a couple of years in game, and I see it and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, there's that there. Just my ability to memorize random things. So, anyway, be right back. Oh, wow. Jeez Louise. That's damn, Richard. 10 out of 10. Props for surviving that. You dodged a bullet there. Especially if it's completely in remission and did not go anywhere else. That is amazing. Um, that's a terrible... Stage 4 anything is just terrifying to hear. Because that is... it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world if it's caught and it can be completely removed. But usually by the time it's stage 4, it might have spread somewhere, and that's terrifying. Very, very terrifying. So we can basically just take all this food and add it here. So that's basically what we're gonna be doing. I don't even know if I'm gonna be thinking about this too deeply. This is just us taking the stuff that's in our bags and tossing it into designated containers here at the drop zone. But yeah, I was thinking about that a lot lately. I do believe that what my granddad suffered from, dementia, I think that is correlated to an X-linked gene. What does that mean? Most people know men have an X and a Y chromosome. Women have two X chromosomes. But most people don't think about it farther than that. How do you know if a mother has a son, a male child, which one of the X chromosomes is the one that's passed to him? That is actually a definitive thing because of a curious thing called lionization. Lionization, Lyonization. It basically is an effect where only one of the two X chromosomes is actually a primary, if that makes sense. I do think the one that's not the primary is still used for some functions, but the basically all of the whatchamacallit, children that the woman will have is going to receive one of those two X chromosomes, and only one. And I do believe that in the case of my family, I think my mom received she lionized my granddad's, so she takes more after him, which means he's the one who had dementia. My grandmother, she had some issues when she passed, but it was nothing nowhere near as bad in terms of memory. She remembered a lot before the end. Is all this going back to Riverside? Okay, I'll set aside a garbage bag of stuff that needs to go back to Riverside, or stay here. I'm not sure. All of this stuff here is a bit of a question mark, so I'm just gonna put it in this garbage bag. But yeah, anyway, my basically the concern is if I'm correct in asserting that dementia is X-linked. I believe my mom has my granddad's X chromosome, and therefore so do I. Because if a woman manifests her father's X chromosome, then any children she has will have it. If the woman manifests her mother's X chromosome, then this same thing from the maternal line. That was a very interesting thing to learn. Basically, if you think of a woman that you know, and if you know her parents as well, and you just kind of get the idea that she takes after her dad more, or she takes after her mom more, there's actually a genetic thing that could make that a little bit more substantial than just personality. Very fascinating thing to learn about, but there's a lot of real-life consequences that could come of that, especially in my case. Because I mean, you know, there's also just random chance. There's an element of random chance to it as well. I might just not have to worry about any of that at all, because I might dodge the bullet, which would be great, but you can't really rely on that. Okay, that should probably be enough. 2 helpings of rabbit and a helping of beef jerky. That should be enough protein for now. We're just going to toss a helping of olive oil on that, and that's going to be a lot of protein, theoretically. But yeah, definitely a fascinating topic. Let's see what kind of protein we get from eating half of this. That's a pretty fair amount. We went from 50 to 120. So, yeah. This is our, we're going to call this a 40 roast plus P. 40 roast plus protein. And we'll just continue eating that because we have room. Proteins are good until you get to 300, so you want to stay between 50 and 300. All right, we are now, we're going to hit these smaller bags before we move on to the big one. This garbage bag here was labeled WP for West Point. So everything in this garbage bag I have already allocated that basically doesn't need to come back to Riverside, it just stays here. So, yeah, all of this, electronics, already got a home for that. Food, already got a home for that. Clothing, I don't really have a home for, nor other stuff. So this basically, this is just some really, really warm stuff in case I happen to, you know, let's just say I spend a lot of time in Louisville and I'm still there by winter. I'm planning for the possibility of that being a thing. It's kind of funny when she does that with one hand. Okay, yeah. Alzheimer's, I think, is... Well, I don't really know the exact differences between like something like Alzheimer's and dementia. I'm sure there's a genetic component to both, but there may also be environmental components that are just not necessarily understood yet. There's a lot of things about aging that just aren't really well understood yet. Like a lot of people have thought that we would have a cure for cancer within our lifetime, but what we've, from my understanding, what we've learned is that if you're going to come up with just a catch-all cure for cancer, you're probably going to have to come up with a catch-all cure for aging as well. Because I think there's, I mean, that was the general layman's understanding that I got from it, is that, mechanically speaking, cancer and aging are close enough linked that if you can cure cancer, you can probably also have immortality. That's a topic I talk about in fiction, too, because it was such a compelling topic. Okay, this big hiking backpack that I put back here was actually a bit of a mix of stuff. Some of the stuff is definitely just going to stay here. So this right here, this is my wall of ammunition, or just wall of guns and ammo, right? And the way I do it, I just sort it by caliber, going backwards. So 223, sorry, sort it by caliber alphabetically. Right, so that means 223, 308, 38 special, 44 Magnum, 45 auto, 556, 9mm, and then shotgun. So it's not necessarily in order. Nothing about that order has anything to do with the actual size of the caliber, but it does have to do with the alphabetical listing of the caliber as it would show up in the loot table, which makes the most sense to me. So if you're ever struggling with a good way to store your ammo and how to sort through it, at least that works well for my brain. Maybe not everybody's gonna have the Spurg brain like I do. And just for some reason it's not consistent when going from left to right. It feels more consistent going from in this direction. So I really should have my ammo facing that way. Yeah, if you're gonna set that up, I would recommend doing it on a right side wall. Because for some reason, what I like to do is just be able to scroll down and keep scrolling down and have it start at the whatchamacallit, the next stack, if that makes sense. But in this case, because I'm facing this direction, when I start at this crate and I scroll down, I go up. I'm expecting to start at the bottom here, but that's actually like in the middle, just because of the way the game sets things up. So that system I just described makes more sense on a wall in that direction. So I'm not going to redo this base, but if I was going to spend a lot more time here, I would definitely do that. 45 auto, 556. Now another slight problem with this is I have gotten to the point where I probably have more ammo than I can fit in these boxes, probably. Like I'm already out of shotgun room. Just the shotguns that I found now, eight shotguns. I don't need to have all those in one box. But yeah. I'm probably going to put another crate just for shotgun. Yes, yes. That is the quality of life mod that area loot, where it just shows all the containers. That is something I desperately want in the base game. I don't play with mods on this particular B42 Unstable run because I am looking for maximum compatibility going forward. So I want to make sure that my whatchamacallit, this save has the lowest chance possible to be broken by an update. So by making sure that there's, almost no mods. The stat bar, but just the stat bar and nothing but the stat bar for now. That gives me maximum chances of forward compatibility. Not a perfect solution, but it has saved me for quite a bit so far. There we go. Okay, so we can sort all of the boxes individually. I can make another carton of shotgun. Can make another carton of 44 mags. So what I'm doing now, I'm just combining the loose boxes, not the cartons, but the loose boxes that I came away from Guns Unlimited with. Combining that with what I got from Stendo's here. By your powers combined, I am Captain Efficiency. And that carton of shotgun shells, it literally just dropped it on the floor because I couldn't carry it. It does, yes. And to be perfectly honest, I would be perfectly glad to be rid of that feeling. I have had enough of that feeling for the rest of my life. But, because we're trying to go for maximum stability, I'm cool with it for now. I had a similar feeling about, in 7 Days to Die, one of the few mods that I would run, really just because I'm actually okay with the base game. One of the few mods I run in that game is actually just one of my own creation that just increases the attack speed of all of the repair weapons. Because I have spent enough time of my life. Again, we all have limited time. Maybe not everybody is willing to just map it out like I am, but we all have limited time. So I'm not necessarily interested in spending that time literally having my eyes glaze over while I smack a tree with an axe. In this game, I can fast forward when I do that. In 7 Days to Die, there is no fast forwarding. So that is something I think about a lot. In 7 Days to Die, just like kind of with this stat bar mod, I have a non-negotiable, I will increase the attack speed of all repair weapons so that the early game is spent with less time in the early game is spent. I've seen enough of that for the rest of my life. It's, yeah, done with that. Let's see, speaking of enough things for the rest of my life, we're going to take some of these M9 firearms themselves out of the crate for moving it elsewhere, because we have too much in here. I'm just going to put them on the floor for the moment so we find a better spot. I care more about magazines and ammo being in the correct crates. More than 1 or 2 guns, and I don't really care about it anymore. So this is 44 Magnum, that is Desert Eagle magazines. 45 Auto, that is 1911. M14, that is 308. M16, that is... Are these loaded? No. That is 556, and I finally have a home for those. I did. If anybody watching is not familiar, we had a very long time on this character where we thought we were going to have a M16 at some point, and it was not until just the other day that we finally found an M16 after like 330 hours. It was kind of absurd how long it took us to find a M16, but now we have one, and I'm very happy about it. Okay, so this garbage bag that I'm just leaving on the floor here, this is stuff that goes back to Riverside with me. So all of that is fine because I have a home for all of it. And this big hiking backpack, I don't really have a home for it. It just goes there. About to be hungry. We're going to have a bite to eat. And it's past our bedtime. We should have gone to bed already. You know what I would like? Scar, you make a good point. What I would like, actually, is the best of both worlds. I would like a system where if you are in your own base, things get treated differently. So there's a lot of QOL mods, quality of life mods, for this game that kind of sacrifice a bit of realism for efficiency, which is always a great negotiation to have in a video game. But when you think about game design, and when it's appropriate to have better efficiency, when it's appropriate to lean closer to realism, my personal preference would be when you're in your base, make a lot of sacrifices for realism. Or, sorry, the other way around. Sacrifice some realism for efficiency, for gaming experience when the player is in their base and there's no threats around. In my personal opinion, games should have stronger creative mechanics and less annoying survival mechanics while the player is in a safe zone in their base. Now, how to turn that into a gray area, right? If there's zombies right outside of your base, do some of your quality of life things get turned off? Maybe not. 7 Days to Die actually kind of scratches the surface of this concept through the land claim block. I would like it if in 7 Days to Die, I don't know how many of you are familiar with that. It's a great zombie survival crafting game. I generally would recommend giving it a shot. But in that game, you have this thing called the land claim block. You put it down, and it's unfortunately it's mostly PvP oriented. If you put it down, everything within it becomes much harder for players to damage. So it's largely PvP oriented, but there are some PvE aspects to it, insofar as, like, if you put down a crafting table within your territory, which is marked by the claim block, then you can pick up the crafting stations. As opposed to out in the world, you would not be able to just pick up a crafting station. It's got to be within your territory. I don't necessarily know if that's the best way. I would like to do it personally, but that is a way of doing it that makes a lot more sense than just making it so that you can always pick up crafting tables or never pick up crafting tables. Like the extreme ends of that spectrum make less sense than something in between to me, especially when we're talking about a video game, right? Because at the end of the day, all these games we're talking about, they're Zomboid, 7 Days, they're video games. They're not simulations. Very, very, very few things out there are actually trying to be simulations. Maybe your Arma or something like that. Maybe DCS, maybe Arma. Maybe those are trying to be simulations more so than video games. So you're just trying to look at what the spirit of the game is. And when I say game, you're looking at the spirit of what the thing is. In most cases, they're trying to be video games, not simulations. It's just, and when it's trying to be a video game, that's where you run into the realism versus fun, I guess you could call it. It's just, there's plenty of places where realism does not equal fun. I'm pretty sure I don't think anybody would say that. That's not the case. Oh, look at that. We got another carton of 308 here. And another carton of 9mm. I wasn't even keeping track of the 9mm there. Boom. So that's 5 cartons of 308. That's great. The M14 is going to have a lot of love. 6 cartons of 9mm. I was worried about 9mm because we used it so much in the leveling process. But 9mm is not a meme. We've got plenty of it. 556. I don't think we'll ever be going completely nuts with the M16. I don't think you'll ever see me turn that to full auto. I will probably always leave it semi-auto. But I do hope that when we do whip it out, it will it'll get lots of kills fast. That's what I am hoping for. Because that, I think, is what it is supposed to excel at. But yeah, we've got a whole bunch of cartons left to set up here. Honestly, the nails are probably going to stay in there. Now, all these backpacks, most of them are basically just combat ready kit. So I'm probably just going to take the backpacks out and leave them on the ground somewhere. Calculating. We've got lots of crates. I don't know why I'm overthinking this part. We'll take one of these crates, put it over here, and this is our next shotgun crate. Because we don't have enough room for... We're just going to take cartons of shotgun shells and put them up one level here. I can't remember how I did it exactly back in Riverside. I think I had, after the shotguns, it was all accessories. In my, whatchamacallit, in my storage hierarchy. Okay, and then, that's also, like I have in Riverside, I do have just overflow firearms in general. So after the 9mm and the shotgun, that's where just, there's several rows of crates with just stuff that would not fit in the usual designated position. So that in this case, that's all these M9s. I don't really need them. An M9 without tritium sights is objectively inferior to one with it. So these M9s that I have that are on my person, these two, they're objectively superior to any other M9 I could find. So therefore, do I really need more M9s? Not really. And all that is sorted now. Got a home for these cartons of shoddy. 8 cartons of shotgun shells. I literally cannot fit any more in there. So we are using up 2 boxes just for shotguns and shells. Fantastic. I'm going to move weapon attachments into this 9mm bin here. There it is. These go down 1. Okay, I still have plenty left to sort. I'm just going to go ahead and sleep now, because it is my second bedtime. Reloading. My hunting knife. It's supposed to be a hunting knife on my webbing. I must have accidentally put it somewhere. It's alright, I got plenty here. So I do have a little bit of loose M9. I'm going to have to use that to top off this magazine that I angrily discharged at the rabbits that got in my way. Moment of gamer rage there. Oh boy. I don't know if anybody if anybody watching right now, if you're not subscribed, like and subscribe, all the usual stuff. But one of the most recent videos I put out that's not a live stream, regular video, was just a little demo of something I've been working on in my spare time. It's just a script that you take a YouTube video that you've downloaded, and then you take the captions for that video. Every YouTube video has auto-generated captions now. I have a script that I put together that will extract a clip from that video, where a word of some kind is spoken. So basically, it's you type a word, and it will search through the script for that word and extract all instances of that word into clips of whatever size you want. Like, let's say in my little video, I did a demo of 5-second clips of every time I got angry and started yelling cuss words in my part 1 of this character's series. Led to some rather hilarious moments. Basically, what that script is just a tool that I would use to optimize the creation of some supercuts in the future. That's what I would do with that. Looking forward to making some more interesting stuff with it. It's one of the things that it can't yet do that I kind of want it to do is also just give me the timestamp. I'm much more interested in timestamps than I am just extracting the clips. The clips just kind of make it easy to pull things out kind of lazily. But the timestamps are more important because, you know, trying to navigate through a video with 12 hours of footage in it, that's a big chore. So I was just kind of on the lookout for ways to optimize that so that I can, you know, I can actually use this character's footage, which I'm not just streaming it, I'm also recording it. So all this footage that you guys are watching right now, it's on my hard drives too. So even if something happens to my YouTube channel, I'll still have it. But then the goal, of course, is to make some supercuts, some interesting supercuts for each of my past characters. Just kind of telling their story, how it played out. But how do I navigate that footage? That has been a question that has just been kind of knocking on my skull for a long time. And I just finally made some progress to answer that question. Just to give you guys an idea of how much shotgun we have, this box is full of nothing but shotguns and 3 cartons. This box has got 6 cartons. Both of these boxes are full. And now I've had to put 2 cartons of shotgun just right here on top of this box. So we've got, how many? That's 11 cartons of shotgun. I think we're ready for Louisville in terms of firearm stockpiles. And when I say Louisville, I don't mean just going in there and sneaking our way to LSU like I had initially planned. No, we're ready to take the entirety of Louisville with this. Because when the time comes, we're going to have a lot more than just firearms. We're going to have a forge set up there. So that we will also have plenty of resupplyable melee options. And these cartons of 45 auto rounds, the big iron is once again our primary. I look forward to using that a lot. Well, actually, okay. I hate to say this. We're probably going to be using magazine-fed guns for the rest of the game. As much as I enjoy the big iron meme, it is... I'm just thinking about stats, right? I'm thinking about stats. There is a greater convenience to a revolver because you can easily reload it. You know, you don't have to waste the brain power on keeping track of large magazines. On the flip side, you have the problem of in this game particularly, pistols just have better sights, better sighting options. The M625 doesn't have any sight attachments that I know of. And the Magnum only has a 2x scope. 2x scope on a 44 Magnum. I wouldn't do that personally. But, well, I also have not fired a 44 Magnum in years. Many, many, many years. So I could be thinking about it in wrong terms. I can't fit this carton of 45 auto. I literally can't fit it in the box. These pistols and revolvers, I'll just move them out of the way for now. Or maybe I'll leave... See, both of these M1911s are lower condition. I have literally no need for low condition weapons right now. So I'm just going to kind of put those off to the side here. Maybe I'll use them as decorations or something. Most of these tools might as well be decorations. I mean, this is my crafting zone, but I haven't really ever used much of the stuff here. Just kind of here in case I need it. So I know if I want to do local work. Got all that stuff here for it. Delicious protein-filled roast there. And we are now back to these 40 salads for sustenance. Oh, that's right. It's kind of hard to see. There's a paint bucket on the cabinet here. This is my sink. You can just, if you have a large bucket, you just right-click on it, and it acts as if it were a sink. Very handy thing. If you're not familiar with Build 42, that is a very, very lovely thing with the new water or liquid system. You can do that with even smaller containers, but I find it to be most useful for things like buckets with 10 or more liters. Okay, that is all of the cartons. So what we're looking at now, this wall right here, has the contents of Guns Unlimited, Stendo's Firearm Emporium, and some stuff that I brought from Riverside. So, and the stuff that I brought from Riverside is just a mixture, mostly of smaller gun stores. I have not. Guns Unlimited and Stendo's are the two biggest gun stores outside of Louisville that I know of, and both of those, the contents are here. And then I took a couple of spare cartons from the smaller gun stores that I collected and cached in Riverside, where my main base is. So we have successfully congregated most of our guns and ammo here. Yeah, I'm feeling good about all that. So the box of nails and nails, that they can literally stay here. Or am I going to want to move those? That's actually an open question. So I've got some loose nails right here on the floor. Now I have 2 boxes of nails. I don't know exactly where these need to go, because I like to store boxes of nails in my primary vehicles now. But I don't yet know if I'll be using the hauler much for Louisville. Like, I feel like I'm going to use the hauler to transport stuff here to West Point, to the cache zone. But then I won't actually be bringing it into Louisville for quite a while. Because remember, this is our, this is a hauler. It needs to never get hit by zombies. Ambulance, I can tolerate a few hits if necessary, because the ambulance is a more maneuverable, multi-purpose vehicle, and I literally think of ambulances as combat vehicles, because you can take them out and tow things if they're in the way. You can, and they very responsive to movement, very maneuverable. It's just hard to say no to an ambulance for any time I'm going to have zombies in the area. But in any case, my backpacks are sorted now, right? No, still all this crap over here. Some of this needs to go. I think just a little bit of this is going to go back to Riverside with me, and the rest stays here. You know, I have plenty of... I don't have room for any more green camo military gear of any sort back in Riverside. So I am going to go ahead and add that to my collection here of clothing. Local storage clothing. Local use clothing, rather. Oh, the black hoodie was going to go back to Riverside with me. As were most of these beanies, I think. Yeah. Almost all electronics stay here except for these colored light bulbs. Those are like novelty items. I can put those back in Riverside because I still have room for them. You know what? I'm going to separate some stuff. I'll use this duffel bag to store a set of warm clothing. Like super warm clothing, like sleep outside clothing is what this is. Sleep outside in the 20 degrees below freezing. I don't know if I have a white hoodie yet, so that actually is coming back with me as well. Now, military jackets, green and desert camo, there's actually an objective difference between those. The green camo has heavier insulation. The desert camo has lighter insulation. Therefore, if you are trying to fight in the summer, or closer to summer, desert camo is your thing. I actually probably could be wearing that right now. It's just slightly cold enough for it outside. I could be wearing that right now. However, I'm going to wear a military jacket, desert camo. Then I'm probably going to put leather strips on it, which means I need to do that bag of Riverside on the infrastructure for that down here. So that goes back with me, along with everything else in this military backpack, which is basically equivalent to another trash bag in terms of size. With the exception of this box of nails. I do not need another box of nails back in Riverside. Not only do I have so many nails that I don't even know what to do with them all back at Riverside, I also have, I can make more nails back at Riverside. Okay, and everything else goes into this garbage bag to go back to Riverside. So that is both military backpacks sorted, all bags sorted, vehicle fully sorted. Just double checking that. Now, that being said, I need to kind of come to a conclusion on how I'm going to do, I'm going to do this journey back to Riverside. I was thinking about just taking a throwaway vehicle. That was what I was going to do. I have a few more options than that now. I mean, like, I no longer necessarily just need to leave the hauler here. That was what I was going to do. Because I actually, there was part of me I was not intending on emptying the hauler. There we go. No longer ugly. Now, obviously, if I can leave the trailer here, I'm going to, because I don't want to... This trailer was here from the start, or I just recently found it. It needs to be repaired, I think. The only reason I would even mess with this is just because I don't have a blue one yet. But it needs to be fixed before I can do anything with that. So this ambulance here, I think I found it locally. Engine is quality 72. Right, so engine quality, it is not engine condition. There's two separate numbers. This, I didn't know this for like 1,500 hours. But the chance for your vehicle to start, you turn the key and it fails to start, that is not determined, but that has nothing to do with battery or engine condition. What it has to do with is engine quality. So when you open up the engine tab and you go to the top there, it says engine quality 72. Subtract that from 100, that's your chance for it to fail to start. It says vehicle right here, 28% chance to fail to start. Engine condition cannot be improved. It is a permanent thing. Therefore, 28% chance to fail to start. Why would I ever use that when I have an ambulance that has a 100% chance to start? There's no math there. I would only ever want to use the ambulance. The good one. So naturally, the good one is supposed to come down here with me. And but then again, also, so is the hauler. I literally need the hauler to get all of my ammo and carry it with me. So what I think I'm going to do, actually, is... Well, I mean, I just spent all that time unloading that ammo. I'm not going to load it back up just yet. But, yeah, I think that is actually going to be the purpose of the hauler. Like, if I'm going to leave it here, I need to make sure that it has a designated purpose for being here. And, of course, that purpose is, long-term, is going to be Louisville. I'm just thinking about in short-term, what am I going to use it for until I hit Louisville. So I'm going to leave the trailer in this parking spot. This is my good trailer, and then I'll park next to it with my good step van. And you know what? I like these vehicles so much, am not going to leave trash in front of them. That's literally going to clean the parking lot. These are my princely vehicles. Taking a quick peek at the passenger seats. That's all good, that's all good. And everything that's in these backpacks, this all needs to stay here. I just need to make sure that my, I've taken what I need out of those backpacks before I go back to Riverside. Which is not much, but some. I never again want to get caught out in the world with, in a just a short-term use vehicle and assume that I'm going to make it back to base. 'Cause once again, I've got a video on my channel, not a live stream, an actual video, that details how that can go wrong. That was when I had the Corvette. Oh, I got a really fast Corvette. I'll just take a trip down to Muldraugh, come back with an animal trailer. That didn't work out very well for me. I generally like to have all of my primary vehicles loaded with supplies. And one of the few times I deviated from that, I regretted it. So I don't deviate from that anymore. I'm gonna make sure that my ambulance that I have down here is nice and well stocked with a field kit, because I have the materials to assemble a field kit here. No reason not to. What do I need in a field kit? Pliers are a more recent addition, but yes, I need pliers, whetstone. Filters are optional. I was going to do a backup hammer, but I don't have a claw hammer over here, do I? No claw hammer. Ball peen will be fine. This is a backup vehicle after all. So one of these welding torches. Oh, they're all empty. Never mind. Never mind. I don't have quite as much down here as I thought I did. I thought this place was a hell of a lot better stocked. Now, of course, I do have first aid supplies. I thought I would have more than this too, but that's okay. That works, that works. Forceps, suture needle, painkillers, tweezers. The rest of that can stay. Backup food. Usually I do chips in my vehicles. In this case, I can do some cereal. Chips and cereal, why not? Oh, I can pack a couple boxes of batteries. Most excellent. So just for reference, everything that I'm putting together here, this is all stuff that's going to stay in the field kit of my, whatchamacallit, in the ambulance that I am about to take back to Riverside with me, I think. Yeah. I'll now have, how many is that? 4 ambulances in Riverside? Whatever. That's not a bad thing. Best vehicle in the game. Unfortunately, they're not all made the same, so. Alright, so the stuff that's just right in my inventory needs to go in the glove compartment of this van here. I already got some stuff in there. Already got a vehicle kit. That's great. Bath towel goes in driver's seat, actually. Bone, fingerless gloves, and choker. Already have those. Those are passenger seat. I don't know why I have a bucket in here, to be honest. That doesn't even need to go in here. I'm going to put that in my backpack. So all the rest of this stuff. It's a partial field kit, but it is a functional one. This firefighter axe belongs in the passenger seat, not the driver's seat. Box of nails goes in the driver's seat, that's right. Crowbar, club hammer. I used to carry those around in my field kits, but I recently removed them from all of them except for the hauler, I think, long term. It's fine, you don't really need all that stuff. This battery, that, it was a good condition one, but then it, needed to be recharged, and I never actually got around to that. Okay. I don't even need to put any brain power to think about that. Box of nails, driver's seat. I guess why not? A bucket would actually not be the worst thing to have in a field kit, but just really need to have it in there. See, now if I left this stuff that's in here right now, if I left this stuff and tried to take it back to Riverside with me, most of it would fall out of the trunk because, whenever you're driving around with a trailer that has really shit condition, there's just a decent percentage chance that something will randomly fall out of the trunk. So I don't even bother with those. I don't have any welding torches left down here. I took all of my propane back to Riverside. So this welding mask is going in the driver's, or the passenger seat, but, sorry, the glove, but it's not really going to accomplish anything. Just because I like having field kits that are as close to being full as they can be. This hunting knife is in great condition. Oh, I must have dropped it here by accident. That explains it. Okay. So we have our vehicle that's going to go back to Riverside with us. And it has a rudimentary field kit with the necessities. Now, I go back to Riverside. I load up the good ambulance. I load up the animal trailer with Athena and Adonis. Athena is an adult cow who is currently producing milk because she's pregnant. But then Adonis is a calf, a male calf. You cannot fit two cows into a single animal trailer. You can fit a cow and a calf, though. So what I do is when I want to have a breeding pair, I'll just take the male while it's still a calf and take the female. And when, the male will eventually grow up and be capable of keeping the female knocked up. So, yeah. Carton of screws. I don't think there's enough crafting uses for screws yet. Oh, speak of the devil. There's a welding torch right there. Perfect. Perfect. But yeah, I can't think of very many things you can do with screws right now. They should be stand-ins for nails. Like if you have a screwdriver, any carpentry recipe that uses nails, you should just be able to use screws instead. That's my hot take for screws in this game. Just give us a drill and make it so that the building menu can substitute nails for screws. To be honest, I like screws better than nails. This little thing that you see my monitor mounted to, I call it the Exodesk. I built it myself, and I used screws, not nails. Screws are better than nails. I'm just gonna... I'll fight anybody on that. Not literally, I won't fight you, but, you know, fight me. Okay, you know what? If I don't... Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to take this trailer back with me. That's a lot of effort for not a lot of reward. What I'm going to do instead is get the materials I need to fix it back up and bring that back here with me. So the new tires and suspensions for a standard type. Yeah, screws are just... it's hard to think about what I would want to use nails instead of screws for. That's just kind of... I'm no professional carpenter or anything. I'm just... my dad was only a hobbyist carpenter, and I just learned what I could from him. And, you know, everything that I learned, I was just like, why would I use nails? Driving them requires smacking whatever you're doing. So, I mean, you know, it lacks the precision. But then the staying power. The amount of effort that it takes to pull something apart when it's a nail holding it together feels like it's lower. But I don't know, just a layman. There's probably niche uses that will always be better for nails. Okay, we will shut the lights off, but we'll keep the generator running because we're not going to be gone for too awful long. So we eat this salad, and then this fry, the 60 fry A here, take that with us. That is our food for the road. We do still have some a little bit of food in the fridge, so that's why we leave the generator running. However, I will shut the lights off because there's no need to be wasting more gas than necessary. Alright, fine. This, all this stuff here, I was going to just leave it here because it's all broken stuff. It needs to be reforged. I'll just take it back with me, why not? I can reforge it back at Riverside. I was going to build a forge here, but that's going to be made superfluous too quickly by the, when we go to Louisville and set up a field base in Louisville. Probably not just a field base, but probably like a real base that would be second only to Riverside. I already have a spot in mind. See, this base right here is, from a strategic perspective, it's a little too close to Muldraw for me to want to build another forge here. Muldraw's already got a forge, so if I'm going to build another forge, I would much prefer to do it in Louisville. Okay. This place is buttoned up. We are headed back to Riverside with the ambulance. Now, this ambulance does not have a very good windshield. I don't have very many windshields at all in Riverside. But West Point here probably has plenty of okay windshields, like this one right here. I couldn't even see it from behind, but this is an 87% windshield right here. Yeah, taking that. Taking this smashed up crap and getting rid of it. Do I need it? Not necessarily, but I'll take it. Hell, the rear windshield probably could use a replacement too. It's down to 60%. Now, this ambulance does not have very good tires, so I need to keep that in mind. It will not function as well as my other ambulances because all of my other ambulances that I mainline, they all have really good tires. Like, I went out of my way to give all my ambulances good tires. So driving one without good tires is actually going to be something I haven't done in a very long time. So we need to be aware of that. Now the windshields that are crappy. Just get rid of those. Might as well use the glass for something useful. fastest way back to Riverside is just 31 west and then north of the crossroads. I already feel weird driving this thing. The turn rate, or the turn radius, I don't know what the right word is, turn radius maybe, because it is a wider radius if you don't turn as fast. It feels weird. It feels weird with this vehicle with different tires than what I'm used to. Performance tires do actually make a difference to that as far as I understand it. Alright, so that was north, back to West Point now. We are on 31 West, and we are going north at the next crossroads. We're going to have to navigate... No, there should not be a roadblock. Then the roadblock on this one is after the crossroads. Now, we're at 50 fatigue. I don't think we're going to need to sleep on the road. We just passed the campsite, but no. I don't think we're going to need to sleep on the road. I think we'll be fine. This is not a roadblock, just a couple of burnt. There's the railroad. Turn north shortly here. There's probably going to be a number of respawns up here because I don't know if I ever full... Well, these are probably just regular spawns. I remember being here, seeing one of my my little 5-second videos. I was looking for somebody who fucked off to the north up here. Ooh, hang on. What do we have here? That's a survivor zombie right there. You know, I didn't intend on getting into a ground war, but I'm also... I can hold my own against this group. It looks dangerous. I have the weapons to handle these guys. It's fine. I don't need to be running away in cowardice right now. I'm gonna replace this sword and spear both when I get back to Riverside, so I don't even need to necessarily worry too much about weapon durability. But yeah, that young lady with the hiking backpack, I'm very interested in what she may be carrying. To such an extent that that was absolutely worth the diversion there. She wasn't wearing pants. Just a corset and underpants and a hoodie. Absolute unit over here. Fucking corset and a bunny suit. That's gotta be uncomfortable. No ID card, of course. What a wacko. Just somebody's business card. Oh, hardly, pretty much nothing in this backpack. Some caffeine tablets, I guess. Well, it was worth it. Anytime you see a zombie with a backpack, unless it's very obviously one of the hiker ones. In this case, that did not look like a hiker. That was one of the punks. But it could have been a survivor zombie. It just, I didn't see any armor on it. So there is some stuff that I've found on this zombie that I don't even want to bring back to Riverside with me. It literally won't be worth the effort to... Fucking... All I did was open the trunk. What brought these guys over to me? That's a Spiffo's apron. Ooh, nightstick. I will take a nightstick, yes please. Don't have very many of those, actually. Still kind of mad we can't carve our own. Yeah, multiple cop zombies we've run into, but nobody with a M9 or a magazine or, God forbid, a shotgun. Man, I guess if you're going to make me stop here, I might as well check the gas station. Ooh, is that another survive? That's not a... So I think this is an event, a punk event. Just a bunch of criminals were robbing a store during the apocalypse. And this is yet another one with a hiking backpack, which is kind of cool, but, I mean... These guys don't seem to have a lot of stuff on them. Baseball bat with nails. I'm so far into the game that I can literally make my own baseball bats with nails from just stuff that I find out in nature now, so... Not really into those. Ooh, these are shin guards. These are shin guards in random color. And they're black. Ooh. I don't know if I would ever actually wear these, but, I mean... What do they look like visually? Guys, that's a match. Normally I would never wear shin guards for the discomfort. But that provides 100% to the left and right. And it doesn't reduce combat speed. Now it does. I do believe it is a rather significant run speed debuff. But if we're in tank mode, if we're in stand your ground tank mode, then I might unironically hold on to those for like actual use for a whatchamacallit, armor kit. But definitely don't need them at the moment. Knee pads are usually more than enough to keep my upper and lower legs protected. Because anything more than knee pads isn't really worth the discomfort trade-off for me, normally. I am, however, always on the lookout for a armor solution for everything. That's a good trade-off for when I need to be well protected. Now this clothing store up here, I've never been in it. I don't think there's anything there. Same with the used car lot to the south. I've never been in it, but I don't think there's going to be anything there. Do I need another freezer? In fact, no. I so do not need a freezer that I'm going to be bringing freezers down here with me. Soda. You know what? I have an idea. I have an idea. So we're going to use this little hiking backpack here as something to pick up on our way back down. I'll just remember, I'm going to be coming this way anyway. So all of this stuff, let's just see if there's any exceptions. I don't need this. I'm going to collect everything else in here and then split it into stuff that's either going to stay here because it's going to go with me towards West Point, or sorry, towards Louisville. Or it's going to go back to Riverside. There we go. Okay. Okay, so now anything I take out of this backpack goes back to Riverside. Anything that stays in this backpack is going to stay here. Honestly, I have no need for any of this back at Riverside. So, everything, with the exception of this nightstick, which is going in the passenger seat of this ambulance, all the rest of this is just going to get dropped right here. And I will pick it back up when I'm on my way back down to the cache here at West Point, which will bring me right through this crossroads again anyway. Nightstick into this kit here. And we are good to go. Wait a minute, hang on, there was another hiking backpack on this guy, and I did clear it out, but I do want the backpack itself. Now about this freezer, I don't know if I'm going to need this. I'm going to pick it up and probably just drop it next to the backpack out there. I probably will want it just for the sake of having it down in while I'm transporting all of the perishable stuff. So, I initially thought that I was going to make it back to Riverside before we would have to sleep. Oh, look who's wrong. That's alright. I did not want to do that. I drove off the road just now because that will lead some of those zombies will some of them will have lost track of me in the woods, and they'll still be in the woods when I leave, as opposed to in the road. Kind of need to drive on this road just a little bit. So on our, if we get like super tired on the way back to Riverside, I'll actually probably just stop in Fellis Lake, because that's going to be pretty close to the halfway point between West Point and Riverside. If we deviate a little bit towards the center of the map, I have a safe house there that I can sleep in. Take a quick look at my route, make sure I'm going the right way here. Yeah. We just keep going straight at both of the next T intersections. And yeah, we'll just take Pony Trot. I don't think there is anything else in Fellis Lake that I cared about. But if there was, I now have a vehicle with a little bit of inventory space. I could pick it up if there is anything at the, See, every time I've been to Fellis Lake, I have left the place without much room to spare for low priority stuff. There may actually be some low priority stuff still there. If there is, then, well, I'm finally traveling through Fellis Lake back to Riverside with room in the trunk. A novel thing for me, to be honest. I pathologically collect everything and bring it back to my main base in Riverside. But now we are beyond the one main base mentality here at this 15-month mark. I do remember the brakes in this thing being imperfect too, so I do need to keep that in mind when I'm driving at faster speeds. I'll cruise control at 70 for now. Ambulance can do as high as 90 if you got a straight run, but I don't like how tight these roads are for 90. My route has me keeping straight at 2 T intersections, so there's the first. I think we were on this road just yesterday, so probably no surprises here. That T intersection we just passed, that was the one that we took yesterday that we were not supposed to take. Okay, good to know. Going 70 miles an hour, spotting a threat, the brakes are more than enough to stop me. That was a bit of an advanced brake check there. I did not panic and hit the handbrake, so we're okay. If you ever see me like kind of slide a little bit when I brake, it's because I hit the handbrake spacebar, as opposed to just the regular brake, which is S. Or is that reverse? I don't know. All I know is if you hit both, then that is the strongest panic stop you can do. And you'll swivel a little bit though. You'll lock your wheels. Okay, I don't recall about that T intersection. That's my second one, is it? Oh, yeah. If I want to sleep now. Can I make it back to Riverside in 2 hours? I think I can do that. We've made okay progress. We can make it back to Riverside. Oh, okay, now here's a better question. Do I want to make it back to Riverside right now? And I ask that because, there was a survivor house somewhere in this area that I did not have the capacity to loot when I saw it. And it's been kind of lingering in the back of my mind for a while. But is there an easy way to get over there right now? I don't think there is. I do think that where we're at right now, Riverside Road, is right. There's no getting to. Even if we could get to this little cabin, this dirt road would be filled with trees now. So there's no shortcuts. If we want to do that, we're gonna have to take a right once we get to the bend up here. That's okay. That's okay. See, it would benefit us to go there for having a place to sleep before getting back to Riverside, but also giving us just another very tiny chance at a good book. Any one of the 5 missing Volume 5 books that I don't currently have. Survivor houses are one of your good chances. I'm 99.9% sure that I did not hit that survivor house. When I saw it, I was kind of in a bit of a pickle. I'd flipped the Corvette, and I was entirely focused on getting it fixed up. No, I had been kind of meaning to fix that van too, but no. We've got work to do. I would sooner bring that van forward to well, no, I don't have my vehicle part collection there. It would have to come back to Riverside. Or, alternatively, I could take some parts. That deer is very lucky. I could not stop, but it decided to not deviate half a degree to the left. So there's this white truck here. Fond memories of that thing. It saved me at one point. Saved me from a very stupid situation, but it saved me nonetheless. And where we found it is actually close to where we're going to find that survivor house I mentioned. We're not going to hit it as soon as we get there because it is almost bedtime. What we're going to do is we're going to go to the safe house that I established in that area, sleep first, and then hit it as an overnight activity. Then we're back to Riverside by morning. Unless we have a big fight in our hands. If we have a big fight to get to that survivor house, then I will just sleep again here. Didn't think I'd be coming down this road again on this character. Not that I am not okay with it, but that was a very silly situation that brought me down here last time. Oh, there's sheep here. And if there was an animal trailer, I'd pick them up, but there's no animal trailer, so... That was my turn. Was that my turn? Yeah, that was my turn. I've already passed it. Last time I was here, it looked very different, so... Oh, that's why these sheep are basically okay for, I don't know, indefinitely, because they eat grass. So as long as they have a big enough field, they're whatchamacallit. Okay, here it is. Yep, survivor house. And I'm 90% sure I didn't hit it. I mean, if I did, then whatever. But I'm pretty sure I didn't hit it. And the base that I slept at while I was down here is just, well, I didn't need to go off-road, but it is right this way. You know what else is this way? A couple of zombies. Don't think they'll follow me all the way there. There it is, this house right here. This is my first port of call when I had that Philly incident with the Corvette. Just because it's been a while, we'll do a perimeter check first. Looks good for a night. Never even did have a pillow down here. That's alright. Hardly need one. Alright, we're going to take the road this time to get back to that survivor house. I never needed to off-road to get here. Now, another thing that I could be playing jokes on my memory here. I could have swore that there was a survivor zombie event down here that I looked at and saw and was like, nope, not doing that. Because when I saw it, I was in the middle of dealing with that Corvette problem. But this road looks quite clean. If there was a survivor zombie event, we would see clusters somewhere. So definitely, or most likely not. Alright, so our target is just through the woods up here. Unsurprisingly, a couple of respawns in front of it. I don't know if I ever fully cleared the area around here. look at that. Somebody with a backpack inside. Okay, so now when she breaks that window, she'll have a way in. Did this guy break both of those barricades already? No. It's just hard to see the barricades. Okay, she's out. Right this way, ma'am. Now, that being said, now that I have a way in, I don't necessarily want to be able to go into a survivor house and have my only way out be a window. I hate doing that to myself. So what I'm gonna do. Well, first of all, get a tally if I can. One of those doors sounds like it's about to go. It's an internal door. I think it's the bedroom door here. Yeah, okay. So what I'm going to do is take the barricades off the front door here. Then I will hop in through the window, open the door from the inside, and have a proper way in and out. As opposed to this, I hate having windows as my only escape. Just because of the extra action economy it takes to get out of a window. Easy peasy. Okay, lots of stuff. We're already seeing books. Unfortunately, none of the books I'm looking for. Napping 4. Actually, is that one I need? Hold on a second. Where's my literature note? I need Napping 4? Holy shit. Boys, we actually got a book that we need. I am so glad I did this. Okay. Napping 4 coming right up. You know what? I don't think I need any of these weapons here, but I'll take them and put them in the passenger seat of my van, because why not? So whenever you're doing a survivor house, make sure you check every single container in the house. Because there will be, even though a container that might normally not have what you're looking for, like a friggin' just a closet like that, it will have some stuff in it. Or at least it has a chance to. Very nice. Yeah. Napping, I feel like it falls off pretty hard at some point. Falls off harder than my film school career. But yeah, no, it's still really useful for certain things, certain specific things. Like if something weird happened and I just got stuck somewhere and I needed to cut a lot of trees, the first thing I would turn to is napping to make a large stone axe head. Multiple pillows. Now there's beds with pillows here. always taking chocolate chips because those, even like a chocolate bar and chocolate chips, you can put those in a, in some pancakes. Actually pretty good. Free M9 magazine. Threaten me with a good time. Now, some of this stuff I'm not actually going to take with me. I'm just kind of actually organizing it a little bit, because I'll leave it here. This is officially a more useful safe house than the one I slept in before. And therefore, could do worse than actually leave some useful stuff here. The soda, don't have room for back in Riverside. The brandy, I can't remember if that was one of the... Certain booze types I don't have room for in any of my booze containers back at base anymore. I have dedicated booze shelves, and 2 of them have been dedicated to whiskey, and they're both full. So when it comes to me being full at Riverside, all I can say is don't be a fool. I'm too powerful. Literally just full of everything. This place also has a basement to it, which is really cool. And it's locked. You know what? Instead of messing with that tonight, I'm going to come back tomorrow morning and sleep here. I mean, this place is barricaded fully, at least a couple of bedrooms with with pillows in them. Now, I generally don't like to sleep in rooms with zombies in them. Just a personal thing. So I'm going to pull this corpse out of the room that I'm going to sleep in. Just on principle. Just certain weird hang-ups I have in this game that make no sense objectively. I just try to put myself in her shoes. I would not want to sleep in a room with... I wouldn't want to sleep in a room anywhere near a zombie corpse, but... my mentality would shift more pragmatically, especially after a year and 3 or 4 months. Okay, we are checking the basement. Before we check the basement, I am pulling apart this door because I have to get a bunch of crap out. Yeah, okay. Let's have a bite to eat. Then we get started. Oh, is it one of these basements? Hello. Very useful basement. Except not. Okay, we are done with this survivor house. We did not find the books I'm looking for, but we found a book that I needed, so I'll take it. I mean, but, I mean, really, I just wanted Napping 4 so that I could complete the full 5-book collection. I think we did accidentally pick up a... We accidentally picked up, yeah, canned. I don't... Literally no room for more canned food, so that stays here. Everything else I picked up, I do have room for at least back at Riverside, so... Check the corners, yes. So I'm going to mark on the map. Now we've got a house here. Sheep. We'll call this a red bee, because it's not fully boarded up or anything. But I will give a blue circle around it. I like to use green for something that has like a generator, and that is like fully boarded up. But since this is only partially boarded up and does not have a generator, we will use blue. Actually, you know what? I'll use red. Yeah. Just to indicate that it is not fully boarded up, but it has some stuff in it. So it is better than a regular S, which is just basically a sleeping spot. An S, if I mark it with an S, that means it's good for nothing but the bed. B means it has something cached in it. Some sort of cache supplies. In this case, all the canned food that I do not have room for back at Riverside. I'll take a quick peek at this place because I drove past it on my way to fix the Corvette during the Corvette saga. But I never did. I'm actually on the lookout for respirator filters these days, so I'll take that. So, give me an animal feed bag that is literally moments away from being empty. Looking forward to the patch notes where it says added ability to empty animal feed bags. Okay, I'm not even getting into a fight. There's nothing here that I care about. This is just an ordinary house here, so we're done here. And what kind of sheep do we have here? I marked them on the map, but that's an East Frisian Ram, Rambouillet ewe, East Frisian ewe, Suffolk ewe. I think back at base all I have are Rambouillets. But then again, sheep are not really, I don't, like I have the sheep for the wool and that's about it, because if I want milk, cows are kind of better. Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to take the Holstein breeding pair. I'm not going to have room for anything else. That wasn't flying, that was falling with style. Or something. Alright, so we are moments from getting back to Riverside here. And there's the south entrance. Normally I would kind of avoid that if I was loaded for bear, but I am not loaded for bear. I'm combat effective, so there's nothing stopping me from just kind of running a patrol on my way in. Very rare for me to arrive at the base early in the morning like this. This is not something that happens very often. So I actually, unironically, am probably going to get out and just kill my way there, back to base. Because this is my hometown, I do not acquiesce respawning populations. So as long as I have weapons and time, I will kill them as I see them. You know, I'm instinctively doing the corpse pile thing. I have not needed to do that for a long time. It's useful for leveling tailoring, it's useful for leveling electronics, it's useful for getting materials for both of those things, even if you don't necessarily need a level. I am so far beyond any of that. And yet, out of habit, all I really want to do is just lure them out of the road. I no longer need to be neat about it, though. Yeah, see, there's still mega piles of clothing on the floor over here in the bottom right. From times where I would pull all of the useful clothes off of zombies for tailoring, grinding experience. But I have long since grinded my way to level 10. I no longer need any of that. Therefore, that's just going to stay on the ground. Okay, you're not gonna... I have room in my trunk, and there's a propane tank right here. Here we have another propane tank now. How much is in it? Half. Worst things have happened. If I had gotten to level 10 welding, I probably would have collected a lot more propane. But I have a moratorium on spending propane to weld because, well, the experience rate gain would be absolute shit without the book. Look at all that. This is about 60% capacity here. I have not found a single katana in build 42. Not a single one. As far as I'm concerned, katanas don't exist in this game right now. I mean, I'm a level 10 blacksmith. I should be able to make them. It's really ridiculous that I can't. Remember, katanas are an ancient design. Of course, a lot of specific techniques to Japan. Those specific techniques are not secrets anymore, though. You know, with a modern forge, modern tools, you just need the right knowledge, and you can very easily make a folded steel blade like the Bushido of old. But this game is going to have me believe that you can make you can find magazines that teach you how to make pipe bombs, but not magazines that teach you how to make samurai swords. When you know, pipe bombs have never captured the public interest anywhere near as much as Japanese swords ever. Like you don't have an entire subculture of people with a literal nickname. There's no weeaboos for pipe bombs. There's just weirdos who make them and use them for nefarious purposes. There's really that's about it. And yet we've got magazines to teach us how to make those in this game, but no. I guess there just weren't enough weebs in the 90s. I don't know. When did that really start? That started with Dragon Ball, and Dragon Ball was early 90s, mid 90s. It was still a manga in the 90s, I think, and then kind of like in the 2000s, that was when the anime got westernized properly, if I'm recalling correctly. I don't remember exactly the timeline behind it because, of course, I never paid attention as a child. Nope, you cannot. There's no crafting katanas now. I mean, if there was, it would show up in the forge menu. But it does not show up in the forge menu. Believe me, if it showed up in the forge menu but there wasn't a recipe, I would be very keenly looking for that. Like, I would have identified the magazine that teaches it, or whatever it is that teaches it. I would have found that for sure and added it to my literature list. So, somebody in chat was saying earlier that they got an update. We didn't see any notes earlier. I still don't see notes, so I don't think we have an update. I think they might have been talking about something else. Oh shit. Using spears from this zoom level. I mean, like, if it is there, then where are the patch notes? Like, that's what I care about, is the patch notes. But of course, okay, so I should check. What if it breaks the save? That's, I actually have Steam configured to update the game as soon as it can. Fuck you, dude. Get off my window. No. Weird targeting. But yeah, no, hang on. Yeah, so the last, patch notes here. Oh, maybe if I check events manually, where are events? Yeah, there's no... So if it has released, then there's no post with patch notes that I can see. Oh, the katana. Okay, gosh, I thought you were talking about the patch. You got me. You got me terrified for a second there. No, that's all right. I will check the forge as soon as I get back to base. Now, another thing is, okay, so let's say it was added in 42.11. If that was the case, then there is actually a possibility that I would not be able to see it because I built my forge back during 42.10. So actually, this is almost a full respawn here. Fucking... I'm glad I got out to do patrol. We have almost a full Riverside respawn. I cannot even articulate to you guys how many times I have had to patrol Riverside and kill zombies in these places. It is all so tiresome. Yeah, that's right. I killed your homie. What you gonna do about it? Alright, you know what? I just kind of did that to, if there are any more in this area, I'd like to pull them out of their hidey holes. Panic shoots really are never that good of an idea, especially when this shit happens. But if I pull them this way, it's better than pulling them north when I visit my own gas station there. So we're coming close enough to my base. That's my gas station right there. But as usual, the respawns just don't seem too consistent. Like if we had a full respawn, there'd be people crawling out of these woods right now because I discharged up there. I know this place well enough to say that for absolute certain. If we had respawns in this area, they would be shambling my way right now. But yeah, no, I will definitely take a look for the katana recipe when I when I build my forge for Louisville. Because if that is the case, if they added it in an update and it I just don't see it yet, because I built my forges on 42.10. Well, it's 42.11 now, and my next forge will be built in the not-too-distant future. Possibly not quite in this stream, but possibly next stream. For sure next stream. I definitely want to have ground broken for my Louisville base not long after I get the cows down there. Oh, look. So, discharging the firearm brought people to the hole in the wall here. Hey. Come over here, huh? Stupid flaps. I'm not doing it. I was almost tempted to do it. I will never do it. Never again. One time I fucked around with the sprinting with the spear, and I tripped on a zombie instead of stabbing it. Never do the sprint thing with the spear, unless you have no respect for your character whatsoever. Okay, the kale is starting to rot. That's glad we caught it before it finished. The generators are still going. How close are they? Oh, we only got to halfway. We only got to halfway. We're good. Okay. So guess what? We have 3 ambulances now. That's, my power level grows. That being said, 2 of these are worse than the other, right? So this one that I'm driving and this one here, both of their engine quality is in the mid-70s. This one up here, this is my real van. This bad boy right here, 100% engine quality, and will start almost every time I turn the key. I've still noticed that there's a weird thing where sometimes it will not start for a different reason than engine quality. And I don't fully understand that reason. I looked at the code, couldn't figure it out. So this is where I would park the hauler, but the hauler is now down at West Point, and I don't know if it will ever be coming back here. Like, if I need to go back and forth between the bases at this point, I am probably going to use one of my more engine-strong vehicles. That was a lot of lag just now. Probably just loading the base. Found a key for an ambulance, but you need to find where it is. Interesting. The only thing that makes me think about that, or rather, if I'm thinking about an ambulance where I got the key, but not the vehicle itself, that's most likely from a zombie. Because I feel like there's a limited amount of distance away from the vehicle that you could have found it on the floor, I believe. So usually if you find it on the floor, I feel like it's going to be relatively obvious. But if you did not find it on the floor, if you got it from a zombie, I have seen zombies get pulled rather far from their ambulances. So that's actually kind of hard to backtrack on if you let it go too long. Griddle pan. Done with that. Propane tank. I will do a generator refill soonish here. Yeah, so oh, that's the furnace. Let's go to the forge and do a search for just yeah. I typed K-A, nothing. Go to weaponry, nothing. Well, that being said, swords, oh, here it is, blade. So we've got crude sword, handguard dagger. Surprisingly useless weapon. Sword blade, just a regular sword blade. That is the highest level metalworking item that exists. Machetes, they're at level 9. So nothing on my forge, but if they did add them as of 42.11, then that would explain anybody who made a forge after 42.11 may see something that I don't. I have not really trawled too deeply into the patch notes under that kind of stuff, so. Alright, I feel like my first order of business should be to do a refueling run of my generators. So, fire truck has all of my cans of gas that are full. This one needs a couple repairs. Right. It should be in there, believe me. It should be in there. But if they just built it the other day, then that adds a little bit of potential credence to that idea. As expected, this one is slightly more taxed than the other one. Okay, we used up that gas can. On to the next. Three repairs, I think. Probably 3 as well. The percentage you get for each fixing, I believe it increases with skill, yeah. So it used to be like as low as 5% for me, but now it is higher. Now, if anybody watching is new, why do I need this many generators? This is what enables me to leave the base for long periods of time and have the generators still be running when I come back. It's ghetto load balancing is what it is. Instead of putting every freezer that I have, which I have like, I don't know, 10 freezers now, 10 freezers in one fridge in order to store all of the crops that I planted. I overplanted massively, by the way. That is a bit of a skill issue. Yeah, I'm not even going to try to defend that. That was a big silly thing that I did. But I'm able to handle it now, thanks to all of this crap. A couple of electrical parts here that I'm going to stick into this bad boy. This gas can is almost empty. I'm just going to leave it on the floor right here. So use it up next time I go around and fill them all up. I don't know if I will need to fill them up again. Because at some point very soon here, I am going to be emptying all of them. I'll probably do that in 2 trips. I think I've resigned myself to doing 3 trips to get back and forth from Riverside to my cash zone in West Point. Wait a minute, can you even dry rosemary? Yes, you can, okay. And the current system, trying to dry something that is stale, does not cause any issues. I have a feeling that it will in the future. Why didn't that start? There we go. I think I put it in, but it didn't start it. So if I'm trying to picture what the devs are trying to go for with this, they're probably going to make it so that you add more than just one thing at this stage. Probably more than, like, just rosemary. Like, I could put, like, several things on here at once to a maximum of whatever. I don't know what the maximum is supposed to be. But the one thing they've said for sure is that it's supposed to be more than one. Guess they're still trying to figure that out. Whatever. Couldn't pay me to care about that. Oh, the one... I did forget about one generator, because I don't usually use this one, outside of my, whatchamacallit. Like, there's a generator on my roof. I usually don't leave it running when I'm not at base. I, for back of the mind, forgot that, I actually do need to refuel it. So this will probably finish this off. But then I have, separately, another gas can. Oh, I didn't even need it. Okay. You know, I should have taken all these jars and put them in the fridge, because I didn't leave anything else in the fridge. So it only would have benefited me to do that. Oh well, too late. Everything that is in the freezers can probably stay that way for now, as I try to prepare my logistical situation for the transit from Riverside to West Point. Now, I also have another harvest I gotta do. Got another harvest. As we can see, we've got some rotten kale here. Literally hours left before the rest of these are rotten, so we got really lucky. We picked the right time to come back to base. Now, these kale, basically every time you harvest them, you are going to reset it to seedling. And it may grow again if there's enough time, but September is the end of its growth season. So at the end of this month, it's all going to fucking die. So there's no point in leaving it there. I'm going to destroy it after I put this kale somewhere. Unfortunately, I'm out of freezer space, so the fridge is where it goes. I really should have just filled up a garbage bag with kale. Too late now. 80 kale seeds. I doubt I'll ever plant it again, but into the seed bin it goes. I have 247 kale seeds. I did not wait for that kale to bloom specifically because I wanted to get seeds. I just did that because if I didn't wait for it to bloom, then I would get I would get less out of it. Kind of just trying to extend its lifespan of the plant, because that was the last time I can harvest pretty much anything. Because anything that I would plant for the rest of this year is a winter crop, because it is now September 24th. Okay. Now the question at hand: do I start the freezer transport, or do I start the animal transport? There's no real answer to that. It's either or. If I would do the animal transport, I would use my primary ambulance here, along with the I would use my primary ambulance here along with the animal trailer, so I would not be able to haul very much at all. So... Oh, I would probably do this in installments. Yeah. Yeah, I would want to do this in installments, because another thing that I'm not considering is if I want to bring as much crops as I can, or, yeah, as much preserved crops as I can, I would need to bring generators too. And that destroys my calculations. I did a calculation before saying that I have about 350 some odd encumbrance worth of frozen food. Possibly as much as 400. Actually, no, there's about a little over 400. Because we have 10 freezers running right now. 10 times 39 encumbrance in each. It's 390 plus 26 in the fridge freezer. So yeah, 416 encumbrance of frozen produce. We could never bring all that at once, no matter how hard we tried. There was a part of me that was just like, okay, we'll just toss some of it out. But if I just do 2 trips, then that's not even a problem. Yeah, okay. So, give me a second to check something on B42 map here. The gas station right in front of our West Point staging zone, does it have a... It does have a popsicle freezer right there. So, we've got a popsicle freezer already. There's also a yellow generator down there already that we're not even using for the main base. So, we've got the yellow generator for the main base. Then we've got... There's at least one yellow generator just sitting around in Muldra right now. Among many other things in Muldra. I don't even know exactly how much stuff I still have in Muldra that I'm going to want to bring with me. So we've got that. We've got 2 red generators here. If I'm going to be powering freezers, I don't want red generators. I want my best generators on the task. So in this van, I've got 161 in the trunk. Let's divide that by... It would weigh 40 to take a... Well, 40 is basically the... Yeah, okay, so 40 is a generator or a freezer, a double freezer. Okay. And, I mean, to be entirely honest, 40 is a magic number, really. 40 is what it is. 40 is what a generator weighs. 40 is what a double freezer weighs. And then close to 40 is what an organized person can fit in a freezer. So if I take one popsicle freezer full of produce, like this one over here that's on this little peninsula, if I just take that with me, that's 40 for the generator, 40 for the popsicle freezer, and then 40 in each side of it worth of produce. That's a full trunk for the ambulance right there. Brilliant. Okay. So, how do we plan that? One of the trail... Yes, that is, I like to call Muldra Generator City. It is a lovely, lovely place if you need generators. Looks like we've got some chickens killing each other. I can't do anything about that. But I do need to kill the roosters. There need to be no roosters, ever. Otherwise, I will come back here, and they will have 500,000 more 500,000 more chickens. I have had to call the chickens once before. That was a very messy ordeal. I'd rather not have to do it again. Okay, so there are a couple of corpses in here. I don't care about that. I just want to get rid of the males now. Literally just going to take him over here and kill his ass. Because I do not need more chickens. I do not need more chickens. I don't know how many this rooster managed to fertilize, but any is more than what I needed. So, R.I.P. Mr. Rooster. You never should have been born, unfortunately. Oops, wrong button. So, as fate would have it, I'm walking in front of my leather area here. Medium leather, something I need, taking that with me. I want to be able to build a forge and furnace, advanced, down there, and I also need to build a kiln, so that means we are, complex loom. I was going to deploy one of those here. Don't know if I need one, though. Oh, it's September. What does that mean? That means it's breeding season for sheep. So, my female sheep, my ewes, might actually be knocked up. I'll double check that. Because if they are, this probably sounds wacky, but that gives me an option to also have sheep down at the base. Because what I can do is I can put a cow and a calf in the trailer. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be able to fit anything else after that. But then I could hand carry a sheep. As silly as it sounds, you can hand carry animals while you're driving right now. I would do that in a heartbeat if it meant that I could have wool down there at my new base. Not that I particularly need it, but I mean, if I need it, it's there. But yeah, there's one medium leather, tanned crude, but I don't have a second medium leather. Let's just go ahead and cut this large leather in half. So I'm going to take this large leather with me. We'll cut it in half when we get there, because it wastes less space to just take a large leather and then cut it in half. So the chicken we just butchered into the fridge. Now another thing we're going to have when we get down to West Point at our staging zone there should be plenty of those double fridges. Oh yeah, there's 2 of them at the gas station right across the street. That's perfect. We'll use those. Oh, I already picked up this double freezer, I think. Did I? No, that was a different one. I picked up the double freezer at the crossroads station here. It is currently laying on the floor right here. So that means if I want to be able to just quickly pick it up, I would need to leave some space. On the flip side, that would actually be a little bit of a difficult thing to pull off if I'm carrying an animal. If I'm carrying an animal, I won't be able to get out at all, because if I get out and drop the animal, it would run away, and it could potentially bolt a very, very long distance while I'm trying to deal with any zombies it may be running from. So that's a potential concern. But yeah, so I think our order of operations is we are going to take the cows, hand carry a sheep, and 1 double freezer full of produce. And after that, basically anything else we can bring with us beyond that is really just negotiations. You know, do I have room for just a little bit more? So I'm not even going to put too much brain power into think about that. I picked up this riding helmet. Oh, you know, I just realized something. I haven't had a shower in like a month. My character is quite dirty. We are going to give her a nice cleaning. She deserves it. Sorry. Just running calculations. This is, overtaxing my primitive brain as is. I can't pick that up. The amount of time I've spent trying to get everything at once, I could have already done 2 trips by now, most likely. But because I know that I can get everything at once, I want to. Silly as that might sound. Okay. This ambulance is almost completely empty. The only stuff that's left in it is stuff that's been in there for longer than I even can remember, which is just a bunch of steel that I got from disassembling cars. God knows how many hours ago. I have not needed steel for a very long time, and I still do not need steel. But, well, I have some now. And it is among the stuff that I need to start unloading. See these 3 garbage bags on the floor right here? These are all bags of loot that I haven't sorted yet. Now, if I'm going to be leaving this place, I'm going to leave this base. It'll be a while before I come back here from Louisville. Once I deploy for Louisville, I go full throttle into Louisville, and I have a field base established out there, it will probably be a very long time before I come all the way back here. Because for anything I need, I will be able to get it from that field base. So I want to have this place nice and neatly organized so that I know that I don't, or just have track of everything, keep track of everything. I am leaving swords and stuff on my anvil here. Or I can't. I cannot because I don't have room. This is just a bunch of swords that I used when I was down in West Point. I can reforge them while I'm up here, because I'm going to need more, plenty more. I would like to make them while I'm up here, instead of waiting till I'm down there. I'm going to the kitchen now, so I'm going to take as much food from any of these containers as I can fit. If anybody watching is not interested in watching a man run around his base for almost an hour straight, I'm sorry. I genuinely am, because, well, maybe not an hour, but I'm going to be at this for a bit. I have not. The M16 is currently in one of my desert backpacks in the hauler back at West Point, at the staging ground for taking Louisville. I have not had it like in a place where I could easily equip it. Oh, I do need to replace my handy knife. So before I even bother trying to sort that, that is going in my Alice kit, favorited. And nothing else here needs to go to the kitchen, right? Nope. I'm gonna find something later and be like, damn it, I should have brought that to the kitchen. But it is what it is. Small form food can into here. See, the candy container here is basically full. It's basically full. I do still have some room for soda by putting 2 liters in overflow cans in there. I'm going to put this large leather over here with the rest of the, this stuff that's on the floor right here is stuff for the forge in, the Louisville Forge. So that goes there for now. Let's see. Oh, the napping book goes in here. Been a long time since I've been able to add a new book to that box. Feels good. Feels like all of my effort has been worth it for that one book. Nah, we're here for the journey, not the destination. But it is nice to have spots in mind on the road. Unprocessed rabbit leather. Bunch of mementos. You know, part of me really does want to build the cenotaph before I leave. Oops, wrong button. The cenotaph is a project I've been waiting to do for a very long time. It's, I keep collecting ID cards, and the ID cards, what I was going to do is just put them on a big memorial on my roof. Just use them 3D placement to place them all up there. But I don't... that's a lot of work. A lot of work. I would do it for the nostalgia, but I also, no, I've got more interesting things to do for the moment. One of the impetus for that is that, you know, if my save gets broken, then that would feel bad because, you know, the cenotaph is just one of those things on my character's bucket list, as it were. Oh well. I'm not going to think too hard about it because if the save gets broken by an update today or tomorrow or whatever, nothing I can do about that. I officially moved fishing stuff and camping stuff to its own container here. If it looks like there's a lot of lag, yep. We've got plenty of rope that we've acquired. We can now make a stack of rope. That will probably actually come to Louisville with us, but for now, it can stay there. Vinegar, always a nice find. See, we have this little bit of vinegar here, but it's basically useless. It requires 2 units of vinegar to make a canned or a jarred food item, and I only have 1 unit of vinegar in that, and every other full container that I've found so far. Well, every full container has an even number, so there's always going to be like a leftover unit until I find another container of vinegar that is from the outset. Where am I putting coffee these days? Oh, I'm putting it in just the water containers here. Okay. Gonna wash myself, or wash my clothing as an overnight activity. We've got some furniture. That goes over here. Oh, that's right. I'm putting all my flags in the same area here. So I've got 17 stars and bars, literally ready for another floor if I wanted to just fill the entire third floor with nothing but flags on the wall. Okay, so I still have 4 more garbage bags full of loot to deal with, but those are on the floor right here, and it is my bedtime. So we hit the sack. Midnight activity. I get myself cleaned up, and then sorted through that crap. Oh, I went to bed very hungry just now. I should not be going to bed so hungry. Doesn't make sense. Got all this food. All this kale we just harvested, too. Kale is great because the hunger reduction is 16, which is exactly the amount of hunger you... Well, actually, 15 is the amount of hunger you get when you are a heavy eater. And you immediately... right when you get hungry, when you first see the middle. That's 15 hunger when you're a heavy eater. So 16, that's a great number to have. Washed up here, and it is 2 p.m., so I'm logging out. This, not of the game, just, yeah, a second. Very, slow day today, since my new guy was, busy watching his silly stuff all day. I love these extremely obvious spam emails. That never gets tired. It works, though. It's the very basic red... Probably the most basic red teaming on the planet, but it works great. Just constantly send... You know, if you work in a big corporate enterprise... Fuck. Yeah. There's another one. You work in a corporate enterprise. The best way to make your people more resilient to clicking on bad links in emails is to force them to take a training. Okay, so send them a bunch of emails as tests, phishing tests. Make sure that they pass, and if they don't pass, force them to sit through a cybersecurity training session. That will fix a lot of problems in your corporation. Bit of free advice from an IT guy. I have witnessed it firsthand. A lot of people in my enterprise who were not very discerning have become surprisingly discerning because they don't want to have to sit through one of those stupid training videos again. It's actually kind of amazing how well that worked. We get my team gets so many calls now, or just emails, just be like, hey, is this legit email? I'm like, I don't know. There's a lot of times we can't even tell if it's legit or not. In which case, we just have to tell people, okay, if you don't think it's legit, don't reply to the email itself. Send a new email to the person who you think sent it. Just be like, hey, is this legit? Straightforward stuff, but a lot of people don't know this. It's kind of baffling how few people know it. And close that, and we are done for today. Okay. Where were we? We were 4 more bags of loot here. Let's parse through them for anything that needs to go specific places. Does some clothes we need to clean up. Yeah. I've been sitting on this dirty laundry for a while now, just like IRL. I'm gonna fix that. No reason not to. I usually, when I was back in the days when I was much more into collecting clothing in this game, I would constantly have stuff coming in that instead of just sorting it immediately, I would toss it in the laundry, wash it, then sort it after I finished washing and drying it. It's just a little bit of everything in these bags. I want to start with clothing, though, because that is very straightforward. It just goes to the wardrobe to the right here. What also goes to the right here are books of most sorts. Sacks. This gun case, I picked it up because I don't have one similar to it, but that's probably going to go over there too. Basically, I'm collecting anything now that I'm sure is going to go to the right of me right there. Knee pads. Knew I was missing something in there. Okay. Box of 223. That is something that goes in the ammo area, which is actually over here on the other side of the wardrobe. Hey, look at that. I just started hearing wind. The obnoxious wind. It starts a couple months in. And technically speaking, we are now a couple months in from the start of the game in the 1-year milestone. It actually used to be even more obnoxious than it currently is. Alright, magazines go up here. Comic books. Almost an entire full crate of comic books. Plenty of duplicates, unfortunately. Comic books are one of those things where there's so many of them, so many possibilities to find that you're like, what are the odds of this one being a duplicate? And I just bring them all back. That's all the reading material. What color is this duffel? This is a green one. It's pretty green. Got a black gun case. Goes over here with the other black containers. This padded jacket is actually full-on black. That's actually a bit of a rare thing. Oh, my container of black clothing is actually full. God damn it. I forgot to log out of my phone. Now, when your client issues you a work computer and a work phone, you gotta log out of your phone too. In my team's defense, they have no idea when I'm supposed to be online and when I'm not, because my shift is all over the place sometimes. But that takes care of that. Now, what am I doing to lighten the load in this container? Anything? No, not really. Everything that's in here is staying in here. I guess I'll start putting some dark clothing in this area. We found a bright white hoodie, so still got a little bit of room in the white clothing container here. We actually have multiple of those, so I don't need any more of those now. Beanies. We came home with several. We got a law enforcement blue here. That impressed me when I saw it. What is this one? Is this a gray one? Ooh, that is a nice medium gray. Yeah, that's going in the whites here. Oops. So both of my green containers are full. So I guess this tiger stripe gear is actually just going to go in there. With the exception of the shirt. The shirt is going to go, because I don't have one in there yet. Basically, I want to have one of everything in the main container, and then if I have extras, they can go in the... Extras of anything can go in these containers on the floor. Three different variants of padded pants in green camo. This is one of the reasons I was not excited to do loot sorting. But it must be done. I must stand my ground and go face to face with all of the random crap that I've collected over the year and a half year and a quarter, I suppose. Yeah. 3 months is a quarter of a year, isn't it? Yeah. No. Yeah, 3 months is a quarter of a year. So 3.25 years. Urban camo is going in here, right? Yeah. And I did already have a copy of that. Okay. Well, not too many uniques. But at least we got the clothing sorted. Now we get our second sleep in. And we finish off the rest of those garbage bags. Theoretically, should take a little bit less brain power to finish off those. Oh dear, nightmare. We only got down to 36 fatigue. Sleeping again would feel like a waste. I'm going to go ahead and, well, I've got a lot of coffee. I'm going to brew some coffee. Kale is actually not bad for protein. There's like 10 protein in a single unit of kale. I just picked 161 of it, so that's a lot of kale. These spheres can go over here for now. Feels good to have so much twine that I don't know what to do with it. At one point, I actually did come close to running out because I blew a whole lot of it on leveling tailoring. But we are now tailoring 10. We don't have to think about that no more. It's great. I love to see one of my normie friends discovering Louis Rossman, posting about it in our group chat. If you're not familiar, Louis Rossman, great guy. If you're into watching YouTubers who talk about cool stuff, yeah, great guy. Rossman with 2 N's. He is the source of a lot of my viewers probably are familiar with him. He's the source of the Clippies. If you've seen people on YouTube wearing Clippy as their profile picture, he's the guy who started the trend, and it has now exceeded him and become a living meme with a life of its own. Proper living meme. First aid. Bunch of seeds that I'm never going to plant, but I want to get out of the way. Obscure types of light bulbs. That is the first orange light bulb that I've ever found. I don't know if you guys have noticed. I enjoy the orange, but I very rarely get a chance to use it in game. There's not very many orange options for clothing. Putting tobacco in up here, are we? Where did I put tobacco these days? Oh, it's all the way over here with my boxes of other things. Okay. That fabled material called scrap metal. Believe it or not, as a metal worker, I cannot make scrap metal. Kind of wacky. Kind of silly. Kind of hard to believe. Especially considering it is a critical component of a lot of welding recipes, but metalworking and welding have got to be... No, they're separate things now. No, you can't have anybody be able to do everything. No, welding is very different. Actually, that's how the Indie Stones sound right now. In my head, at least. Respirator filters in household. Copper scrap over here. I'm able to stack stack some of this wire, aren't I? No. We've got 7 barbed wire and 1 wire. That means most of that is already stacked. A lot of sewing materials. Let's get those out of the way. We should have some, yeah, scrap metal is being put over here in the welding area. Because scrap metal is so esoteric that as a metal worker I have literally no use for it. And no ability to make it. It is like exclusively the domain of welding. Why? No. You can't have one guy do everything. No. Sandy stone right now. Fuck. I have too much twine. Once again, I was close to being out of it, and now I have too much. See, this bin right here is supposed to be just a little bit of everything for tailoring. And I need to make sure that it does not get filled up with too much of any one thing. Where am I storing fire source these days? I moved it. It used to be there. Now it's back here, right? This welding torch I found really should have gone in the van? Or did I already put one in there? Already put one in there. Alright, so we never did get another sleep in, so I'm going to go ahead and make that coffee now that I was talking about before. I had a really bad sleep last night, IRL, too. Like, I woke up this morning, I got a decent... In terms of total hours, I should have had a decent amount of sleep. It was about 6 hours. For me, that's not bad at all. I mean, I got restless sleeper IRL trait, but for some reason, I woke up this morning and I was just groggy as all hell. I would have started the stream probably 2 hours earlier than I did start it, if I had not been so groggy. But I was so groggy that I just started doom scrolling YouTube comments on a video that I wasn't even interested in. I've been known to do such things in the past, but usually I catch myself before I doom scroll too hard. Don't doom scroll, ever. Catch yourself, please, for the love of God. There is not a single social media company on this planet that deserves your attention. If it's not, you know, if you have to, like, constantly go in there and, just scroll and scroll and scroll. No, don't do that. You're digging for something that's not there. That's how I feel about it, personally. If you're doom scrolling, then you're probably looking for something that you're not going to find. So this will reduce 25 fatigue. I think we were only a little ways over, so I'm going to drink half of this. And if I need the other half, I'll drink it. ball can go into sports, except sports is completely full. Of course it is, but I do have overflow in these bags here. I was going to build a sports complex on the second floor. To be entirely honest, this entire base has sprawled so much that it's going to be really hard to build more. Not that I can't do it, not that I shouldn't do it, but it's just going to be more difficult than it should be because of the sprawl. Okay, you know what? For science, I'm going to make tea. I can't remember the last time I made tea. And I want to see... Okay, so it's uncooked. You know, I think this is why I was... I think this is why I was thinking that coffee was not good. Because I was adding it to a beverage like this, as opposed to using the coffee machine. And adding it to a beverage like this is far less efficient, I think. But I also, okay, something that I'm not sure about. Does your cooking skill affect how much fatigue reduction, for example, you get out of a cup of tea? I'm going to do something a little cursed here. Or I was going to do something a little... We're going to do a double tea bag here. So we've got a tea beverage with, okay. Fascinating. I believe this thing already reduced 10 fatigue. So adding extra tea bag didn't seem to do anything. So that literally was a wasted tea bag. Okay. Okay. So we're going to do tea with cinnamon and honey. I particularly am actually very decadent. I'm going to put sugar in mine. Now I'm going to cook it, and we're going to see... Okay, so cooking tea in the frickin' oven. Things you do in Zomboid, right? I'm just curious if this actually does anything to the total numbers. So the fatigue and hunger are both 10. Okay, hunger went up, fatigue did not. So, when it comes to tea, you might as well just... Literally just eat the tea bag. Literally just eat the tea bag. As stupid as that sounds... the tea is just so broken right now. If you make a cup of tea using a tea bag, you get 10 fatigue reduction from the from the cup of tea, and that that destroys the tea bag. If you just straight up eat the tea bag, it reduces your fatigue by 15. I can't believe how stupid this game is sometimes. This is why I was just staying away from coffee, because tea is just that broken. But at least I confirmed my suspicions. It's we didn't necessarily waste it. We just confirmed our theory, which is that tea is still broken, and it is. All right. So all of our loot is sorted. The crops are. You know what? I'm gonna get rid of all the crops now. I am done even considering their existence, because this kale is gonna die anyway. Start of next month. October 2nd, it will all die. And I'd rather not wait for it to die, because it's never going to bloom again, so get rid of it now. Rows of 10, never again. I'm going to do rows of 5 for every character here on out, because I literally I do not need more than 5 of any type of crop, really. I mean, it's just... I won't be able to preserve it. I mean, if you're going to put it in front of me, I'll harvest it, but I don't expect to do anything with it. This will be the first thing on the chopping block if I need to start emptying my fridge or freezer. I'm only doing this because I don't really have anything else to put in my fridge right now. That's the freezer. Here's the fridge. I feel so free. I feel so free. My base has not been without something growing for so long now. This feels like a momentous occasion right now. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Free. Free from agriculture. No more Farmville. Well, okay. That's not a... I have not completely ruled out planting anything in my Louisville base. How long has this thing been running? I may have left this running for a while. Yeah, it was... So I got distracted when I saw the stupid dead chickens. Fucking things. Breeding and whatnot. How dare they? How dare they undergo the biological imperative? Whatever. Alright, first things first, I want to consider what my next, what more firearms am I bringing with me? See, initially I was never going to bring the 556, but now I'm going to bring the 556. So all those cartons, these boxes, and these loose rounds here, all coming with me. .38 special just because I don't have any loose boxes. Or yeah, down in West Point right now, the only .38 special that I have is a bunch of cartons. I literally do not have any loose rounds or loose boxes. So those loose boxes of .38 special are coming with me. .38 special is what I use for the M30A, which is the only thing you can put in an ankle holster. So now, instead of putting these into the trunk of the ambulance, I'm actually going to put them in this offhand backpack because, well, we'll see. I still have not actually come to a strong decision on how I want to do the logistics for this. I do want to try to minimize the number of trips that I have to make. I really do. And not just between Riverside and West Point, but also between West Point and my Louisville base when I do establish it. The spare E-tool I don't need anywhere else anymore, so that goes in there. I only have 10 pages left in this book. I'm just going to finish it off now. The only reason I would bring any books with me is if they become relevant, but literally none of these books are going to become relevant while I'm down there. Reloading 5, I would have to, based on my experience gain, I loaded almost 300 magazines of M9. Possibly more. I can only think off the top of my head of about 300 M9 magazines. I loaded about 300 M9 magazines and got a portion of the way through level 6. I'm currently reloading level 6. I've already read the book for level 7 and 8. Um, I don't think I'm going to get anywhere near reloading 9 and 10 in this character's lifetime. I'm just saying, like, Andy Stone could delay the next patch for two or 3 months IRL. I probably still would not get there. I don't think there is enough ammo in all of these boxes to grind my way to the next 2 levels of reloading. So I'm not going to fuck with it. You could not pay me to fuck with it. Because, alternatively, the only other way to do it is to just put things in and out of magazines. I would sooner watch paint dry. That is a really stupid waste of time. I mean, I've done it once just to top myself off and get past the level that I was already done with. But yeah, I'm not doing that. It does if you brew it, yes. You gotta brew it, though. Do not use it to... Do not fill up a... If you fill up a teacup and right-click on it and make a hot drink that way, that whatever it is mechanic that the Indie Stone is using for hot drinks made from a teacup, just avoid it. Everything you put in it is wasted, from what I can tell. It's like they did not even balance the numbers properly at all in this latest. Like, you should not be losing fatigue by brewing tea. If you just straight up eat a tea bag in real life, you would not even get any like, you would not get any of the energy you would get from tea. That's not how tea works. The caffeine that comes from tea is extracted from the leaves through the hot water. The human body does not metabolize properly if you just like... I can't explain exactly why I know this without falling afoul of probably some YouTube policies. But you basically do not try to extract chemicals from leaves by eating the leaves. You're not going to have the same results as you would if you were to heat the leaf up and extract it through heat. That is like a basic. It applies to tea. It applies to many other things as well. So yeah, remember, I can't talk out loud about that on YouTube. That will affect my chances of ever getting monetized. Not that I particularly care about it just yet, but I'm trying to practice being an okay YouTuber, not somebody who gets demonetized all the time for stupid reasons. As stupid as that would be to get demonetized over that. I know people who talk about that kind of stuff all the time, and I don't think they're the kind of people who would have ads on their channel to begin with. So, yeah. $223 is a question mark. I don't know if I ever would use it. The damage is not bad. It just, even point blank, I don't seem to be able to make it work right, and that feels so weird. But yeah. That's all of my 5.56 I've taken with me. That's all of my shotgun. I no longer have any 9mm or any shotgun here at Riverside. Just as God intended. Because, that literally it's Louisville that we were training firearms for from the very beginning. Okay, so we didn't quite fill up our military backpack here. Because I don't think I'm going to bring any of the heavier calibers yet. Because I don't have room for them in this bag. Louisville does have a hospital, so I'm not going to need to like go nuts collecting a whole bunch of first aid supplies. but I will take some. Painkillers honestly feel like the thing I would need more than anything. Because painkillers, well, how close am I? I'm so close to strength level 10. It's on the tip of my tongue. 14,000, sorry, 145,620 out of 150,000. That's 2 workouts. I could get there in the next day and a half. Um, yeah, I'm gonna do that now. Actually, I need to do that now because then if the muscle strain hits me, it'll hit me tomorrow, and I'll just be dead in the water for tomorrow. I can deal with that. Um, Getting to strength level 10 before going to Louisville has just been something I've always wanted to be a thing. Like like strength level 10 and the amount of time it takes me to feel like I'm ready to get to Louisville. Like those things just kind of converge and we're doing it. We're doing it. This stream, we are going to get to strength level 10. 4,000 experience is not that tall of an order. But we are going to drop this backpack here. I think this is the first time I have ever loaded for bear from my own base. I don't think I've ever done that before. I am still doing animal, right? In this trip? Yeah, I'm going to do animal and like 1 freezer. That's still on the cards. I could probably do animal and 2 freezers. We'll see. TBA on that. Yeah, the coffee machine is great. It does seem to work as intended. When you brew the coffee, you actually get more fatigue reduction after brewing it than you would otherwise. You should get no fatigue reduction if you just eat coffee. Again, that's not how caffeine works. Your stomach acids destroy it sooner than it can be metabolized most of the time. At least that's my general layman's understanding. Is there's quite a lot of things out there where your stomach acids will just annihilate it before it can enter your bloodstream, which is where it needs to be. So I don't think that should have ever been a thing. But this game has got some really weird gaps in it. Okay, so I set all this stuff aside to build a forge down in about Louisville. 6 crucibles is actually way overkill. It's been so long that I've built a forge. Okay, so large bellows, wooden bucket, blacksmith anvil are the hard things to get. Clay cement, probably not very hard because I am going to assume that there are plenty of clay deposits on the Ohio River, which is literally where we're going to build our base. It's going to be in the Ohio River, just like same river, just downriver. Louisville is right at the edge of the Ohio River, just like Riverside is here. This clawhammer has actually seen enough better days that I'm going to replace it. No reason to carry around a wrecked one if I can just grab a fresh one here. Okay, I am going to start a workout here. It's a little late in the day for this, but that's fine. Alright, so there are several strength exercises. My regularity is low for all of them. So we're going to do 30 minutes of each. Starting with the ones I don't need a, whatchamacallit for. And you know what? I'm actually, I'm gonna exploit coffee a little bit to ensure that my sleep schedule remains normal while I do this. I'm gonna sleep to get my endurance back. Because I would have to waste all this time getting my endurance back anyway, so. So there's the push-ups, here's the burpees. Next we do barbell. Only one exercise with the barbell. Barbell curls, 30 minutes of those. And now we can sleep again. My fatigue loss is so ridiculously low that we're probably not going to get anywhere with this, but that's okay. This just means we'll have to sit down to waste the time to recover our stamina fully only twice now. So we got one of our dumbbells here. And now there are 2 exercises I can do. Oh, I'm going to eat some kale first. I don't think my proteins will fall below 50 if I just let them go, but preempt that. Dumbbell presses first. Gotta get one of those training montages going. Gonna need a montage. Montage. And bicep curls. As I recall, we would get like about a lot of experience from this. Just doing these 5 exercises. But we're not going to quite be there yet. So we've got to be... Okay, we're nowhere near as close as I wanted to be. But we're closer than we were before. So for 150,000 minus 147,649. Yeah, we got about halfway there. One more set like what we just did, and we'll be strength level 10. We will also be flat on our ass with muscle strain for a couple of days straight. I'm gonna be real with you guys. This may be one of the only times I ever use sleeping pills. I'm probably going to use sleeping pills to just sleep the muscle strain off. So one of the things about this game, don't ever use sleeping pills to try to get to sleep unless you need to waste time. If you need to waste time to recover from something. I should have done this when I had the fracture. I had a fractured foot at one point. I should have actually used sleeping pills a couple times at that point, because that would have helped me get through that without wasting quite as much IRL time. I wasted a lot of IRL time waiting for that to get healed. But I have all of the necessary, pretty much everything to keep myself fed in every other way, so what we're going to do is make ourselves a couple of roasts with this chicken and this kale. Never stand in front of a spice bin when you're putting one of these together. So I had this idea that I'd be able to split a chicken, one whole chicken, across 4 roasts and come out with like sort of similar nutrition in each. I think I'm on track for that. So you want to have different parts, all 3 parts, at least one example of all 3 parts in each, if you can swing it. So in this case, I'm using the leftovers strategically instead of just tossing them out. Okay. Any other chicken parts that I still have can into the trash. Now everything else gets everything else is kale. So much. I have so much stuff in this corner. Literally would have to scroll a lot, metric lot. I don't think I'm at the point where I need to start putting on weight again. Okay, so while I'm waiting for those to cook, I'm going to do some more exercises. Wrong button. And each of these should come out to be a little over 60. Oh yeah, 160 and 380. I'm going to call this a C series, just in case it makes its way down to West Point. I don't know if it will, but if it does, then... Alright, I just did another round of push-ups. Now I do another round of burpees. Basically just doing them in the same order that I did them before. Now, I don't know exactly when the muscle strain is going to start hitting me, but when it does, it's going to hit me. It's going to hit me like a dump truck, and I'm going to be combat ineffective probably for like a day because of how hard I'm working out. So we will be punished severely for grinding our strength experience this hard, but once we get there, we're strength level 10. Something I've never done in this game before. Not in vanilla. Yeah, I look forward to this very much. Barbell curls, that's what we're on right now. To 30 minutes. Muscle strain is just starting to creep in. So I've got dumbbell presses. Hurry up. If I can get one more set in before the muscle strain kills me. Bicep curls, go. Okay. We are now tired again, and by the time we finish recovering stamina, we are going to be bricked. We are going to be bricked by pain. Therefore, what I'm going to go ahead and do now is get out some painkillers, because we're going to need them. I'm also going to get out some sleeping pills, because eventually I'm going to need them. Okay, so by taking the painkillers, I have prevented the pain from building up to the point where I can't sleep. When I wake up, I am going to be in absolute agony, but it will be worth it. Because after doing all of that, we're so close. We're about 225 experience away. That was absolutely worth it. We are going to be bricked for maybe a day and a half from all that muscle strain. But no pain, no gain, right? And boy, howdy, are we going to be experiencing pain. We are going to be in pain, boys. There it is. There it is. So, we are going to take painkillers, followed swiftly by sleeping pills. And look at that, we can sleep. Like I said, we're gonna need to burn like a day and a half for this. Don't ever do this in real life, by the way. This is not at all how this works in real life. You would never want to work out like all day for a single day and then just sleep. You would never want to do that. That would not be good for you. But the video game systems that we have to work with here, we are incentivized to do it that way, unfortunately. At least to get us over the final threshold here. Because once we get to strength level 10, we don't have to keep thinking about this nonsense anymore. And I'm very much looking forward to that. Ah, here's the problem of, damn, can't get back to sleep. So Restless Sleeper is, Restless Sleeper fucked us there. That's rather terrifying. My pain goes down and then it goes right back up. Goes down, goes back up. As I predicted, we are in a lot of suffering right now. I empathize greatly because I have experienced a lot of pain when trying to sleep, to the point of sheer agony. That was during a very rough time. I was in the hospital. Of course, at that time it was bad enough that could push the little button and it would the IV would inject a little bit more. And there was a timer on it. I remember at one point it was so bad I set my alarm on my cell phone for the timer of the stupid little cooldown that they put in the push button thing. Did that because it was necessary. All right. We have slept away pretty much an entire day now, and we are still in muscle strain to the nth degree. We're probably going to be possibly until the midday tomorrow. That's what my current prediction is. Yep. I would never have done this if it was not for the fact that we are just so close that this is the final stretch. Our proteins are low, and I'm not gonna go crazy with that. I'm just gonna drink some milk. Proteins are at 95. If I eat this roast, I go up to sweet, about 130. So I was under the impression that chicken had a fair amount of protein in it, and I think I was correct about that. I think. Wait a minute. Okay, so my strength experience went down. That's fascinating. I forgot that it could do that. I guess being lethargic for an entire day will make you backslide a little bit. However, I think at that rate, we'll only need to do like 2 exercises to top ourselves off. I started a fire officer once who had fit and athletic, and I noticed after I think it was after the first month, I noticed losing strength, like losing a little bit of strength XP and going from strength level 9 or strength level 10 to strength level 9. Like you literally will lose a level if you let yourself fall out of shape, as it were. But it's usually very easy to get back. Like when you actually lose a little bit of strength experience, you'll gain it back like fast enough that you won't have to think about it at all. Um, just playing the game normally, generally speaking. All right, so when I'm at, we are dealing with the pain by staring at ourselves in the mirror right now very fiercely. I've done stupider things to deal with pain. All right, there's another sleep. This may get us over the hump. If we have to do another sleep, well, that will just be the consequences of our own actions. Nobody to blame but ourselves. Yep. Okay. Well, in that case, sleeping pills it is. Didn't want to. Finally. Okay. There goes the pain. Actually, right on time. I predicted that it was going to be a day and a half, and it looks like that was about a day and a half, I think. Okay. Excellent. Now, that being said, we are down to 149,688, so that's like 300. Yeah, that's barely a workout, if I recall. We will be able to do a few push-ups and get there. So I'm looking forward to this, very much so. Dun 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 dun. So close, we're there, we're almost there. Boom! Strength level 10, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't even get the cool level up sound. That's alright. Oh, it feels good. Okay. I feel like Goku right now. It's the closest time you'll ever get to feeling like Goku in this game is getting to strength level 10. Our maximum encumbrance without being overweighted now has gone from 18 to 20. So we are actually seeing an objective gain from that. But now I never have to think about exercise again. Now, of course, do I ever have to think about proteins again? To be entirely honest, I probably will, just out of force of habit. Because if I don't, then it'll just be to the detriment of the next character that I make. So I probably will still mess with my proteins, make sure that I'm in good order on that regard. That's okay. My passive... Oh, no, hang on a second. Let's get all of my equipment re-equipped here. See if my passive load is even close to encumbering me. Nope, not even close. Our passive load is about 16.83. Which, now that 20 is our max, we've got more wiggle room before we get, before it loads us up, so... I'm going to go ahead and drink that tea now. Because we had to do that last sleeping pill. Still a little, over in that regard. So that coffee was great. I'm going to bring most of the coffee with me on our journey. Most of the coffee, most of the tea, it'll come with me. Because, I mean, what do I need it here for? It says, I'm going to need it mostly and when I'm going to Louisville. So that I don't have to stop fighting. I feel like a new person right now. Strength level 10. We actually do more melee damage now. Beautiful. It's really beautiful. We have any male roosters in here again? Yep, we do. Fucking things. I need to check the zone here. There it is. Damn it, there's yet another one. Where do these things keep fucking coming from? I'm guessing that it's these chicks. Some of them are male. So they're... The chicks are maturing and becoming cockerels. It's probably too late. A lot of the chickens are probably knocked up now. Whatever. Whatever. Damage. I'll deal with the damage as much as I can here. I've been considering taking a couple of chickens to, when I do the animal transit. Oh, look at that frame drop. That frame drop is because there are 3,400 chicken feathers in this garbage bag, but it will all go away when I put the garbage bag into this box. Lovely. We're actually running into the same problem with the whatchamacallit, the kale in there. So what I'm actually going to do is, well, put away all my garbage bags. I'm going to take a couple back out. The irony, I'm running into that problem with garbage bags now. There's just too many of them. Drink the rest of this coffee now. Once again, mitigating the effects of the silly, whatchamacallit. I will take this mug with me, because I don't actually have a lot of mugs. Okay, the kale is going in this garbage bag. And then the garbage bag can just go right back into the fridge. In fact, that's how I should be transporting stuff, in general. It should be garbage bags into freezers, is what it should be. Because then, it's easier to take things out of the freezers and put it back in. Much, much easier. So in fact, I'm going to pre-allocate some room for that. All right, let's see about getting those animals into the trailer. So I got 3 animal trailers here. One of them is in shit condition though, and I can't remember which. So I'm gonna manually check that. I think this one's the good one. Yeah. Did I leave? No, nothing in here. Couldn't remember if I left an animal in one of these. Now, fun fact about animal trailers. They behave weirdly. As of the current patch, they've been this way for a while. There seems to be a random chance for the first time that you use an animal trailer for the first time in a long time. There is a small chance, it seems, that the first animal you put into it will instantly die for no reason. But only the first animal that you put into it. So, because I don't want that to happen to my cows, or basically any other animal, I'm going to take one of the chicks out of here. Get the fuck back in there. Okay, you know what? Thanks for volunteering. You are the volunteer. Into the potential death chamber you go. Congratulations, you survived. I shall now give you a name, Leghorn, HLA, HL Alpha. Hen Louisville Alpha. Okay, now what I want to say is that will not take up too much room, and that we can fit Athena and her son into the trailer now. Don't know if that'll work, but we're gonna try. Gonna need some rope. Coffee is surprisingly heavy. Oh, of course. In an attempt to make the trailer more convenient, I blocked the door. Need to make sure that the sand bank is clear so that I can actually open the doors. Alright, we're Athena here. Athena, 2B, 2A. Athena, there you are. And she is still in the beginning phases, so come with me, ma'am. We're going bye-byes in the car. Okay, Athena weighs... Okay, this is going to be tight. We might not be able to fit the calf. There's Adonis. Let's see if he fits. If he doesn't, then I'll just get rid of the chicken. It's whatever. Nope, he won't fit. Wait, really? Will he really not fit? That is so tight. Unbelievable. Okay. So we are 0.4 0.4 away from being able to fit a chicken in addition to the cow and the calf. So what that tells me is that I could actually fit a chicken there. So if I find a female chick and take it with me, then eventually it'll grow up and I'll have a chicken. So is this one a female? Yep, okay. Okay. HL Alpha, you are, and the other one, you're just Leghorn now. I don't really care about you. Alright. See if I can't fit more than one, that'd be cool. Nah, they weigh 16. I don't know what units these are. It's not encumbrance. It's just arbitrary animal units. Realistically, don't ever do this. Realistically, the cows would crush this thing in a heartbeat. If you want to move chicks in real life, you would probably need a carrier. Okay, so what to put in the animal trailer? A couple of options, really. We do have the egg cart, the egg box. The egg box doesn't need to have anything in it. So I'm actually going to put the coffee in there. And the tea. And the mug. And that's good. That's basically that's full. We do have a little bit of hay, but what we really need is not hay. We need a scythe. We go get a scythe, and then we can just cut some grass wherever we are and feed them that way. Actually, I should not have put the magazines in there, because I should put a pail of water in there. They don't drink out of the water if you put the water in there. It's kind of stupid, but, yeah, I don't... whatever. I can hand carry the lamb next time. Or, whatever, hand carry whatever the, sheep is. And look at that, there's a scythe on the ground right here. So we've got a little bit of room back here, but actually what we're going to do is fill that room back here with grass, so that we don't have to think about feeding the animals back there anytime soon. We just got to think about watering them. one scything of grass should be more than enough for however long they're going to be in the trailer, which is not that long, but, you know, long enough to make sure they need to be fed. Alright, so I detach the trailer, and I prepare the generator for transport. The generator and the freezer here. Literally both of these are full of nothing but tomatoes. I'm going to rotate the crops a little bit. We do not need to have an entire freezer full of tomatoes. We don't need that. We call this garbage bag FF tomatoes, because it is freezer food and is tomatoes. And I need to have 2 of those because the contents of a garbage bag is only going to be like a portion of half of this. Okay, so I've got a 1A and a 1B bag here. And I've removed 1 tomato, which the tomato weighs 0.2, which means these 2 garbage bags put together now constitute a full freezer interior. And what I'm doing is I'm trading the tomatoes out there for the contents in here. Because there's just a little bit of everything in here. And I'd prefer to bring a little bit of everything instead of a lot of bit of nothing. Or the same thing. So this is FF Mix 1A and FF Mix 1B. Once again, I remove 1 tomato, because the 2 garbage bags put together each weigh 0.1, 0.1, then 0.2. So I'm going to start with like half of everything. See where that gets us. Oh, spinach moves instantly. Of course it does. Where the tomatoes were. We'll have to do that one more time, so that way we can actually bring a variety of foods with us instead of just one freezer full of nothing but the same shit. Ain't nobody got time for that. Wait a minute, did I fuck this up? I must have fucked that up. Oh, there we go. There we go. I have no idea what happened there. In any case, we are done thinking about that for the immediate moment, because we're gonna go sleep, and then as a midnight activity, we're going to finish. I still live stream. Yeah, I've taken a couple days off, but no need to panic. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon, on the whole at least. Alright, so that scythe actually needs to go into the animal trailer, because that is our source of food for the animals. It would actually make sense to have one in there. Now this is full back here. That spear can go back on my back because I need to be using it. Oh, yeah? Don't let dreams fool you. They'll lead you to the weirdest of places and never take you back. You have to find your own way back when they take you to the weird places. I woke up a couple days ago and, man, I was disoriented. Okay, about to be 2200. That's good enough to sleep. We've been at this for about 8 hours now, so I probably will call it not too long from now. This is a weekday. We've done great things. I'm strength level 10 now. That is amazing in and of itself. I've never done that in Project Zomboid before. How many hours did it take me? What are we up to now? I'm up to about 2,090 hours, just shy of 2,100 hours. And only just now have I, on all vanilla settings, have I actually gotten a character from strength level 9 to strength level 10. That's Zomboid right there. That is Zomboid right there. I'm willing to bet that the number of players who actually have done that without changing any sandbox settings, probably pretty low. It takes a special amount of tolerance to put up with this bullshit that long. Yeah, fair enough. That, definitely here for a while. I'm going to do something with that pot, but I forgot what I was going to do with it. All of these jars were going to come with me. Got enough vinegar here. I could probably collapse another freezer if I wanted to. It's a lot of bell peppers. But yes, this right here, this freezer shall become mix 2A and 2B. So garbage bag, FF mix 2A, and then the other one shall be 2B. Now, the reason I'm doing that, obviously, I'm trying to make it so that we've got 4 garbage bags, and 2 of them go in each sides of the freezer. We're going to take the freezer with us, and then travel to West Point. If we're very efficient about it, we might even get to West Point before they thaw. Probably not. I'm not going to go that far with that. I would like to get to West Point before they thaw, but we'll probably have a little bit of exposure time. It's all right. Alright, we got FF mix 1A and 2A, or 2A and 2B here. So that means this freezer is now empty on that side. All I gotta do is leave these garbage bags out here right in front of this freezer. Whop them, put the tomatoes in here. So now this is tomato 2A and tomato 2B. Don't even have to put any brain power into this. I just take them out until it's full. And once again, somehow, my numbers are off. I don't get it. I really don't. My numbers are not off. It just won't let me put it in for some reason. I don't understand that at all. But I take it out, I can probably put it back in now. Yeah, I don't get that. It didn't let me the first time, but then the second time it worked fine. Whatever, I don't really care. Now I've got tomatoes in these trash bags. These trash bags can go back into the other freezer here. Now, the stuff that's in here is actually going to probably be the most likely to go bad next. This freezer has been running for the longest. So probably should bring this stuff next. Strawberries. Literal freezer full of strawberries. Because you see, one of the things that I need to factor into my equation is, well, on the way back down, there's going to be multiple freezers at our destination. Yeah. Okay. So we already have a spare generator down there. We already have a freezer at the gas station there. So basically, we don't even need to think about transporting one freezer or one generator. But we still have to put the brain power into figuring out how to transport it without causing ourselves too many problems. Because you see, I would take a safe transit over a extremely efficient transit probably at any point now. So let's just go ahead and leave that as is. And there's the muscle strain from our last stretch of exercise there. I think my remaining backpack space will just be taken up by materials for the forge. Two crucibles ought to be enough. Yeah, that should be good. Well, the rest of the room should probably be taken up by sacks, because I'm gonna need a number of them. I don't know how many I'm gonna need, but yeah. I suppose one thing I could do as just an overnight activity to prep is I could just start bagging up the rest of these freezers, even if I'm not going to start transporting them yet. So this one right here, I'm going to go ahead and bag this one up. We'll call this, we'll just call this Mix 3A. Because these are a big variety here. Now, the other side is very overrepresented in strawberries, so I'm probably actually just going to, like, rotate some of those strawberries out, and then, see where that goes. So, let's go ahead and, all that, and then small amount stuff I'm going to go ahead and take in its entirety. Big stuff goes in halves. Okay. So we got that half sorted. Basil, honestly, I should probably have some of that cooking on the drying rack. Too late now, but onions. Haven't actually had those for a while. Let's so what I'm gonna do is assemble the Mix 3B here, but I'm gonna use the contents of different freezers. Because we've got a lot of, like, this lettuce, I don't need frickin' lettuce. Lettuce is a meme. You can only put it in salads. You can literally do nothing else. Well, you can put it in salads and then you can eat it straight up. That's about it. So more lettuce is just not, I'm not wasting time and space on that. I would sooner take something else. That's good, that's good. Actually, let's just do strawberries till we get to 13 encumbrance here. That should do the trick. Or maybe not. Oh, come on. Hate it when this happens. Now it can fit in, but it can still fit another... This is so silly sometimes. Maybe I just shouldn't take its word for it when it says that it can't fit something. Maybe I should try to put it in anyway. Nope, it just doesn't work sometimes. And I don't get it. I really don't. It actually makes me mad when numbers don't add up properly in this game, which happens sometimes. Like, why is it that this trash bag that weighs 38.9 encumbrance, why is it telling me that if I add 0.1 of something to it, it's suddenly too big for this container? That the numbers are not adding up. Some floating point math shit, most likely. I'm mad about it. I really am. Games should never have such basic math problems. Anyway, it's 4 a.m. and we are still in pain from the muscle strain, so I'm going to go ahead and painkiller that away. What did I put in this one? I honestly forgot. Okay, this is just a mix of everything else that I've already got in the mix bags. Good to know. Okay, we sleep, and then when we wake up, we're ready for our first trip from Riverside to West Point. Okay, so we have the backpack on our back is completely full. This backpack is gonna be full when I put these, cartons back into it. So we've got one more backpack after that. I'm gonna check to see if the, cows or chicken here need to be fed. Or rather, watered. Yeah, they didn't need much, but we topped them off. They have actually been in there for about a day while I've been figuring out these freezers. I still haven't found anything to do with the curtains. Whatever. Alright, are we ready? I think I'm ready. Basically, I want to be fast about this once I get started, because the longer that we go without refreezing these, the more problems we cause for ourselves. Imagine having refrigerated trucks in this game. That'd be pretty swell. Okay. Turn this off. Disconnect. Pick up. Into the trunk. If my math is correct, this should be a precise fit. There's the generator. Mix 1A. Mix 1B. Mix 2A and mix 2B. Yeah, and then the freezer itself. This is going to be a precise fit. Wait, why is this freezer 20? I don't understand that. It's too late to do anything about it now, but some of these popsicle freezers weigh 40, and some weigh 20. I have no idea what the difference is. But I have now seen that several times, and I am baffled by it every time. But, we're now on the clock. Tick-tock. I guess the one thing I can do really quick is get food, because I'm a doofus and I didn't bring food, so let's fix that. Oh, I can bring the kale. Why not? Yeah, we'll take the kale. Just this extra garbage bag that's in the freezer, or the fridge here, and it's already filled, so you may not quite have enough room for that. Damn, we're not going to quite have enough room for that. We have, like, room for 20 more encumbrance worth of stuff. How can I do this? Just got to take a little bit of kale out of the garbage bag. Perfect. We have exactly 20 encumbrance in this garbage bag now. Now I can toss that in the trunk. And the trunk is now full. So even though my calculations were fucked up by the fact that for some strange reason, some of those double freezers weigh 20 and the others weigh 40. Still have no idea what's going on with that, but we don't need to know now. We are loaded for bear. Minus the primary hand. I'm not doing that. Primary hand will be kept free. Just because I'm, multiple reasons for that, actually. Actually, I would like to be able to pick up the freezer that I left on the ground on the way down. I may be able to do that if I have one hand free. But we are now on our way to West Point. our staging zone with the animals and with a entire freezer ready to be, what's going on here? Why am I getting frame drops? Oh, fuck, it's the kale. Damn it, okay. Well, actually, it's not just the kale, it's everything. I don't know if there's anything I can do about this. Maybe I can take the edge off if I put... So, okay, so what's happening is we're getting frame rate drops because of the stupid glitch. Yeah, I hate it too. The stupid glitch where if there's too many items accessible to the menu, it will get frame rate drops. So I'm going to try putting the kale in there, and I'm going to try putting one of these mixes in there. I can fit one of these. How about mix 2B? No, I can't. I can't. Okay. Fuck it. Fuck it. I don't care. Wait, why can't I fit that? There should be no reason that I can't fit that in there. Once again, the game is failing how to math. Why does the game not know how to math? 13 plus 20 is 33. That can fit in a military backpack. It wasn't working before. I don't know what's wrong with the game's math. There's just, once in a while, the game doesn't know how to math. That sort of took the edge off, but we're still, it's not perfect. I would really like to take the edge off a little more if I could, but I don't think I can here. Now, this is dangerous. It is literally dangerous to drive with this frame rate. I can't take turns properly at speed. Give me a moment. Sorry about this, guys. I know this is silly, but I can't handle this game with low frame rate. It is dangerous. Literally dangerous. I could probably take a 2A out. Shut the hell up. I'm actually tired of cow noises. God damn it. Fucking things leave me alone. I am post scarcity on zombies. Get it? Scarcity. I'm no longer scared of them. Fucking hell. What would I have to remove to get 26 out of this? Let's start with the ammo. Not enough. Oh no. Still not enough. No, there's something's wrong with this. It should be able to fit. Okay, now it can fit. Whatever. Okay. That is probably the best I can do. Yeah, that's the best I can do. If we have frame drops at this point, I'm just gonna have to drive slow. But no, look at that, look at that. No more frame drops. Well, it's not perfect. It's better than it was. I may be able to tolerate this. So just, I guess to back up and explain that, I don't have very many live viewers right now. Anybody watching the VOD would know what's going on there, but just to clarify, if there are a lot of items that you can access, like your inventory can see them, like a lot of items as in like, you know, multiple hundreds of the same item, frame drops. Your frame rate will drop because of some stupid inefficiency in the new fireplace system, I think the dev and the forums called it. Something that was fixed in a matter of days in the internal build, but they decided to not give a hotfix because fuck you. So, yeah, whatever. That's the Indie Stone for you. No hotfix for us. We just gotta fucking deal with the bad frame rate. Unstable, bro. It's unstable. It's unstable, bro. Playing an unstable beta, man. Who cares if they've actually fucking fixed it and are just incapable of hotfixing? I don't understand their reticence to hotfix. I really don't. Like, hotfixes don't require save migrations. So they could literally fix that without disrupting other players who are not affected by the problem. Like I understand the update cadence for major versions. That makes perfect sense. It's the minor versions and the complete lack thereof that we've had like we've had like 4, I think, minor version updates. Okay, maybe a little bit more than 4, but still, it's ridiculous how few they're willing to do, especially when they've fixed something as annoying as this. Whatever. Y'all know my stance on the devs of this game. They do so much right that when they do something unbelievably silly wrong, it makes me mad because I know they can do better. Familiarity breeds resentment. We're watching it happen in real time. That is absolutely a case of familiarity breeding resentment. But I think what makes it worse is the fact that, if familiarity breeding resentment is usually something you talk about when you are upset at your family or a loved one or something like that, and this is a very parasocial relationship. The devs don't even fucking know who I am. At most, they'll know me as that one guy who submitted a bug report with some cheeky sarcasm and probably got put on a block list for it. So they don't even know. They don't fucking know who I am. This is the utmost of a parasocial relationship. But at the very least, I am enjoying myself here. Just these stupid little small problems. I would, but that would stress my own animals out. Is this worth it? Not really. And what I need to know is, did that count as a side hit? I don't know if that counted as a side hit. Let's check the trunk. Nope, well, okay. Can't rule it out as a side hit, but we didn't take damage, so, okay. Now, if these fucking things don't get out of the road now. That's right. Run. Do not look back. We'll get out of this van and I will chase you to infinity until you... Riverside to West Point, I think, is actually not quite as bad. It's not quite as bad as Riverside to Muldra, if memory serves. I have not done direct West Point to Riverside too many times. Because, like, I have, usually when I do, like, between West Point and Riverside, usually I'll be taking back roads and it'll be part of my initial map tour. Or, like, my initial insertion to Riverside came from the north, so I took a different route to get there. But this will be my first time going straight from Riverside to Southwest Point without stop and go or collecting $200. And I think I'm going the right way, but I need to check now. Yes, I'm going the right way. In fact, I just literally keep going in this general direction until I get to Dixie, 31 West. Fast shambler asshole. Wait a minute, I'm combat effective. Fuck this bitch. I'm not dealing with a fast shambler in one of my roads. You're gonna be my first kill after getting to strength level 10. I hope you're proud of yourself. Whoa. Any day. There we go. That was what caused me to do the Corvette jump and the little flip over. I came to a stop too quickly because of the black void there. And my Corvette did a little took an unscheduled flight test. For anybody joining, welcome. Just as a quick recap, we are we're staging ourselves for the Louisville assault. We've already begun filling our stockpile zone at Southwest Point. Yeah, and we're basically just continuing that operation. We've started moving the produce. Freezers full of produce from today, from this year's harvest, have been preserved for a very long time. Transporting them unfrozen feels slimy. It really does, because a lot of that stuff has been frozen for a long time, and having it be unfrozen for even just a few minutes here, well, that's a thing, all right. But I've at least optimized it to the best of my ability. We've got some garbage bags full of food. All we got to do is basically take those garbage bags out of the trunk, toss them straight into a freezer as soon as we get there. Alright, so, you know what? I'm gonna do something a little risky. I have a theory that this railroad track is actually an okay way to get straight to where I'm trying to go. Because I know where this comes off and where this will intersect Dixie. This will intersect Dixie, which is our destination. And that would be a more direct route than anything else. Now, I'm already seeing some inefficiencies, though. The trees that are very close to the tracks, those are actually really dangerous. I mean, we are a convoy. We're basically a train, right? Let's take a shortcut, he said. I mean, this does skip the crossroads. So we are actually skipping some potentially... I wouldn't call it infested, just, there's going to be a couple zombies on the road. So we actually are skipping those. But we've had to take a number of slowdowns in order to go down this road, so... I've never seen a roadblock spawn on a railroad before, but I think it's theoretically possible. I've seen wrecks spawn on railroads before. And here we are. Sweet. So basically we just bypassed a crossroads that would have had a fair few zombies in it, really. I don't need to worry about that because that is a slow shambler. Slow shamblers in the road are so easy to navigate around. You just got to make sure you see them. Alright, what's my count? I'm at 8 hours, 30 minutes. It is a weeknight for me. I've got a couple other things on my plate. I will see if I can get another transit done. But I do think that is going to be all that's left in this stream. So if you guys are here for combat, I'm sorry. This is not going to be very combat heavy. It hasn't been. This entire stream has been kind of very logistical. I always like to say that this game is 80% logistics and 20% zombie fighting at best. The way I play it, probably closer to 90-10. It would have been a little nicer if those trees weren't there. Considering how many times I have to go back and forth, I actually might get out and cut those trees so that I can go a little faster down that road if I don't have to worry about hitting some fucking trees that are really close to the train, to the train rail. Or the rail itself. Alright, so here is the general area of my field base at the south part of West Point. I'm not going to think too hard about where I deploy this freezer, because I don't really care. It just needs to get down sooner rather than later. So I'm just going to leave the trailer here for the moment. I'm just going to put it over here. See, I hate the way this game does generators in general. It's just all done by distance. So if you want to have multiple generators powering multiple things, because that is a fuel-efficient way of doing things, you've got to do some stupid shit like putting generators next to freezers out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere nearby your base. That's connected. Oops, there's the freezer. Freezer deployed. Generator on. Should be only powering, yeah, nothing else in the area. Now we put the stuff back in the freezer. I've named the bags 2A and 2B, or like 1A and 1B, just to indicate that they are part of a set. So here's 2A. We take that, toss it in here. And where did I put? Oh, right. O Bravo's in here. It's got 2B. So 2A and 2B are now back in, and there's a full freezer, basically. And we just do that again with these other two garbage bags, which I can put directly into the freezer. Oh, no, I can't. No, I can't, because this game forgot how to math again. God, I hate it when it does that. Oh, look. I removed 0.1 encumbrance from it, and now it fits, even though it's 38.9 out of 39. It's so stupid that this game just... You would think that it's like a floating point math error or something like that. Something absurd that doesn't make any sense, and yet it happens for some reason. Okay, but anyway, we've got our generator deployed, and all of our food that we brought has been frozen once more. Just a couple of in-game hours, really. There's a stupid rabbit corpse right there. I need to do something with that. The last rabbit I butchered didn't give very much meat, so I will probably go ahead and butcher that now. We actually have another garbage bag full of food. This one is full of kale. That can go in the freezer of our fridge here, which is just right here, and we've got a couple of food items in there. That's whatever. Those are just there because I didn't have anything else to do with them. But this entire garbage bag full of kale can go straight into the freezer, because I don't need it immediately at the moment. Actually, that food could go back in there. YOLO. Okay, perishables have been taken care of. Now let's deal with the loose stuff I brought with me. I brought some loose ammo. This is my ammo dump. Currently, the contents of these crates consist of all of my findings from Guns Unlimited in Echo Creek and Stendo's Firearm Emporium right here in West Point. So those two gun stores are the two biggest that I know of outside of Louisville. If there are any bigger or of equivalent size, then they're most likely somewhere I haven't explored yet, which I mean, I haven't full cleared Irvington or Ekron. I've full cleared in the past, and there's a hunting shop there, but just a bunch of MSR 788s and 700s. So if you like 308, if you like 223, that's your place right there. I think this will be me finally getting all of my M9 magazines together, in which case we're going to have well over 100. I literally won't be able to fit them in here. Hang on, I did not mix full magazines with empties, did I? No. Every magazine in here is empty. And we can't fit it in a single crate. Take one of these cartons out and see if I can fit the rest of these at least. There we go. Okay. 134 9mm magazines. Pretty good. Pretty good. And I'm putting loose loose cartons of ammo, just putting on the top of this crate here. These medical supplies are going in here, actually. Yeah, because this is this duffel bag here. Just staging stuff that's going to come with me when I finally deploy for the fight into Louisville. I don't think I'm going to be fighting my way into Louisville so long that I'm going to need warm gear. It's September 28th, but we're still getting decent weather, so I don't think I'm going to need to use everything in that bag. But I mean, you know, anything in that bag that I don't use is just going to get left at our eventual base location in Louisville, so hardly no reason not to take it. All that left in the ambulance is an empty backpack here, 2 bath towels I need to do something with, some loose ammo that can go in the backpack, and 3 cartons of 5.56. So this is every round of 5.56 that I've ever found, because I've not shot a 5.56 round yet in this game. We only just found an M16. So every single... We've got 6 cartons, 5 boxes. Probably could make that 6 boxes, because, yeah. Yeah, we could make another one of those. We can make another, yeah, we got another, whatchamacallit, carton of 5.56. Between what's in my backpack and what's in the, crate there. So, scratch that. We've got 7 cartons of 5.56, 3 boxes, and then 6 loose rounds. Now there are, in my combat bags, there's a few loaded M16 magazines, along with an actual M16 that I finally found after 340 some odd hours. That was how much time passed before we actually found an M16 on this character. I'm pretty sure it's just luck. Oops, that's 38 special. That goes up here. 45 auto is right there. That goes... It's full. Okay. 45 auto is... that's the thumbnail. That's the big iron. We use 45 auto for that. There's something bigger, the actual Magnum, but I've not been shooting that much. Now, still got in our backpack a little bit of stuff. This is stuff for the forge. When we get to Louisville, we're going to need to build a forge. So that large leather, these 2 crucibles, ceramic blacksmith anvil mold. That's most of what we'll need, aside from what we can locally source once we get up there. Because there's no guarantee that we'll find enough enough clay to make a kiln and then get around all that. This large leather, we cut it in half. 2 medium leathers, that's 2 large bellows for the furnace and the forge. So this bag is actually almost full already. Just leave it there. I think that's most of the ambulance sorted already. Yeah, ambulance is done. So this ambulance, this is my combat vehicle. So I don't actually need to worry about... I'm not bringing it back to Riverside with me. My combat vehicle is going to stay where the combat is. Forgive me, I am not going to park it on top of trash. I'm going to live in an area, even for a shorter period of time. I will clean it up. Now, that being said, I've got several vehicles here. This is my combat vehicle. This is my hauler. The hauler has the best trunk, as does the trailer that is next to it. Now, this trailer next to the ambulance is actually shit. I literally found it nearby. I need to repair this. In order to repair it, I do need to bring a couple of tires and a couple suspensions. I think I've got the welding kit down here already to fix it. So welding is not a problem. It's just the vehicle parts. This is not mine. This is just here when I got here. In fact, this is probably I'm probably gonna use this to get back to Riverside. This generator is looking okay. I do need to get one repair, and then I just need some... Starting to wonder if I'm going to need to bring my refueling vehicle down here. I literally have a fire marshal truck that its only purpose is to carry full cans of gas to help me refuel my generators, because I have 6 back at base. Well, 5 now. I have 6 back at base, but now 1 is down here, so 5 back at base. Now, also back at base, I have another hauler. Literally a second of those step vans with a trailer that's not quite as good, but close. So my tentative plan is just to go back to Riverside with a throwaway vehicle, likely that Chevalier thing out there. I think that was a Dart. Yeah. I take the Dart and drive back to Riverside in that, and just take the hauler, probably bringing more perishables with me. I think I'll do a full perishable run. I need food. These the roast beef should be next, but it's not thawed yet. It's fine. Just take a chomp out of this. I'm still carrying around a stupid rabbit corpse. Not that there's going to be too much difficulty finding rabbits down here. But every time I kill one of these things, I get protein. Now, that's the funny thing. Do I need protein anymore? I finally got strength level 10. Just recently happened. Strength level 10. Friggin' glorious. Never done that in Zomboid before. Very proud of myself for that. I'm sure if I told my friends about that, they would just clown on me. You spent 350 hours on a character, and you just leveled one of their stats one time? Really? Really, dude? Really? That's what they would probably say. Well, maybe they wouldn't say it out loud. My friends are generally nice to me. But that's what I would want them to say out loud, because sometimes bullying is not a bad thing. Sometimes people need to be bullied because they're doing stupid stuff, like playing a video game made by developers that actively hate them. I'm being a little facetious, though. Just like I was saying earlier. The devs don't hate me. They don't even know who the fuck I am. And they never will. And that's okay. We don't have a relationship. We have a transactional thing. They make a game and I play it. And I whine about it because I like it. But it could be better. And I hope that maybe someday they'll hear something that I whine about. Maybe if I whine about it enough, they'll hear about it. Who knows? I don't know. I've posted about things on the Steam discussion forums. I think it's been years since the Indie Stone has actually really paid attention to Steam. They have mods to do that now. The full-time paid mods. Well, some of them probably do it for free. I know Nasco is staff. Lemmy probably is too. I know that, but there's also other moderators on the Steam forums that I don't know if they're on staff or not. In fact, most of the mods that you see, I knew there was one out here. I knew there was one out here. I saw the rabbit sprinting away from something. So the rabbit actually did me a service just now. There could be more than that, too. This generator being out here, Um, so here's the problem. If a zombie were to come up because they hear the generator, and then just, you know, when zombies see a generator, they'll just kind of chill next to it. But let's say I'm a zombie, and I'm just kind of loafing about like zombies do. And I'm loafing about here because there's a generator. What happens? Oh, suddenly I can't loaf. What do? I start attacking the fucking thing that's in front of me that is preventing me from loafing. So you will sometimes, without even aggroing a zombie, they'll come up and break your shit. So this is not safe, what I'm doing right here. This is a temporary solution at best. You do not want to do this long term, because if a zombie wanders up, which it will eventually, it's a question of when, not if. Murphy's Law and shit. Yeah, I basically the long and short of that is I need to move this at some point. But what I'd rather do than have to worry about moving that is maybe go and get another freezer, because there's one right across the street here. Go get one of these things. And also kill anybody who's in my territory, because get off my lawn. Fucking kids respawning and shit. Get away from that window. I see you looking at that window. Fucking thing. Remember, zombies will break shit that's in front of them for no reason. Like that one going around that corner. If I took that corner too hard, she'd start hitting the door, because that was in her way. Zombies are not even good at the one thing they're supposed to be able to do, which is eat people. They can't even follow people. How are they going to eat them? Get away from that window, you assholes. See, look at that, look at that. Why'd he start hitting that window? Because it was in front of him, and he heard a noise that was compelling him to move. That's all it took. That would have been one of my beautiful intact windows destroyed for no reason. Like if it was a direct thing, I'm on the other side of the window, sure. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. A zombie would absolutely smash their way through that shit. But that's not what just happened. Anyway. Bros bitched about the game enough. Let's grab this freezer. Is this one of the 20s? No, this one weighs 40. Again, no consistency with this. It seems random. If I pick up one of these popsicle freezers, it seems to be just a complete random chance whether it's going to be 40 or 20. I'm not even going to put any brain power into thinking about that. I just know it's weird. So what I can do now is, or what I need to do now, is find a spot that is outside of the range of my roof generator. Right? Yes. Or, I mean, I could just move the roof generator. That's another option. Preferably, I would put, the freezer somewhere inside the base. But if I'm going to put it inside the base, I need to think about where the generators are located. Because remember, we want a generator to be powering different freezers each. That's the goal of this operation, because if you keep the fuel... If you're not familiar with Zomboid, obviously, the generators suck more fuel up based on how many things are connected to them. So if you want to be able to leave your generators for a long period of time, you kind of want to put them so that they're powering, or assuming you have multiple appliances to power. A lot of people don't have that problem. A lot of people are perfectly fine with just a fridge. Me, well, in a reasonable world, I wouldn't give a shit about this. But I'm acting as though I need to feed a small army. Everything I do is with the intent of me being like a leader of a team of NPCs. Because that's what this game is eventually going to be someday. So I kind of like to think about it in that term. Also, it's just a fun challenge, if nothing else. But in any case, I pray that by the time NPCs are functional, I pray that by then we will have something better than how close is your generator to the thing as to whether it will power it. I really hope we have something better by then. So here's the thing. I'm going to go ahead and pull this generator up. Disconnect it and move it a little further down. Or, how about we do this? I'm going to try moving it, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think this is the central point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we're really close. These two tiles right here are basically the center of this zone. So if I put one down here, this is the best real estate I can get centrally. It's currently powering 3 lights. Should just be the floor lights. And it's not powering anything other than the fridge, which is what I want. But now what I need to do is start putting down this freezer in certain places and see if it's powered. For example, I'd love to put one like right in here in the corner somewhere. So I'm going to try putting it right here. Okay, it's powered. So that means, what does that mean? Does that even mean anything? What that means to me is that I want to try to move the roof generator a little bit. Because here's the thing, if I can move the roof generator a little bit, I could take this generator right here, for example, just put it all the way over here in the middle of fuck off nowhere next to these trees. And then it would catch this generator here. Or, I'm sorry, if I put this generator out here in the trees in this corner, it would catch this freezer and nothing else. That's what I want. That's the kind of scheme I'm looking for here. So that's what I'm going to go for. But in order to do that, I need to move the generator that's on the roof up here right now. I need to move this further back this way. Basically just keep moving it that way until it is no longer powering the popsicle freezer. I should not have to do this. This is very, very stupid. This is the stupidest way of doing electricity you could ever do it. It's not how electricity works. It's not even close to how electricity works, but this game, with all of its realism, just decided to have one of those gaping holes in its representation of things. Okay, so that's not far enough. But you know what? I've got a roof up there. I'm just gonna put a stairwell on the roof there. Gotta go get some, what do I need? 8 nails and a bunch of planks. And there are a bunch of planks just right out here. This little shipping container out here is full of crates that are full of planks. Look at that. Actually, when I first came here, I used some of these planks to board up the windows, and then I ran out of nails. If I've learned anything in this run, it is that I need to carry boxes of nails in all of my vehicles. Got enough to, might as well. Alright, that's 13 planks. That's a stairwell. We're gonna put it, I can't put it there because of the ladder that doesn't do anything. So this ladder that doesn't do anything, that we can't climb, that serves no purpose whatsoever other than looking really fucking stupid because it's useless. It's blocking my stairs. Welcome to Project Zomboid. It's alright, I was gonna pick this up and move it anyway. Oh, great. That counts as a wall. Thanks, game. It's like they're so close. for the ladder to actually be useful, and then they just they just had a brain fart at the last second and couldn't finish it. Anyway, the generator was there, right? So that means 1, 2, 2 down the stairwell. So right here, let's try right here. Let's see if this is far enough so that it's no longer powering the freezer. It is no longer powering the freezer. On the flip side, it is now powering more lights than it was before. So I gotta play scavenger hunt really quick and find the stupid lights that it's powering. There's a part of me that wants to delete this stupid ladder just out of spite. I mean, I have to bring the sledgehammer up here anyway, so I might. But before I worry about that, let's find whatever lights are actually on that don't need to be on, because who the fuck needs this? Who needs this? There's 2. Yeah, that should be it. The floor lights I want to be on, so that's fine. Yeah, we're good. So, this freezer no longer powered. Now all I gotta do is put a generator outside, and it will be powered. Now this generator is not yet fueled, so let's grab one of these cans and fuel it. We got a gas station right across the street, so we don't even have to think about gas supplies in this spot at all. Generally, I would like to not have a generator in front of a bunch of trees. Generally. So I'm going to try putting it in this corner right here. Oh, look at this. We got, whoever the fuck this is. Get off my lawn, bitch. I do hate how she probably just wandered from all the way down there somewhere. Zombies do weird things when they're trying to group up with people around fences. Alright, we're going to connect this, power it, and see what it powers. Okay, it's just powering that freezer. I'm going to try to push it away a little further. Okay, it is no longer powering the freezer. So we're pretty close. I mean, like, honestly, I don't think we're going to be able to do much more than that. Because, like, if it's not powering either tile here, then here or here it will probably be powering partial tiles. So, because it's a 2-tile freezer. And I need both tiles powered, so let's just leave it there, it's fine. So now all I do is turn it on and take the trash bags out of this freezer that I just dropped in because I need to get them frozen again. Equip primary, equip secondary. There's one side. Oh, look, it's doing the thing again. Doing the thing again. I gotta take something out of the trash bag, otherwise game forgot how to math. So now the 2 trash bags fit, and then I just put whatever was in the trash bag back in, and fuck, I hate... That problem's not going away. It's just gonna keep happening. I need to get used to it. Wouldn't be the first time. I've just gotten used to something really dumb that shouldn't be happening. That's 42 unstable right there. Alright, so we're done with this now. I can reposition that somewhere safer. Last thing I ever want is a zombie to come up and just start pounding that because it's in front of them. Oh, I went too far. There we go. Now, with all the real estate that I got here, I can do some creative things with the generators. Now, honestly, there's a part of me that wants to do a double fridge. It's overkill, but if I do that, I am technically getting more for the cost than I would if I had just put down 2 normal fridges. But that costs a lot of fuel. A fridge costs more than a fridge is 1.6 times the fuel cost of a freezer, and that's not good. 2 fridges would throw off the generator load balance way too much, so I'm not doing that. This freezer is perfect, or this fridge right here is perfectly fine. Let me get these stupid dumpsters out of the way. They probably smell bad. Need a crowbar for that. I mean, it has items. Oh, that's right. An empty propane tank. Next update. Added the ability to make propane. Need empty propane tank for it. Knowing my luck. But anyway, there we go. So let's say I wanted to put down another one of those freezers just right over here. I could do it. I just need to be very creative about the placement of the generator that would power it. And I can do that because I have another generator and another freezer. So we can actually prep for the arrival of the next shipment of food ahead of time. And we won't even need to bring the generator for it, or for that particular load of food. The crap that's in this bin needs to get moved because I want to get this crate out of the way. Now, I don't have to pretend that these walls are, I don't have to pretend that these walls are permanent. I can sledgehammer my way through any wall that I want. So the floor plan of this base is malleable, extremely. Wait a minute, what is in this area here? Is that the... Oh, there's showers. Okay. Okay, whatever. Nobody cares about this. Didn't know you can move these. It's kind of cool. Get them out of the way, at least. It is past my bedtime. 2300, I need to hit stack. And look at that, I got a bed right here. Yeah, nightmare. I had a nightmare because I didn't eat, probably. Well, I need to get back to sleep, but I won't be able to, so might as well do a little bit of sledgehammer work. In the passenger seat of all of my major vehicles, we have a lovely little sledgehammer. It is my privilege to make as many sledgehammers as I need. Just need a lot of steel. And like a lot of steel, you need a whole ingot. But very much worth it. Yeah, I would like to have more room back here. Threaten me with a good time. It's best to sledgehammer walls in twos. You don't want to build muscle strains, so let's see if we can sleep again. Yay, look at that. I gotta think about where I want to put the animals. I don't need to make it a permanent thing. The animals that I put here are just going to be here temporarily. So... I'll just put them in one of the bathrooms. Yeah. That'll work perfectly fine. Oh, look at this. One of the lights over here is being powered. Go away. Internal light, gladly. These are more efficient. So, I think this is actually a great spot right here. Just put I'll put the animals right here. Because we've got the convenient double doors to lead them in and out. Just need to put a gate or something over here. Should be easy peasy. I just need to go... Got some hinges and a handle here. Find another one of those. Probably not very easy to find, actually. Let's delete this door, because it's not doing anything anyway. Carpentry level 10. Got everything out of that. And let's just go get some planks and nails, and we've got, Wait a minute, I didn't need more than one. Whatever. 2 gates instead of 1. Why not? We also need to make, some troughs. So there's 6, just need small troughs. That's going to be 2 planks each. You know what? There's a glitch right now. I think there's a glitch where small troughs duplicate when you build them first. Could be wrong about that, but we'll find out as soon as I get some nails. I would generally like to keep them far enough away that I don't have to keep hearing their stupid noises. If they made different noises, more than just like 3 sounds, I would be less bothered by it, but the animal sounds in this game and the complete lack thereof variety is compelling me to build actual doors and walls as opposed to just whatchamacallit. So what is that? 2, 4, 8, 12. I need 12 planks to finish that up. I'm going to see if the game will let me sleep again, because it is 4 a.m. It'll let me sleep? It lets me sleep. Good. 4 a.m. is our second official bedtime. More planks, easy peasy. Yeah, Restless Sleeper, basically the way I like to think about that perk, just have 2 bedtimes. My first is 2300, and my second is 4 a.m. Because with Restless Sleeper, you basically get half of an effective night's sleep, with the added problem of the fact that you will never be below 20 fatigue for longer than a very short period of time at any given game, so... You can augment that with coffee, but I've learned to live with it. Basically, if I go to sleep at 22:30 for the first time and 4 a.m. for the second time, then I usually don't get tired until sundown the next day, which that's enough time for me personally. It is a alternative circadian rhythm. Sorry, I should probably specify. You have to take Wakeful. Wakeful plus Restless Sleeper is 3 free points as long as you can deal with these circadian rhythm changes. Oh, yeah, dark. Dark is. I mean, in early game, you still have lights, street lights, and everything. Dark in this game does not scare me in the slightest as long as I have a flashlight of some kind. And if you don't have a flashlight, cat eyes. Cat eyes will take care of everything outside. Inside, well, that's what you have your flashlights for. One of the first things I do is go to Brandenburg, hit the military checkpoint, and get the angle-headed flashlight. So if I go in this room right here, pitch dark, can't see anything around me, but angle-headed flashlight on my chest. I had this within the first 2 weeks. because Brandenburg was part of my map tour, and that's what we hit as soon as we were done with looking around everywhere else, because it's so hard to say no to that. You don't even have to pull it out and equip it. It's just right there in your chest. Alright, I do hope that this will sufficiently insulate us from the noises that the animals will make, because they'll make a lot of them. Now, I think if I put down a small trough here, if my calculations are correct... No, there's no duplication glitch. Okay. I don't know what triggers that, but I've seen it happen before, where for some reason, small trough will duplicate itself. No idea what causes that, but it happened to me several times. Can't rely on it now, though. I don't have anything left. Let's just dismantle something here. Perfect. This is gonna just be temporary, and it's only gonna have a cow, a calf, a chick, and maybe on my second trip, I'll hand carry a sheep. So it will never have more than 2 adult animals and 2 baby animals. So I don't think I need to go nuts with filling it up with anything other than the essentials. This is just a stopping point. Like, this is not like our permanent base for the Louisville fight. This is too far away from Louisville for it to be permanent. I was saying before, this is basically a staging zone. And I do not drink toilet water personally, but the animals, they don't even know what toilet water is. So, yeah, plenty of water right around the corner here for them. You can fill a trough directly from a water source if you pick it up and hand carry it. Yes, absolutely. That I actually kind of like that, Deidre, how that works, because that is it almost feels like you're feeling your way through the dark that way. It's pretty cool, if I do say so myself. All right, so this in our hands is a full trough full of nothing but toilet water, but water that the animals will... Would you look at that? What happened to all that toilet water? It's just fucking gone now. What happened to it? The fairy fucking godmother happened to it, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. That wouldn't be the first time I've seen that happen. Oh, look at this. We've got ourselves a water dispenser, but we cannot take the bottle from it. I think this is a problem that happened because I migrated this save. Or, no, it didn't. Okay, so when this happens, if I recall, you can pick it up in your inventory, then right-click on it, and then... No. What was the fix for this? I'm going to try emptying the bottle. Nope, that didn't do anything. What if I put it in my hand? There was a fix for this. I don't remember what it was, though. Like, you're supposed to be able to remove the bottle from it. But I've had, ever since migrating the save from 42.10 to 42.11, I've had weird problems with this. For some reason, something's telling me that I should try putting it in a container of some kind. Let's try putting it in this trailer. That didn't do it, but what if we take it back out again? Nope, still can't take it. I don't know. Running out of ideas. Yeah. The pick it up and put it back down seems to fix a lot of problems that result with changes to structures. But there was something other than change to the structure to this. we dropped it as an item instead of a structure. So this is just a bucket of tainted water. I'll transfer that into my dispenser. Cannot pour into target container. I mean, it makes sense. For some reason, I remember like putting it in the trunk of the vehicle and then doing something with it. Whatever. I'll come back to that later. I was just doing that because I was hoping to have a large container of some sort, but since I can't have a large container of some sort, we'll just have these 2 gas cans. This works fine. 2 gas cans, 20 liters. That's a full toilet. That toilet's empty, that toilet's empty. This one's still got some. Oh, I've actually started using some of the toilet water in here once already. So, all these toilets are now empty. Cool. Whole nother bathroom for that. Are these 2 ladies' rooms? Or does just everybody here sit down? Sucks for the guys here. Haha, you have to sit down and pee. Haha. Or they'll just stand up and pee all over the seat. Yeah, that works too. Challenge pissing. Alright, that's close enough. If I need to refill it, I will. Now I just need grass, which I have plenty. All I gotta do is get the scythe out of the animal trailer. I completely forgot these buckets right here. Yeah, oops. Getting hungry. Gonna get some food after we get the animals sorted. I don't hear any animal noises, which is odd. Watch them all be dead for no reason. There's the mooing. Now, I do believe I'm going to take a risk here. I'm going to take a risk. I think both of these cows trust me enough to come when I call. It's beautiful. I never even needed the rope. Athena she was my first cow. She's a good cow. And cows that trust you will come to you when you call. And to call, all you got to do is hit Q and shout. They'll come to you. It looks like the chick just didn't respond. Oh, look at it. It's already wandering away. Come here, you stupid thing. Into the zone. I haven't even made the zone yet, actually. Let's fix that. Zone coming right up. Yeah. No, that tracks. Annie Mae is confirmed Disney princess. What have we got here? Temp, West Point, drop. What you call that? Now it just needs food. We'll take the grass that's already in there. Well, I'll leave that there for transit. Yeah, honestly, this bucket and the bucket, the side, the rope, that's all going to stay in there, because that's all useful stuff for transporting animals. So it makes no sense not to have it in a animal trailer. We are going to scythe grass from down here, where I don't have to look at how ugly it is after it's been scythed. Because it sure as hell looks ugly after you scythe it. Now, what is that rabbit running from? Is it running because it saw me, or is it running because a Zed is on the other side of that? Hard to tell. But that's plenty of grass for the immediate moment here. Now, also be careful about running next to your animals, particularly if you're clumsy, I think. Run over a small animal like a chicken and you will trip. Run past a large animal and you'll piss it off. Stress it out a little bit. So I don't do any running when I'm near my animals. So the trailer, because it's going to be needed to transport those boys, I'll just leave it right on here in this parking spot. Now, since it's right in front of me, let's get some gas. At this gas station, I left a generator out in the middle of nowhere there. Different types of grass down in the build menu. No, there's no grass. You can put dirt down, you can put gravel down. If there is grass... Look at this. Speaking of... There's a out of gas sign, and I couldn't even see it because it was in front of the thing. Let's try putting it there. So the red side is empty, the yellow side is still good. Okay. It's basically identical to Riverside. Riverside also has 4 pumps, with the top center red being empty. Nice. I left that generator running. I'm going to top off my vehicles. This one needs to top off. It's down to like, yeah, it's, what is that, 2/3? Let's top off the van. The hauler, as it were. Now, the hauler is still loaded with a fair bit of weaponry. Basically just firearms that are already modded, but have not started actively using that ammo type yet. So that's where our big iron is right now. It's in one of these 3 military backpacks. Along with quite a few other combat things we'll be using in Louisville, up to and including remote-controlled bombs. We've taken all the aerosol bombs we can make, which is only, it's not much, it's 7. 250 hours on this character, and we've been able to make 7 bombs. The Indie Stone went out of their way to make it so that bombs are effective against zombies now, and then made goddamn sure that we can't make too many bombs. Remember, we're not here to have fun. They'll show pictures of people having fun, and then they won't tell you exactly how hard it is to get to the point where you can have that fun. Don't let them fool you, kids. They want you to hate yourself. Or just mod the game. That's what most people... That's what most reasonable people do. They'll just mod the game, because... Why would you hate yourself that much? Only psychopaths play this game on vanilla like me. Speaking of psychopaths, we have, in need of some food here. Alright, we leave behind the nails. Now. Yeah, that is 100... Every word of what you just said is 200% accurate. Like, it is July 9th. There should be a discount on boxes of sparklers right now. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that I'm baffled about the pipe bomb recipe. We're on our third, filling up a third box of magazines. It's a throwaway vehicle. I don't have to think about it too hard. I always like that a car is locked, but you can pull the window off. I'll never not laugh about that. So what I'm going to do is put the ugly window on the right side and put the good window on the left side, because if it's a vehicle I'm going to be driving, it will have an intact driver's side window. That's where the zombies wander up to when they are programmed to wander up to your vehicles. And this one does have 5% in the tank and a key in the ignition. I did not know that was there. That's really cool. We just got lucky. Pretty lucky. Don't care about none of this shit. This is, like I said, throwaway vehicle. And I don't have anything I need to be transporting right now. Kind of a ship quality engine, but it doesn't need to be anything impressive. Basically, all we're doing is trying to get back to Riverside with a vehicle that is not one of the primaries we brought down here. Oh, you know what? There is a vehicle that I want. That is here in West Point. I understand that completely. Grass down all around the little lakes, but oh, so how do you put grass down? That is I am in a state of bewilderment on that. I'm not filling this all the way up, just a little bit so that it's not almost empty. This car, I'm just going to use this to go recover a, there's a van that I kind of want, because it looks pretty, it's orange. I'm not going to need it for the Louisville operation, but this looks silly. This is a bunch of dried blood from when I did a big fight here. I'm willing to bet that like a third of the zombies I killed there probably respawned. It was the heart of West Point. Well, I suppose we'll see when we turn this corner. Fair bit of them have, yeah. I'm getting thirsty. There it is, this orange van right here. Not sure if you guys can tell, I like orange a lot. And this game has tragically few options for people who like orange things. Whether it's clothing or vehicles or even, I mean, you know, I got orange walls on my base, but... Stopping by here really quick because I'm thirsty. I'd like to fix the thirsty before recovering any vehicles. Should have fixed it while I was at my base, but nobody ever said I'm smart. Just, those windows are pretty, but I never could save them. Hearing a lot of sounds that would normally freak me out. Jesus Christ. I should have been more freaked out. That was an auto pushback. That was an auto pushback. We're alright, but we got reckless. That was way more reckless than I should have ever gotten. Okay. We're good. We're good. I'm gonna have to review the footage from that. I can't tell if that was an auto pushback or a manual. Either one, it was a severe mistake. Gotten a little too cocky. It is. That is exactly what led to Barb the Builder meeting her demise. It would be very amazing for me to have a character get to strength level 10 after all this time, and then finally just within like 5 or 6 zombie kills after getting to strength level 10, RIP because of a stupid mistake. Yep. If your dick is big enough, you'll trip over it. So we got a big old group down there to the south, but looks like they cleared out of my way from over here. Now this is a Gigamart, a proper true Gigamart. The only thing that I could possibly really truly care about in there would probably be vinegar. If I get enough vinegar, I mean I've already got 4 full containers of vinegar back at base in Riverside. If I get just a little bit more, I could probably jar up almost half of a freezer. I don't think I could jar a full freezer. Do we have any keys on the floor here, I wonder? Ooh, I see one over here. This is a key to a Chevalier Niala. That's the one right in front of me here. Well, it's pretty, and it's full of gas, but it's not what I'm looking for right now. In fact, I'm actually just going to dump this crap out of my inventory in here, because YOLO. I'll just leave the key to this vehicle, I'll just leave it on the driver's seat. That's usually what I do. Because if you leave it in the ignition, it'll eventually kill the battery. So that means we're probably not going to find the key to the orange van, which is what I would love to have the key to right now. But that's alright. Maybe I can take the window off. Hit or miss on that. Yeah, see, I can take the window off. The van is locked, but I can take the window off because some vehicles you can, some you can't. I don't know the difference. This is a crappy window. So I'm just going to go get a nicer one. There's a very beautiful van right here. Okay. I thought I hit uninstall. I hit smash. I think I've been playing this game long enough. We're at 9 hours, 34 minutes. I've gone longer. That's not the problem. The problem is when you make a stupid problem. Yeah, that could be it. I mean, I can't remember. I have not actually been in a early 90s vehicle that I can remember off the top of my head. Because when I was a kid in the 90s, we had a pickup that was older, from like probably the 80s. And then we had a Subaru that was like, yeah, that was also mid 80s. So no cars that I know of that were in my family history have been actually made in the 90s. Because the next time we got an upgrade, a new car was, we had a Tahoe, Chevy Tahoe, in the early 2000s. So the actual 90s themselves, I'd never actually had a car in my family at the time from that particular time. Beers are a little bit overpowered right now, I'm not gonna lie. Like, we're strength level 10, but we're getting one-shots basically every single time. Great. But this is nerf bait right here. This is serious nerf bait. The devs are not going to allow us to have that much fun. No siree, no way. Having fun in a video game? Nah, the Andy Stone's going to nerf the shit out of this beer. It's nice that they gave it some love and buffed it a little bit. They're gonna nerf it back into the ground. Never forget how much fun we had with microdosing soda and staying awake forever. Now soda, you don't even get a single point of fatigue from a whole can of soda now. Because we had way too much fun, and fun is not allowed. That stuff's coming with me. The rest of this stuff I literally could not be paid to care about right now. Well, I'd take worse than muscle strain if they kept that damage. That damage is glorious. Very, very glorious stuff. I don't even need to have a lot of room in this vehicle. I just, on principle, there will be no garbage in my vehicles. Just took the windshield off this thing. There we go. Yeah, so what I did, so the auto drink wouldn't work. If you added like 10 milliliters of soda to water, but you had auto drink enabled, the auto drink would not restore, it doesn't give you, still to this day, auto drink does not give you any effects of anything except water. So if you auto drink, for example, if you like mix milk with water, milk reduces hunger. And remember, we're not allowed to have fun. So no chance whatsoever the devs would ever make it so that auto drink does anything but that. But if you don't have auto drink enabled and you just drink manually, yeah, absolutely that would work. But what I personally chose to do is I had a fanny pack with perfume bottles full of soda, because a perfume bottle was small enough that if you it was like 150 milliliters. So if you drank 1/4 of a perfume bottle, that was like fuck was it? Oh no, no. I did cologne bottles. Cologne bottles are better than perfume bottles. That would give you 25 milliliters of soda. That would be enough to shut the that would shut up your hunger. That would shut up your thirst. That would remove some fatigue to such an extent that I never needed to sleep. Yeah, whatever works, right? I'm siphoning gas, that's what I'm doing. That's, siphoning gas after adding this. Basically all these vehicles have gas in them except for the orange van. Okay, I don't need to. One 10 liter was more than enough. Got the bitch hot wired. Let's get out of here. What's the engine quality on this? This will determine whether it's even worth it to do anything. 67. Terrible. Now, I can fix the condition. The engine condition is not a problem. I can fix that to 100%. But the engine quality, I cannot do anything with. I will go down there and pull engine parts from some of the shitty vehicles down here. But, engine condition can be improved. Engine quality cannot. But that's okay. This van is really just here to be pretty. How much did we get? Wow. Okay. That car was barely intact, and we got 10 engine parts out of it. Almost level 10 in mechanics is pretty OP. Beautiful. Good windows on this right here. Yeah. Possibly just got lucky, but I think we did okay. Driver's side windows, great. Excellent. Tires are even performance. So are the brakes. So that's pretty good. We got a decent van. The handling won't be too different from what I'm used to for a regular van. This is basically a Spiffa van. This is one of my Spiffa vans now. No corpses in my road, thank you very much. Not even the walking ones. This guy's got a bag. But it's just a regular bag. Yeah. Worth a peek. I only put like 30 liters in this thing, so that means it's probably got a small tank. Whatever. Doesn't exactly need to be big, it really just needs to get me back to Riverside. I've already put more effort into this thing than I objectively need to. But it's pretty. And because it's pretty, it's gonna look nice when I drive it. Sometimes we do things in this game just for the pretty. That should be all of my local refueling operations done for today. Let's find a new home for this lovely shit. Sliding down my chair as the day goes on. Okay, so our goal is to place the freezer somewhere. The current freezer that is in the corner, it's right here on the inside. It's being powered by this generator here. We want to kind of do the same thing, but let's see. This is one. I cannot count that very easily. Yeah, there's no easy way to count that. Let's just try eyeballing this. I'm going to try putting the generator here next to this lamppost. And gonna hook it up and see if it powers anything. My Unga Bunga brain just got triggered. One of my neighbors downstairs is playing music really loudly. Unfortunately, I cannot play the game's music any louder because then it would start seriously piping through the microphone. Maybe one of the only people who streams and does not use headphones. I can't stand headphones, to be honest. Terrible. Okay, yeah, we just turn it on and see. It's powering the fucking freezer. Okay. Yeah. Off, off, off. Let's try the other side of the street. Well, actually, let's try, like, right over here. Seems silly. I don't like mucking up my parking lot, but... Okay, it's not powering anything there. Now, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Should just be within range of this tile right here. That tile is on the other side of where I've sledged, though. That tile is right there. So basically what this tells me is if I move it down 1, 2... The hell? Just heard something that sounded like gargling. I'll try moving it down 2 tiles and see if it powers the freezer right there. Now the problem is, I mean, I'll try putting down a tile there and just see if it powers anything. Wait a minute. There's somebody down here? No, just trees moving. The new system for idle tree movement is it throws me off sometimes because I'm used to them being like almost completely static. Okay, we need to put the freezer right there and see if it gets power. That's test 1. My calculations are correct. It should not get powered right now. Okay, it is not powered. You can tell because when it is powered, it makes a little noise when it turns on, and also it glows a little bit. So you can see the top of this. There's an ambient glow to it. The top has no ambient glow. So it's not currently powered. So honestly, I think if I just move this down 2 tiles right there, I think it'll catch it, I think. Or wait a minute, no, it wasn't 2 tiles, it was... We'll start with 2 and see if that does it. There's 1, there's 2. Let's try here. Because this is how electricity works. You gotta do it by distance. It's powering one side of the freezer. That's silly. That's really silly. When that happens, I don't know if it actually works right. So let's just try right here. Okay, popsicle freezer times 2 and nothing else. Exactly as I wanted. So, mission success there. We now have another generator, or yeah, we have a separate freezer on a separate circuit. Beautiful. And now, because I have it that way, because I did not go further north, I can sledge through this wall here into the what is this, mess hall or fucking cafeteria. Sledge into the cafeteria here, and go a little further up and have yet another freezer on yet another circuit by going north instead of going further out into the parking lot where it might catch it from there. So done with the sledgehammer for the moment. I'll leave it there, and yeah, next time we bring a freezer down here, it can go up in this corner somewhere. Let's get this crap out of the way while we're here. Not like we're doing too much else. It is the evening, and we're getting ready to go to bed. Tomorrow morning, we go back to Riverside. Ah. Do I need these appliances? Not really, but I'm going to take them. Actually, the coffee. I will take the coffee machine. That I may actually have a good use for while I'm here and in the future. So I do need to have like a way to drive through here, so I don't... it might look like I have more room in the kitchen. I really don't. The bed probably needs a better spot. Just move it back where it used to be in that corner there. Make it even easier to access. Oops. Oh, that, okay. This is not a... I dropped the microwave as an item. Didn't know you could even do that. Perfect. Now the bed. Let's just put it over here in this corner. Pretty sure I used to have it in this corner to begin with, so never should have moved it. We shall have a roast. Celebratory large roast here. Scythe needs to go back in the animal trailer before I forget about it. Otherwise, yeah, I can do that tomorrow. Bedtime is fine for now. Okay, we're gonna draw things to a close once we get back to Riverside, I believe. Yeah, because I like to have a fresh start beginning of my streams, so after tonight we'll be back at Riverside, and then we will this can be shut off. I didn't need to leave this running. So another thing I should probably do, I'm going to go ahead and do some repairs and refuels on the generators that are down here already. Or empty. That is empty. Should be a can of gas up here. That is partially full. So I can top up the generator. Now I also need electrical parts because I don't have a cache up there yet. Could probably fix that. That is really dangerous. I need to get the sledgehammer out and fix that. I said that to myself last time I was up there. This time I'm going to try to remember. Okay, don't need to turn it back on. This gas can is almost empty, but I have nowhere left to put it, so... Okay, just leave it there. Whatever. Animal trailer. Gets the scythe. Vehicle key for this taxi. Not like I'm long past the point of needing keys, but why not? It's right in front of me. Looks like this one is the red key, red taxi key. I will leave that on the driver's seat here. This is the sledgehammer from the ambulance, yes. So we're just going up here to... You know what? Just out of spite. Doesn't fucking work anyway, so I'm just gonna get it out of the way. Fuck you. Stupid broken ladders. Alright, get rid of this thing. Don't need it. Look at that, I can walk on my own roof now. Alright, sledgehammer is going into the van. Finish off this roast. Take this roast with me. Still plenty of stuff in the freezer here. The freezer here is actually full, so don't even need to think about the freezer there anymore. Everything's going fine with this. Okay, you know what? Instead of going back to Riverside immediately, I have decided I'm going to go ahead and hit the Gigamart here. But that is something I will do next stream. So next stream I will hit the Gigamart, because that's, you know, it's not going to be that much fighting zombies. It's really just going to be going up there and looting the place. I'll loot the place. I'll take the non-perishables, stash them here. Most importantly, I want to comb it for vinegar. Because if I can get some more vinegar, bring that back to Riverside with me. The vinegar is more jarred food. If I get enough vinegar, I might be able to jar out, you know, enough stuff that I can get rid of one of the freezers. That would be amazing. I would love to just straight up get rid of one of the freezers. So we're putting the sledgehammer back, and then we are calling it here. After I sleep for the night. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot to do. I don't have a book to read. Well, it's alright, I guess. Oh, I know something I could do overnight. Get rid of some of these stupid-ass trees. Oh, they're in my way. Tired of looking at them. I'm tired of looking at these trees for multiple reasons, not the least of which is the fact that I can't tell if there's a zombie in this area, and they like to spawn there and hang out there. And with the generator there, it's going to make that problem even worse. It's the tall trees more than anything. Who knows, maybe I'll need more planks anyway. That sounded wacky. That was the sound of my generator coming into auditory range from around the trees. Alright, so the sidewalk is being blocked mostly by this back line of trees here. It's these tall-ass things, these river birch jumbos. Those are the ones I hate the most right now. Can't wait to find out how much durability that's sapped from my blades here. And we only lost 1 point of head condition. That's alright, I suppose. Still pretty good axe. That goes there. And now we do our second sleep, and we are calling it here. Good stuff. We accomplished quite a bit today. Looking forward to, well, tomorrow. It's a question of when, not if. I'll definitely stream tomorrow, but it depends on what I can get done in the morning with my new guy. If he's done with his training videos, then we can actually get some productive things done. So tomorrow morning I'll probably be busy. I may not be able to stream until tomorrow afternoon, in which case, for everybody's local times, that just basically means I'm starting later in the day. Alright. Okay, good stuff. So thus ends part 40. Adios, folks. And of course, the last thing I always do is back up the save. So this is save backup number 40. Got my folders open right here. Make a new folder, name it 40. And just copy the whole save folder. I'm curious how big it is now. It gets bigger every time we've explored more map tiles. It is, wow, it's over 800 megabytes, 830 I think that was. Sorry, no, 850 something. So we are getting closer to a gigabyte every time.